Timothy was sure that the world hated him. The streets of the cozy mountain town were filled with people going about their business. When people saw their friends, they would greet them and ask how they were doing, and a small conversation would start between the interlocutors. A girl was running down the street, trying to catch up with her mother, and she turned around and asked her not to run, afraid that she might fall. But all the conversations immediately disappeared when Timothy walked by. The women hugged their children to them, and the adults moved away to some distance. And now all the passers-by tried not to look at the guy in the torn cloak carrying the sack. Timothy heard everyone around him talking about how he was the corpse collector. The guy did not react to the voices around him and the people staring at him. His path was straight to one of the shops. The shop owner was not alone and immediately asked why, this time, the corpse collector had come to visit him. The other customers were in a hurry to leave the shop because they didn't want to be in the same room with the guy, but Timothy wanted to sell something. He poured the collected jewelry out of the bag onto the table, but the store owner was unhappy, calling the finds garbage. The man threw a few bronze coins on the table with contempt and said that Timothy had had enough. He had to leave. But the guy was amazed at the price. He was offered only 20% of the regular price, and he wondered why. But the store owner was not going to answer the guy. He was outraged, saying that the corpse collector had no right to say anything to him. In this world, there is danger lurking at every turn, and people could face monsters at any moment. However, at the same time, there are also those who hunted these monsters. Such people were called adventurers. High-ranked adventurers mined expensive materials and fought monsters every day to level up. A slight difference in levels made a huge difference in power. Level was the basis of this world. And it was in this cruel world that Timothy's adventurer level was 1. After the boy received his reward at the store, he headed to the market and asked an old man he knew for bread, as he always did. The old man greeted him and handed Timothy a package, saying that he had prepared some bread for him that he could not sell. This was not the first time this story happened, but it was a sin for the guy to complain. He paid for the goods offered. His grandfather said that maybe the boy should find another vocation and quit his job as an adventurer. But Timothy replied that he could not do this because he had already gained a reputation as a notorious corpse collector. No one would agree to hire him. He had long wanted to become an adventurer. But after his dream came true, he learned about his curse, 0 experience. He turned out to have a rather unusual skill, or rather a real curse that was impossible to fight. No matter how hard he tried to fight, he failed to gain experience. His level did not rise. It looked like Timothy couldn't get any stronger thanks to this skill, but he didn't give up. The boy believed with all his heart that he would one day be able to improve his level, but the system was relentless. After a while, the guy finally lost faith in his abilities and then started collecting materials from the corpses of monsters. He had nothing to do with killing the freaks. They were killed by adventurers, and that's how Timothy became a corpse collector. The materials of the first-level monsters were very cheap, and the guy needed to look for better monsters. Collecting small things in the wake of the adventurers, Timothy could not last long. While thinking about this, he did not notice that he had crossed the path of a group of young people, and he lost his balance. Timothy could not hold on to anything and dropped a piece of bread and fell to the ground. The leader of the adventurers stepped on a piece of bread, which was Timothy's last meal, and said that the bastard was a corpse collector. The adventurers crowded around the leader and Timothy with arrogant smiles. Everyone in this town knew him as the corpse collector. Because of this repulsive nickname, he could not find another job. He could not understand why this was happening to him. But no matter how much he was despised, he could not stop searching the corpses. Otherwise, he would simply die of hunger. Moving through the goblin's cave, the boy hoped that he could find something worthwhile here. Suddenly, Timothy smelled a strong, unpleasant odor and saw a giant dragon corpse that had already begun to decompose. As he got closer, he realized that this monster was about 200 levels. But now was not the time to think about it. We had to gather materials, and Timothy would probably be able to make good money. The boy examined the body and realized that many expensive parts were gone, and he was left with a putrid sac. This is an organ that was in the appropriate category of monsters. Usually it is not touched because there is a very strong, unpleasant odor inside. But Timothy didn't care. He made his living digging through corpses, and when he cut open the bag, he realized that there was something inside. The guy made a bigger incision, and to his surprise, there was armor inside. As soon as the armor was freed from the tissues of the dragon's corpse, the cave was suddenly filled with red lightning. The guy realized that something bad was coming. He would not be able to cope with it, and a voice in his head ordered him to put on his armor. Timothy realized that this voice was coming from the armor, which meant that the object was dangerous, and he needed to get away as quickly as possible. But as the boy was heading for the exit of the cave, he suddenly saw a bunch of goblins preparing to attack. Timothy couldn't figure out where they came from, and it turned out that the corpse collector was rather inattentive. While preparing for the fight, he realized that his opponents were of the same level as him, but he didn't have good equipment. The goblins, meanwhile, rushed to attack, some of them armed, and Timothy realized that he was about to be killed. The corpse collector could not believe that he would really die in such a place, having achieved nothing in life. The guy did not understand how, but he was pushed back to the armor and the voice started to sound in his head again. The voice insisted on putting them on, and Timothy decided that in any case he was not going to live, so he had nothing to lose. He shouted that he was willing to put on the armor, which in his mind was better than being killed by goblins. The system confirmed the wearer's consent and registered and activated the quick dressing. Surprised, Timothy looked back in the direction of the armor, which began to emit lightning in his direction. A few seconds later, in front of the surprised goblins, the guy was dressed in the armor of the abyss and ready to fight. Timothy wondered, looking at his new armor, if the armor of the abyss was on his side. The armor replied that it would unconditionally follow the boy's orders, and the boy, preparing to repel the goblin's attack, believed it. Unlike his old sword, which had been knocked out of his hands, the blade he held now was much better. The guy realized that the goblins were of the same level as him, but with this blade, the corpse collector had a chance of survival. After slashing a couple of enemies, the guy suddenly felt a surge of energy in his armor. He didn't understand what was happening. Timothy felt that with each kill, his body became much lighter. He became stronger, as if it were not his body at all. Finally, believing that he could survive and win, the guy shouted that all his enemies would now come to an end. After the fight ended, a strange light from the corpses of the enemies began to penetrate Timothy's armor. The guy didn't realize what was happening until the system announced that his level had been raised. Surprised, Timothy looked at the ad in front of his eyes and could not believe what he was seeing. The system notified me that the owner's level was confirmed and at the moment increased to the 6th. Timothy didn't know how to feel about this news because he was already used to not being able to get experience points. He looked around at the remains of the monsters that surrounded him, wondering what this news could have meant to him up to this point. The system notified him that thanks to the armor of the abyss, he was able to use the level absorption skill. It turns out that Timothy was really able to raise his level without gaining experience. In fact, this strange armor allowed him to absorb the levels of his enemies. It turns out that he was not imagining things. He was actually getting stronger and faster all this time. At this point, Timothy has already gained 5 levels in addition to his first, so now he can really get stronger. The guy was overwhelmed with joy. This incredible news was a blessing for him. His dream was coming true right now. The smell in the cave was just awful, but it didn't matter, because thanks to this dragon, Timothy was able to level up. Suddenly, the boy realized that if he overcame all the enemies in this cave, he could become even stronger. Putting his hands to his chest, Timothy thought that it was likely that his enemies would not be able to hurt him thanks to this armor. If you use all the advantages of this ammunition to its fullest potential and kill all the goblins, you can easily achieve your goal. The guy's thoughts were interrupted by a strange feeling of someone's presence, and he did not even realize that there was an enemy behind him. Looking around, he saw a giant goblin, but he knew that there shouldn't be any strong monsters in this cave. But the boy's eyes could not deceive him. He was looking at the Goblin Lord himself, surrounded by his subordinate minions. Timothy did not understand how the highest goblin of the 35th level, the defender of this cave, could have come here. The boy realized that he urgently needed to run to the exit of the cave, but behind him, small goblins had already begun to eat the dragon's corpse. The guy realized that the goblins were attracted by the smell of meat, and the system alert recommended that he retreat immediately. Timothy understood this perfectly well, but he was unable to do so. All the exits were blocked, and the Goblin Lord struck his first blow. The guy had to accept the fight. He tried to hold back the heavy onslaught of the enemy with both hands. But the resistance was useless, because the Goblin Lord was extremely strong, and he easily threw the boy deep into the cave. It was difficult for Timothy to get to his feet, but he had no choice. The enemy had a terrible and frightening force. Although he managed to raise his level, he was still too weak, and tears flowed from his helplessness. Timothy decided to take the opportunity to escape. He was still unlucky, but he managed to escape. All the time he was running toward the exit of the cave, but it was carefully guarded by the army of the Goblin Lord. He thought he was still too weak and considered waiting in a safe place until they left. But one of the goblins was already flying at him with an attack, and it was then that the boy realized that he had only the first level. The guy grabbed his opponent by the head and pushed him into the ceiling, and the first-level goblin had no chance against him. After destroying the enemy, Timothy realized that in this world, everything was decided by the level. Even this useless goblin must understand the difference between them, just as the boy understood the difference with the Goblin Lord. The system notified me that the level was absorbed, and the owner's current level rose to the 7th. If Timothy continues to absorb the levels, he will be able to defeat the boss. Now he is forced to kill to survive. A fierce fight broke out, and the first-level goblins were destroyed one by one, unable to resist the boy's strength. A few minutes later, it was all over, and only the strongest won in this world. Heading deeper into the cave, the boy reasoned that only those with a high level of skill would be able to survive. The weak will always obey the strong, and the boy knew this from his own experience. Having destroyed the first-level goblins, Timothy absorbed their powers and was promoted to the 15th level. Suddenly, after walking a bit of a distance, the guy saw illuminated side caves, and the system recommended exploring them. Following the recommendations, in a few minutes, Timothy found mountains of treasure hidden in the dungeon. Stunned, the boy wandered among the mountains of gold and realized that the goblins had stolen all these treasures from people. The first-level goblins could not be handled by ordinary people, so maybe there is something useful for Timothy here. After walking a little further, the boy found a box and wondered what was inside. When he opened it, the system informed him that it was probably a recovery potion. When he took out one of the vials, he was convinced that it was true and decided to take it to battle. As soon as he thought about it, the system notified him that his armor had a special place to store potions. In a second, all the vials were concentrated on the guy's belt. Now they were stored there. This discovery turned out to be very useful for Timothy, and he thanked the higher power that brought him here. The guy really wanted to take at least some gold with him, but he realized that it would hinder him in the battle with the boss. The main goal is to return to the city alive, and if he does, Timothy will be able to get rich selling materials from the monsters. Having finally gathered his thoughts, he decided not to waste any more time and set off to meet new adventures and challenges. Suddenly, when he was almost out of the cave, he heard someone's voice and went to follow the sound. Behind one of the boxes, the boy was shocked to see a girl tied up. She was the one begging for help, so the goblins were stealing children as well. The girl, seeing a person for the first time in a long time, began to cry, continuing to beg for help. Timothy hurried to untie her, noting that she was very lucky to be noticed by him. After untying the gag on her mouth, the girl introduced herself as Lindsay and said she was from a nearby village, sincerely thanking him for saving her. The girl folded her arms over her chest and stammered and asked the name of her savior. When Timothy said his name, Lindsay was shocked, and he asked her if she knew the nickname Corpse Collector. The girl apologized barely audibly, saying that she had certainly heard all sorts of gossip about the boy. And although the rumors were not positive at all, the guy was completely different from all this gossip. Lindsay came closer to the guy and looked him in the eye and said that he was different because he saved her life. In her opinion, the guy did not look like a corpse collector at all, and these words struck him to the heart. Without giving Timothy a chance to recover, the girl shouted in admiration that the guy was a hero to her. Timothy has always dreamed of becoming an adventurer who saves people from danger, and finally, he has this opportunity. The boy told the girl to get up and go with him. He promised to take her to the village. Lindsay did not immediately understand what he said. At that moment, even if it was just a little bit, the guy was happy. Someone needed him. A few minutes later, he turned to Lindsay and asked her to hide behind a rock for a while. Thanks to his amazing armor, Timothy could feel the goblins approaching. And a few seconds later, he was convinced that there were more than a few of them, and they had also seen their target. By eye, Timothy was able to estimate that there were about 20 opponents, all of whom were level 1, compared to his level 15. He said that his opponents had better get ready, because very soon they would be at his level. A fight broke out again between the boy and a group of first-level goblins, which was quite bloody. Timothy's level increased systematically, in direct proportion to the destruction of his enemies. Thanks to the level absorption, the guy could attack faster and faster. He was getting stronger every second. 4 goblins rushed at the boy from behind while he was dealing with the others. They decided to take him by surprise. But for Timothy, his opponents were very slow, and before they reached the ground, he jumped into the air. And a second later, he came at them from above like an avalanche, destroying them one by one, and they had nothing to counter. Soon, only he and some enemies were left in the tunnel, and the system confirmed the level of the owner. It took a few seconds to count the number of enemies he had destroyed, and eventually the system reported that he had reached level 35. Lindsay came out of the side tunnel and asked if she could come out now, but Timothy told her to stay in the hiding place. The boy shed a lot of blood of the Goblin Lord's relatives, and finally he found his way here. The Goblin Lord was very angry and radiated powerful energy. The Goblin Lord raised his fist, releasing smoke from his mouth. Timothy prepared for a fight. They were at the same level. The boy shouted that he was no longer as weak as he had been the first time they met, and the Goblin Lord raised a giant cleaver over his head. But Timothy shouted at him not to think he was easy prey and gave his opponent a quick sword blow to the ribs. The Goblin Lord screamed in pain, and all his minions, who came out from different sides of the tunnel, hissed fiercely at Timothy. The guy quickly counted his opponents, and there were 10 of them, and while the ruler was alive, Timothy didn't want to be distracted by trifles. The boy found Lindsay with his eyes and shouted for the girl to throw him the knives. The girl threw the knives along with her belt at Timothy, and they flew into the air. In flight, the knives came loose from their holsters and began to fly in a chaotic pattern right at Timothy and the goblins that surrounded him. Lindsay, seeing this, screamed her apology to the guy. She realized too late that she shouldn't have done that. But to her surprise, Timothy calmly replied that she shouldn't worry because everything was absolutely fine. He picked up a pair of knives in midair and stabbed all the goblins around him with lightning speed. He moved with lightning speed, picking up the next knives before they fell to the ground. Each round of weapons found another victim, and no one but Timothy could track his intentions and avoid his defeat. The boy's speed grew to almost lightning speed. First-level goblins could not navigate in space so quickly. Finally, holding the 6 daggers between his fingers, Timothy said that the opponents were very unlucky. They should not have interfered with him. Their very desire to help only reduced the damage to their owner. A second later, all 6 knives simultaneously hit every first-level goblin that was still alive. When only Timothy and the Goblin Lord were left standing, the system notified him that his level had been raised to the 45th. The Goblin Lord attacked the guy from behind, but now Timothy's level was higher, so he was now much stronger than the boss. But the boy's plans were shattered when the Goblin Lord began to actively attack. Striking after striking, he was still stronger. Timothy, barely holding back his opponent's blow, could not understand where such fierce pressure could come from. The armor warned that this monster had a bracelet that increased its performance in battle. Timothy was surprised. Usually it was not so easy to raise a player's level. That is why, in order to become even stronger, adventurers equip themselves with items that increase their characteristics. However, until that very moment, he hadn't even thought that monsters could equip themselves with objects. But there was nothing to do, in which case Timothy's goal was absolutely clear. He had to destroy the bracelet that made his boss's life easier, and he had to do it before he killed Timothy. The guy realized that it would not be easy. It seems that he would have to give it his all this time. Having prepared for counterattacks, Timothy decided that he would use all his strength and the power of his armor for this throw. In a moment, the former corpse collector rushed at the Goblin Lord. He decided to cheat a little. But the counterattack failed. The Goblin boss easily calculated the boy's maneuver and threw him into the depths of the cave. But it wasn't over for Timothy. He noticed that he was near the goblins he had killed earlier, with his daggers still sticking out. A second later, the 2 daggers were already in the boy's hands, and he was running at the Goblin Lord. Halfway through, Timothy threw both daggers toward the Goblin boss, distracting him. While he was deflecting the daggers flying in his direction with a supercilious grin, the guy had an interesting idea. Timothy ran as fast as he could in the direction of the Goblin Lord, preparing to jump. While developing the bracelet on the boss's arm, the guy shouted that he had said so from the beginning. His goal was the bracelet. The effect of the object was leveled, and the Goblin Lord could not yet understand what had just happened. The boy noticed that it was the first time the Goblin Lord had seen weak old Timothy at the entrance to the dungeon. But now he is many times stronger than him, and now it is the Goblin Lord who should run away from terror. Finally, he looked carefully at the giant and said that he could try it if he could. While the monster was thinking about what to do, the boy brought his sword to strike. He decided to attack first. The Goblin Lord was able to repel the boy's first attack, and at first it seemed to him that it would not cost much effort. But in a moment, Timothy threw the Goblin boss a long way into the cave, causing him to stick to the wall. The guy was not going to give the enemy a break. He asked if he was scared, because it was not surprising. Now his life was at stake. With his next blow, Timothy knocked this indescribably huge cleaver out of his opponent's hands. The boy realized that if he defeated the Goblin Lord now, Timothy would be free of his weakness forever. But the main boss of this cave, the Lord of the Goblins, was not going to give such an easy victory over himself. He brought his fist for another blow. For Timothy, these efforts of the enemy were insignificant, and he dealt him a fatal blow to the neck. That was the end of it. Thanks to this fight with the Goblin Cave boss, the boy would become even stronger from now on, and he thanked him for it. A few seconds later, the system notified the owner of the level increase, and Timothy's level was raised to the 80th. The guy turned to Lindsay's hiding place and called out to her, and the girl was allowed to come out. Lindsay cautiously approached Timothy, looking at the corpse of the Goblin Lord. She could not believe that the boy was able to defeat him. Finally convinced that she was safe, Lindsay said that the boy was now the strongest adventurer in the place. According to the usual ritual, Timothy began to mine the treasure from the corpse of the Goblin Lord, cutting off his big fang. The guy never dared to think that the day would come when he would get such a rare material. Lindsay assured Timothy that he shouldn't worry. She was willing to take all the things he needed to where he needed to go. Gradually, the corpse collector's bag filled up, and the blade of the Goblin Lord and the cursed bone appeared there. Timothy sincerely thanked the girl for her help with the materials. He had never had anyone offer him assistance. Lindsay replied that the guy shouldn't worry. She wanted to thank him for saving her life, and it was easy to do. The only thing that worried the girl was what they would do with the body of the Goblin Lord. Timothy realized that he had already gathered good materials, and he didn't need to hide anymore. He could just return to the village. But if they leave the goblins to live in this cave as they are, they will be able to kidnap girls from the village again. Something had to be done about it, and the guy asked if Lindsay would stay with him a little longer, and she asked where they were going. The boy replied that he would no longer allow the goblins to kidnap people, let alone his fellow villagers, and that all the monsters in the cave would be destroyed. When the enemies were defeated, the boy took the girl to the village, and it was time for them to return home. Timothy was now at the 100th level. Although he left the village with the first level, he had risen quite a bit during this time. In addition, at the 100th level, Timothy will be able to defeat most of the monsters around him. Filled with pride in his achievements, the guy said out loud that he had finally become a real adventurer. Lindsay, who had been walking a little behind him the whole time, asked him what he had just said. The girl ran across the boy's path and shouted into his eyes that she had never heard of adventurers with a 3-digit level. Lindsay was sure that Timothy could no longer be considered a newcomer, but the strongest adventurer in the village. The boy agreed with the girl's statement, although her words made him think a little. No matter how much he tried to remember, he was sure that he had also never seen adventurers with such a high level as he had now. He could absorb the levels of defeated enemies. The girl didn't have to worry about him, and he was also surprised when he first saw it. This news only inspired Lindsay even more, and it turns out that Timothy will be able to become even stronger thanks to this ability. Smiling at the top of her lungs and clutching her hands to her chest, she said she would keep her fists crossed for him. Their sweet conversation was interrupted by a group of adventurers whose leader addressed the corpse collector. The guy's name was Michael, and he was curious how Timothy got such armor. Was it because the corpse collector could not raise his level that he decided to rely on the equipment? Timothy, in his eyes, will still be garbage, even if he puts on nice gear and armor. Michael said that the guy would remain a first-level weakling. No equipment would help him with such a difference in levels. At his mockery, the head of the adventurers' squad let his guard down, and Timothy immediately took advantage of it. Threatening the boy with a dagger, Timothy said he was fed up and asked him to shut up immediately. This unexpected turn of events took Michael by surprise, and his first thought was to run away, which he successfully did. But it turned out to be a deceptive move, and in a moment, the head of the adventurers' squad, shouting that Timothy should not dare to be confused, ran to attack. But his attack was a failed idea, because in a few seconds he was on the ground, unarmed, not understanding how this could have happened. The members of his group were also surprised by this sight and did not know whether to stand up for their leader. Seeing their hesitation, Timothy asked if they wanted to be next and try to fight him. Michael, sitting on the ground, looked at his hands and couldn't understand how he could lose to a first-level player. Timothy laughed in response, saying that Michael, with his level 20, was several times weaker than him. Hearing this, Michael's team members began to check Timothy's level and were impressed by what they saw. Michael joined them and suddenly fell silent when he saw the 100th level, which must have been some kind of joke. If it was true, the guy could not even imagine what kind of monster he had just confronted. Timothy noted that at first he was a corpse collector for his opponent, and now he is just a monster. In fact, he was just an ordinary adventurer, and while explaining this, he suddenly realized that he could not see anyone next to him. Looking around in one of the alleys, he saw a trio of adventurers running away from him. Lindsay, who came up to Timothy, noticed that he had really changed. Now people run away from him. The girl was very happy for her savior, but they had to leave, so she called him with her. She was sure she had to tell everyone in the village about his new abilities. Sometime later, the boy and girl opened the door of the same store. The store owner looked at the boy unfriendly and said that he was listening to him carefully, not expecting anything supernatural. Timothy, not paying attention to the interlocutor's reaction, said that he would like to sell the materials. The vendor said that the corpse collector shouldn't waste his time, that the guy had probably brought some garbage again. Timothy smiled and silently took out some of his treasures, and after he had done so, he asked if it was really garbage. The amazed owner could not believe what he was seeing. The corpse collector was holding a large fang of the goblin lord in his hand. The man snatched the fang from the boy's hands and began to examine it, asking where he could find such an object. Timothy paused for a moment and announced that he had defeated the goblin lord on his own. But as expected, the store owner could not take him at his word. It was too unbelievable for the former Timothy. To confirm his words, the boy asked Lindsay to tell him what happened, and the girl confirmed his story. Without waiting for the store clerk's reaction, the guy poured the rest of his treasures onto the counter. Realizing that the man was just frozen in place, Timothy asked if he would buy these products or if he should go to another. If necessary, the guy can easily find another buyer for such rare treasures. The seller came to his senses and said he could buy it all. He couldn't refuse such rare materials. Timothy could only hope that the store owner would appreciate these things. Sometime later, the boy and the girl went to the market to buy supplies. They were both hungry. Timothy showed a bag of gold to an old man he knew, and the guy was overjoyed at his enrichment. My grandfather asked where the guy suddenly had so much money. It was incredible. The boy happily replied that he had finally managed to defeat a strong monster, and this was his reward for his work. After listening to Timothy's explanation, his grandfather sincerely congratulated him on his coveted achievement. But a second later, something happened that the boy never expected. His grandfather ran up to him and hugged him tightly. At that moment, Timothy was the happiest person on the planet. He was truly supported. When he saw something happening at the exit of the market, he asked his grandfather and Lindsay to wait at the counter. And it was a good decision, because werewolves broke into the village and all the residents were in danger. One of the monsters had already seen its first target, and the girl was trying to run away from the danger with all her might. Timothy arrived in time to help her, and he dealt the monster a fatal blow, saving the potential victim. When it was all over, the guy looked back at the girl lying on the ground and asked if she was okay, and received a positive answer. Calming down, he looked at the remaining werewolves and asked what they were. But Timothy didn't really expect an answer. It didn't matter. They shouldn't have come to the village today. The first few werewolves were followed by a whole pack that climbed over the fence, and they lined up in front of Timothy, preparing to attack. The guy realized that he could not let them into the village, but meanwhile, the locals started looking for Michael and his group of adventurers. But Timothy realized that these recognized defenders of the village had fled because of him, so saving their lives was entirely his responsibility. He didn't mind, especially since the werewolves rushed into the attack. Each of them was level 8, and they were no threat to him. Of course, one guy would not have been enough for the whole gang, so some of them ran straight to the village to attack the locals while he was busy. Hearing the people screaming, Timothy saw that there were too many of them on the street, and he should never forget about them. If nothing is done about this invasion, the werewolves will simply kill all the locals. When one of the werewolves rushed at another victim, Timothy repelled the attack and punched the predator in the nose. He beat the werewolf until it stopped moving, and in the end, there was one less enemy. When it was all over, Timothy asked if the guy who almost died was okay, and he said he was not injured. When the guy remarked that Timothy was a corpse collector, he replied that he had more important things to do now. Although the locals considered him a corpse collector and called him names, he still had clear moral principles. He couldn't leave people to die, so he needed to finish off the huge pack of monsters as soon as possible. The guy was moving at high speed past local people who could not understand where he got his strength from. One by one, he defeated the werewolves, who had nothing to oppose the man with the 100th level. With each kill, the guy's level increased. He was absorbed, and eventually his level rose to 172. In a very short time, Timothy rose to level 72, but the werewolves were 10. If he had defeated all the monsters, he would have reached the 80th level. So everything suggests that Timothy has lost a werewolf somewhere, and that he is now among the people in the village. The boy was right. One of the werewolves was sitting on the roof of a house and watching the girl standing alone in the street. Timothy, one might say, found the victim in time and got to him before the werewolf landed on the ground. The guy was well aware that even with his high level of abilities and experience, he would not be physically able to save everyone. Meanwhile, the werewolf was getting closer to his victim, who was frozen in place, unable to move. The boy realized that he did not accept what was happening now. He had to save the girl. Maybe he should throw his sword at the beast. The guy had only one chance, but it was better to take a risk than to regret it later. So he didn't hesitate any longer and threw his weapon in the direction of the monster. The sword was flying in a straight trajectory ahead of the target, with only seconds left before it hit. A strong blow from the sword sent the werewolf flying into the nearest wall of the house. He was wounded in the chest. Timothy approached the girl, who was sitting with her arms around her head. She was very scared. When the girl realized that she was no longer in danger, she looked up at the guy and was surprised to call him a corpse collector. She asked the boy if he had really come to rescue them, and Timothy was glad that the girl was okay. The guy realized that he didn't have time to talk, so he hurried to say goodbye, glad that he had managed to save the child. But before Timothy could get far, he was surrounded by locals, and he thought that nothing good was in store for him. One of the locals said that they all had a conversation to have with the corpse collector. The guy understood that this was to be expected. People would be unhappy that they had been saved by a corpse collector. He did not want to listen to more insults at his expense and hurried to say goodbye, saying that they would not want to see his face. But before he could leave, he was stopped again, and people, on the contrary, wanted to thank him for their salvation. It was thanks to his protection that no one in the village was injured. Timothy risked his life to save them. After these words, the mother of the girl he had rescued approached him, and he did not know how to react to this behavior. The woman asked him to listen carefully to her words and thanked him for her child, bowing low to the ground. Timothy, seeing this, rushed to the woman, telling her to raise her head immediately. He just wanted to help people, that's all. He used to collect loot from corpses, and that will never change. However, now Timothy has the strength to help others. He proclaimed that from now on he would become an adventurer who would help people in need. He asked the locals to watch him, for which he would be immensely grateful, turned around and walked away. On that day, he went from a miserable corpse collector to an adventurer who saved the village from destruction. But the next day came. Lindsay ran after the boy with all her might, calling his name, but he didn't hear her right away because he was absorbed in his thoughts. Timothy looked around and the girl stopped in shock. She asked where his armor was. The guy laughed and asked if we were talking about his armor of the abyss, and if so, he was wearing it. This morning he suddenly realized that he could put them on and take them off whenever he wanted. Thanks to this armor, the guy was finally able to become a real adventurer. He was happy about this find in that strange cave. But the boy was still tormented by thoughts of why there was that strange dragon corpse in the goblin's cave. Although it doesn't really matter now in the end, everything turned out to be the best for him. Meanwhile, in the goblin furnace, not far from the dragon's corpse, something was happening. Michael and his friends were trying to get away from the enemy who was chasing them. The boy and girl were trying to keep up with their leader with tears in their eyes, begging Michael for help. Michael didn't understand what such a monster was doing here in these caves. He was trying to get away from the pursuit. But no matter how hard he tried to escape, it was all in vain. The monster was already in front of him, and the guy sat down on the ground, realizing that his time had come. Timothy, who was far away from the goblin's cave, still felt something strange. Before that, a group of adventurers led by Michael had chased the Cyclops around the village, and they had wounded it badly. Michael was a little angry. He didn't like the fact that the monster was able to escape. They had almost finished him off. The boy told his friends to run faster, because the Cyclops had already reached the entrance to one of the caves. When the monster disappeared inside, the trio stopped at the entrance, looking like a Cyclops trying to hide in the tunnels. Michael realized that because they were not present when the village was attacked by werewolves, the group was fined a large sum of money. That is why, in no case could they lose their prey. The Cyclops had to be killed as soon as possible. While they were talking at the entrance, the Cyclops was attracted by the smell of a dead dragon and began to devour its meat. The trio of adventurers determinedly followed the monster in the heat of the chase. They did not even want to conduct reconnaissance. As the two boys and the girl moved through the tunnels, they increasingly smelled the unpleasant stench of dead bodies, and someone must have died in this cave recently. When the adventurers got to the cave, they were amazed at what they saw. One monster was eating another. The Cyclops was greedily devouring the corpse of a giant dragon. And looking at this picture, the members of the squad were sure that something was wrong. And so, Timothy stood in the forest, trying to immerse himself in his feelings once again. He realized that this was not just a strange feeling, but someone incredibly unusual was present right next to him. His feet led him to the goblin's cave. It seems that he had some kind of connection with this place. Like all the people who were here, Timothy followed the smell, which grew stronger with each step, and the dragon's corpse was ahead. But what he saw made him shudder, a huge Cyclops holding a dead man. In one sharp movement, the monster threw the adventurer's body away, and he fell to the ground, sending up splashes of blood around him. After the Cyclops had finished off the last member of Michael's team, his eye found Timothy's silhouette in the darkness of the cave. The guy looked at the monster. He had never met such demons, but he was confident in his abilities. He was not in danger. Timothy decided that he needed to attack first, to be ahead of the curve, before the Cyclops had time to make his move. But unexpectedly, the system stopped the guy, telling him that the difference in levels was too great, and Timothy was advised to avoid fighting. The guy was so shocked that he didn't notice the monster running up to him and striking him for the first time. Timothy even choked on the pressure. He lost his balance and flew into the depths of the cave. The system informed him that it was recommended to check the status of the enemy, and Timothy could not believe his eyes. This gigantic Cyclops of the abyss turned out to have the 200th level, which was very surprising. The guy still hadn't decided what to do. The system reported a powerful energy accumulation in the area of the enemy's head. Still lying on the ground, Timothy was advised to retreat immediately. But he did not have the strength to do so. The Cyclops began to approach the guy, about to make him another victim, and the system kept screaming for immediate retreat. Timothy tried to force himself to get up. He realized that if he didn't do something now, his end would come right there. The system reported that there were 8 seconds left before the attack. The countdown continued, and Timothy leaned on his sword. And the second the countdown ended, the Cyclops threw the boy away from him, emitting a powerful beam of energy from his eye. Timothy, unable to counteract the powerful opponent, screamed loudly from the blow and was injured. Having fallen to the ground deep in the furnace, the corpse collector felt like he was losing consciousness, but the Cyclops was not going to stop. The guy didn't realize how much time had passed, but something had definitely changed. The system reported that the enemy had left the cave. The enemy may have mistaken Timothy for a dead man, but he was wrong, although he was close to the truth. The armor said that the guy was seriously injured and recommended that he use a potion to heal his wounds. Timothy was delighted. He had completely forgotten that he had found such a potion in the goblin's lair. After drinking 1 bottle of the potion, the boy felt that now he could at least move more easily, and he should thank the goblins for their medicine. The boy looked at the exit of the cave. He had to urgently catch up with the Cyclops. He was definitely trying to get to the village. Timothy headed for the exit, when suddenly someone called out to him, calling him a corpse collector, a voice he was very familiar with. Looking around and peering into the darkness of the cave, he saw Michael near one of the walls. The boy was still alive. Overcoming the incredible pain, Michael said that he saw a healing potion in Timothy, and the boy had to give it to him. The leader of the adventurers still believed that it was too valuable for someone like Timothy. The guy hoped to heal his wounds and escape before the monster headed for the village, so he had a chance to survive. That is why he began to demand, shouting, that Timothy give him the healing potion immediately. But this enthusiasm quickly passed, because the guy choked on a bloody cough. He began to beg Timothy to do it, because the pain was extraordinary. The corpse collector asked the system that controlled his armor if healing potions could heal Michael's wounds. The system replied that it was impossible. The guy had too many fatal wounds and had 0 chances of survival. According to the calculations, it was concluded that the guy would have died in a few minutes from blood loss. This news was, of course, very upsetting for Timothy, but he was also curious whether the level absorption skill worked on people. The system answered in the affirmative, and the guy turned to Michael, saying that he could not help him anymore, who replied that it was already clear. Michael cursed. He wanted this pain to finally end, but maybe he was wishing too much. Timothy offered him one option. He could put the guy out of his misery immediately. Michael replied that he was not stupid at all and understood everything himself, so he asked Timothy to do it. With the last of his strength, he looked up at the corpse collector and told him to kill him immediately. Timothy admitted that, to be honest, he hated the guy all along. However, now, at this second, the guy realized that he would miss Michael, so he fulfilled the request and reached the 200th level. Meanwhile, the Cyclops had already reached the edge of the village, watching the inhabitants through the branches of the trees. The monster could feel the accumulation of energy to which it was so drawn. It could not contain its roar of joy and delight. The victims were found. But the monster did not take into account that it had left one of the witnesses alive, Timothy, who suddenly ran up behind the Cyclops and struck it in the nose. The Cyclops growled in pain. One of his arms was wounded and blood was spraying in all directions. The boy shouted that the monster should forgive him, but the Cyclops would die by his hand, and Timothy rushed to attack again. The former corpse collector, who was now level 200, said that the Cyclops should finish off his enemies. It is precisely because the one-eyed monster did not do so that they are now both at the same level. The guy couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to deal with the monster as soon as possible so that it couldn't kill the residents. Finally, the guy added that he had to kill his friend with this hand, so now he is out of his mind with rage. The Cyclops didn't need to be asked twice. The monster rushed to attack at the same second, angry at the impudence of a boy. The guy took advantage of his opponent's blind rage and jumped on his shoulder, trying to deceive his vigilance. Once behind the monster, the boy immediately struck him. However, the effect of the attack was weaker than Timothy expected. The Cyclops' wings were stronger than it seemed at first glance. The Cyclops began to generate energy again to strike, but Timothy could not give it a chance to relaunch. The boy realized too late that the energy accumulation was only for the purpose of inflicting a physical blow, and the Cyclops kicked him. Without giving Timothy a chance to recover, the Cyclops uprooted one of the trees growing nearby and swung it at the boy. The blow was so strong that the guy fell to the ground and broke several tree branches that were in his way. Timothy fell to the ground exhausted. He could barely catch his breath. His injuries were significant. But he was not stubborn. The lives of innocents were at stake. Even though they were equal, for some reason the Cyclops was still stronger. The boy took out another bottle of healing potion and drank it, and the monster even used a trick against him. After the potion, his condition improved significantly, and wiping his lips, he said that it was not over yet. The Cyclops started generating power again, and the system reported that the guy was advised to retreat immediately. Timothy tried to orient himself in space as quickly as possible, but the Cyclops did not want to calm down. A second later, the guy was already avoiding the monster's energy beam, and the corpse collector was frantically trying to figure out a way out. There wasn't much choice, and Timothy knew that it was better to attack the enemy than to constantly avoid his attacks. The boy flew into the air and hit one of the wings with a lightning strike, which the Cyclops was using to protect its eye. Timothy's cry of pain was heard, but he managed to cut the monster's wing, although it was a difficult task. This small victory was very appropriate for the guy to believe in his abilities with renewed vigor. But what happened next made even the boy surprised. The Cyclops pushed off the ground. It turned out that the monster didn't want to fight anymore. He decided to run away, and Timothy couldn't stop him. The boy quickly realized that the Cyclops wanted to kill all the locals in order to restore his monstrous powers. Timothy ran as fast as he could after the monster, and he had to get back to the village as soon as possible because it was in danger. The locals, meanwhile, had no idea until they saw the monster's giant shadow overhead. The good thing was that they all managed to run away from the place where the Cyclops landed because it caused a real explosion. The first thing the Cyclops did after landing was to destroy the houses around it. The villagers started screaming and running in all directions, begging for help. This attracted the monster's attention, and he began to use an energy beam against the locals and everything around him. Timothy could not stand such vandalism. He struck the Cyclops unexpectedly and shouted for it to stop. As soon as the monster prepared to counterattack, the boy disappeared from its horizon as if he had vanished into thin air. The monster looked up and saw his opponent in the air, preparing for another strike. And a moment later, when Timothy reached the target, the Cyclops easily repelled his attack, a smile on its face. Timothy wasn't going to stop. He kept hitting the Cyclops over and over again. His goal was to save the village. The Cyclops responded to such restlessness by concentrating energy in the eye area. He was not going to die so easily. In the heat of emotion, Timothy almost forgot about his own safety, and the monster tried to take advantage of it. But at the last second, he managed to avoid being injured. When the enemy saw that he had missed the target, he swung his huge fist to strengthen the attack. This blow was inevitable for Timothy. It was so strong that he sank into the ground, kicking up a huge amount of dust and stones. The Cyclops, meanwhile, turned around and headed for the center of the village, jumping from one roof to another. When the dust and smoke cleared, people saw Timothy lying in the crater. A few seconds later, the guy tried to get up, saying that he had not yet completed his mission. Timothy realized that only he could overcome such a strong demon, so he must never give up. Cyclops got to the central market and stood in front of his grandfather, who was the boy's food supplier, who calmly called him a thug. My grandfather looked around him and realized that even if he ran away, they would still catch up with him. In this case, there was no point in doing so. He could only buy time for the hero. And the hero didn't take long to appear. A couple of seconds later, Timothy appeared in front of the monster's face. The boy looked back at his grandfather and shouted that a scrapper like him could not be a hero. But my grandfather was adamant. He said that the guy was really a hero. Otherwise, why else would he come to his aid? The boy may have agreed with his grandfather, but he still didn't know how to overcome this strong and powerful enemy. The old man was silent and replied that it didn't matter that he and the monster were of the same level. Digging through the drawer, he told the boy not to keep so many unimportant thoughts in his head. A second later, when he found what he was looking for, he threw a piece of bread in Timothy's direction, and the boy automatically grabbed it. Only after he had the piece in his hands did Timothy realize that it was the same bread that the body collector ate every day. The old man asked if there was anything different now from the days when he was a corpse collector. Timothy said that the bread still tasted terrible, but thanks to his grandfather, he was able to pull himself together. Timothy thanked his grandfather and apologized to the monster for keeping him waiting so they could continue their fight. As soon as he finished his opening remarks, he immediately started running in the direction of the monster. Timothy flew around the Cyclops like a madman, striking it and avoiding answering. At some point, he lost control, and the enemy grabbed his arm, the monster waving it around like a rag. Having spun the boy around hard enough, the Cyclops threw him in the direction of one of the houses on the street. Soon, part of the street turned into a complete ruin, but Timothy was not going to give up. He was the only outpost to protect the people. Despite his best efforts, he could not find the path he needed to take to defeat this monster. Suddenly, Timothy heard a child crying and looked around to see a boy cowering in fear near the wall of the destroyed house. The corpse collector ran up to the boy, trying to protect him from the Cyclops, and shouted at him to run away immediately. The boy said through his tears that he was very scared. He could not move because his legs did not obey his head. In the end, all of Timothy's persuasion was in vain. The Cyclops' eye had spotted the little boy and had already made him its target. The giant monster immediately jumped up and landed right next to the frightened child, its mouth gaping open. The boy shrank back in fright, expecting to die, but Timothy covered him with his body, shouting that he would not allow this to happen. With all his desperation, the corpse collector resisted the giant fist of the Cyclops, which was trying to push his block with great pressure. Eventually, the monster retreated, and Timothy had a few seconds to catch his breath, and he asked the boy to run away as soon as possible. The boy replied that he still couldn't move, and the Cyclops began to generate an energy beam near his head. Timothy, realizing that there was not much time left, began to persuade the boy, saying that he was brave and would succeed. Inspired by such warm words, the boy got to his feet and shouted that he would not be afraid from now on. While the child was running away from the street to safety, Timothy was preparing for the next round of the battle. The system notified him of the accumulation of energy and the need to retreat, but Timothy didn't have the strength to do so. It seemed that this time he would not escape. The Cyclops' eye released an energy beam toward the enemy, and this time the energy was quite powerful. Timothy's body rammed into the building opposite and smashed it to pieces. After flying through the building, the guy ended up on the neighboring street, still breathing, but almost exhausted. Despite the fact that he and the monster had the same level, the difference in strength was too great. The Cyclops was too powerful an opponent. The system notified him that he needed immediate treatment, so Timothy reached into the compartment with the potions. But a second later, Timothy realized that the compartment was empty. There was not a single bottle inside. It seems that the healing potions were lost during the monster's last attack, and there is no hope for salvation. The guy realized that he had to be healed urgently, but gradually his consciousness left him, so the village was destroyed. If he could recover, he could save all these people, and Timothy really wanted someone to help him. And his request was heard. The bottle of the potion was already being emptied, providing the desired healing. Timothy gradually opened his eyes and saw a stranger helping him. Seeing that the guy opened his eyes, the girl shouted joyfully that he had regained consciousness. Timothy stood up and asked who she was, and the stranger introduced herself as Melissa. Melissa said that she was born and raised in the village, so she also wants to protect it. She is an ordinary village girl. The Cyclops couldn't wait long. It was destroying everything around it, so Timothy had to get back to the fight as soon as possible. The girl shyly said that she saw the boy fight the monster to protect their village. All the people also want to protect this village, despite everything that happened before, and they are very grateful to him for his sacrifice. She got to her feet and offered Timothy her hand, suggesting that we get out of here. But the guy said he couldn't do that because he was the only one in the village who could defeat this monster. The guy leaned on his sword, trying to get up, and he had to come up with some plan to save people in his condition. But Melissa replied that if Timothy loses to the Cyclops now, then nothing will save the village. The boy saw the village burning and smoking behind the girl's back, the scale of destruction increasing with each passing second. Melissa believed that it was because Timothy was the only defender that he needed to avoid meeting the monster now. He can resume his duties only when his injuries are fully healed. The guy's whole body really hurt. It looks like he needs to rest a little more before fighting again at full strength. But Timothy and Melissa's plans were not to be, as the Cyclops landed in front of them a few seconds later, ready for a new round. Melissa once again held out her hand to the boy, who had to decide whether to run away or not as soon as possible. This time, the boy wasn't going to argue. He grabbed Melissa's hand and ran as fast as he could away from the monster. The girl ran into an alleyway, and Timothy, without stopping, asked her how she knew his name. Rounding another corner, Melissa said that the boy was extremely popular in the village. Timothy asked if this popularity was somehow related to the corpse collector, and the girl said that of course, but there were some nuances. Abruptly stopping and turning to the boy, she said with a smile that she considered him a hero. When the village was attacked by werewolves, she was also present on the street and saw everything with her own eyes. Suddenly blushing and closing her eyes, Melissa said that this is why she believes. The girl believed that Timothy could save the village, and the boy was incredibly inspired by his words. He promised, with respect in his voice, that he would definitely kill this monster and save their village. The conversation between the boy and the girl was interrupted by screams from around the corner. When they looked out, they saw some people dragging the villagers to carts. In the middle of the small square, there were 2 carts already filled with residents, and only the last girl was left to be dragged away. The leader of the robbers ordered his men to hurry up, because soon the monster would reach here. Even if they all openly kidnap people, no one can stop them now. The leader of the robbers and looters laughed out loud. Their time to make money had finally come. Timothy didn't understand why he had to come across these disgusting creatures, who couldn't even be called human. During such destruction, these creatures were going to take everything they could carry from civilians. Melissa was also very outraged by the actions of these people. Their actions were absolutely inhuman. Being fascinated by everything that was happening on the square, the guy did not notice that the girl was no longer with him. He looked around and saw one of the looters, who was quite strong, holding Melissa and threatening to kill her. The giant looter said that if the guy didn't want this girl to get hurt, he should drop his weapon. Timothy could barely restrain himself from killing the attacker on the spot, only stopped by the girl in the stranger's arms. Eventually, agreeing to the giant's terms, the three came around the corner and showed themselves to the leader of the robbers. The marauder scratched his head thoughtfully, as if he had informed them in advance that they did not need the men. But in a second, all the attention of the gang members was directed to the girl, who was really very beautiful. One of the looters said that he was quite sure that they would be able to sell it for a high price. Timothy asked how these people have the nerve to do such things while the village is in danger. The head of the looters said that he did not care what happened to the village. They originally came to this village to plunder it, and the invasion of this monster was useful. Suddenly running up to Timothy, the leader of the looters said that he was lucky that they had not killed every single one of them. These words made the guy's blood boil. Were these crushed people really complete bastards? Timothy's reaction did not impress the leader at all. He laughed and asked if he was really an adventurer. Leaning down to the boy's ear, the robber said that he was very sorry. He was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Even with so much power, the adventurer could do nothing in this situation. The leader of the robbers no longer paid any attention to Timothy. He turned to his men and told them that it was time to get on the road. Looking at Melissa, who was still in the giant's hands, the man ordered him to watch her more closely. The robbers did not want the boy to interfere in their affairs. Timothy just needed a second. As soon as the right opportunity arose, he would have saved Melissa, and suddenly, that moment came. It was Lindsay. The girl was running at the burly man with such speed that she did not have time to stop in time when he jumped aside. She tripped over a stone and fell to the ground, still holding the knife in front of her. The burly bandit said that she could never beat him. He was in a different weight class. But Lindsay replied with a smile that she did not have such a goal. The plan was a little different. She shouted that she was just a decoy, and a second later, Timothy took his chance. The adventurer was moving so fast and had such strength that the robber had no chance. He just flew into the air. The robber dropped Melissa from his hands, and Timothy managed to pick her up in time. The girl flew straight into his arms. The boy told the girl to hide now, because the robbers were already preparing to attack, and the fight was inevitable. The looters pulled out their weapons and surrounded the guy from all sides. The guy looked at this pathetic spectacle and did not understand whether people were really sure of what they were doing. He was not going to hold back. The leader of the robbers shouted with laughter that they were not afraid of him. He was a fool pretending to be a hero. Timothy turned in his direction and said that he was giving them one last warning. It was not too late to stop. They had too big a difference in levels, and soon it was over. The still-living leader asked what Timothy was. Adventurers are not that fast. Timothy came closer to the robber and said that, unfortunately, he was no ordinary adventurer. Their marauding squad was unlucky enough to come across a level 200 adventurer. The leader cursed and jumped up from his seat, throwing himself at the guy with the sword. He could not stand such humiliation. When it was over, the system notified us that Timothy's level had risen and reached the maximum mark for a human. The guy was amazed, which meant that a person could not lift above the 250th level. He had never thought that there could be a level limit, but he had never heard of adventurers with a level as high as his. He was brought out of his thoughts by Melissa, who threw herself around his neck screaming, and he could barely stay on his feet. She thanked him for saving her, but Timothy said that he would never have left her. He could not have done that, because it was this girl who saved him when she gave him a restoration potion to drink. If not for her, that Cyclops monster would have killed him long ago, so Timothy's whole being screamed that he had to protect this girl. Melissa took the boy's face in her hands and said that after all that had been done, he had become a real hero to her. The guy was confused. He didn't think he deserved such words in his direction. He had never been praised. If he had left these robbers alive, they could have robbed other villages. These thoughts were constantly running through his head. He was well aware that there was no other choice. He had to take their lives, otherwise they would not stop. Melissa said that it was not his fault at all. He was not to blame for anything. He did not need to beat himself up. The guy had to take all these lives to save the villagers, who were now able to hug each other. That is why she believed that there was no need to reproach herself for this act. Timothy did the right thing. She put her hand to her chest and, looking wide-eyed into Timothy's face, said that he was her hero. These words became real honey for the guy, who had been deprived of kind words all his life, and now he feels much better. Lindsay, who ran up to them, said that all the people who had been caught had already returned to their homes. The boy put his hand on the girl's head and said that she was a great girl, which made her laugh. Dancing on the spot, Lindsay said she was very happy to be able to help and be of service. While Timothy was fighting, she could only watch, but she could not help, although she really wanted to. Therefore, next time, she would really like to fight with him. She wanted to be close to her savior and be useful to him. Timothy replied that he did not agree with this and said that it was okay. The girl should live her childhood. Suddenly, a Cyclops reappeared on the horizon, looking for an adventurer. Timothy turned to the girls and said that it would be better for the two of them to hide as soon as possible. The system informed him that when he reached the 250th level, he would finally be able to deal with this monster. Timothy looked in the direction of the Cyclops. Finally, now he had the opportunity to overcome this monster. A few minutes later, the Cyclops reached the square where the girls and the boy were standing. Timothy was even glad to see them again. This time it would be the last. The Cyclops would lose his life. But the presence of the girls still prevented the fight from starting, and the guy once again told them to hide immediately. While the girls were running away, Timothy apologized to the monster for his escape during their last meeting. But now he's not going to run away, and he suggested that they put an end to all their differences on this square. Watching the Cyclops destroy everything on its way to him, Timothy remembered that he hadn't even been able to wield a sword before. And then one day he swung his sword for the first time to save his life. Then Timothy had to fight to defend his home. And at this very moment he will have to use his sword to fulfill the hopes of his friends. The guy shouted that the creature had better get ready, and the confrontation began. And now the Cyclops will feel the blow of a man who has surpassed human capabilities on his own skin. Such an impassioned speech completely deprived the monster of patience, and he broke the houses and rushed straight at Timothy. But the guy, without even moving, responded to this rage with a clear sword blow. Timothy said that the monster's attacks were in vain, because he was not the same guy he was last time. Timothy's counterattack forced the Cyclops to fly a long distance and fall to the ground. The guy stayed where he was, looking at the huge pile of dust that had risen to the sky. A second later, the Cyclops reappeared through the dust, generating a stream of energy and aiming at Timothy. The system reported that an incredible energy accumulation had been detected, but Timothy replied that the armor should not worry. The guy raised his sword and said that there would be no problem with that, because in this world, level decided everything. And now the Cyclops of the Abyss, no matter how gigantic, has less power than Timothy with a level 250. The Cyclops made his move and, directing the flow of energy, hit Timothy's side, and the boy said that it didn't matter to him at all. The monster had no chance of winning if the difference in their levels was so great, and that's exactly what was happening. The Cyclops growled at the boy with rage. The monster could not understand how his opponent could become so strong during the time they had not seen each other. Timothy, looking at him, asked what was wrong if the monster was scared. This was quite strange, given that the Cyclops felt strong when he killed the villagers. But karma exists, and now it was the monster's turn to be crushed, which the boy agreed to provide. The monster shouldn't be so surprised. The boy finally moved and ran at high speed towards the Cyclops. In this world, everything was decided by the level, and the guy proved it by stabbing the monster with a sword. The blow was so strong that the Cyclops could not stand on its feet and fell to the ground. The monster was very angry when it got to its feet, immediately firing an energy beam at Timothy. The boy said that the Cyclops had not yet realized, but it was his duty to show the creature what real despair was. The guy put his hand forward, which, in this case, acted as a protective shield and absorbed the energy of the monster's attack. Cyclops shook his head in despair, and Timothy asked if he understood the difference between them. The monster, who considered himself omnipotent, could not accept such a loss, and after a couple of minutes, rushed into another attack. The punch with the giant fist was a mistake. The guy was not only stronger than the last time, but also faster. He managed to bounce back. Immediately after the physical attack, the Cyclops used an energy beam, hoping to take advantage of the effect of surprise. Timothy realized that he couldn't wait any longer, and he jumped into the air, intending to end the fight. Cyclops tried to track his trajectory, but it was all in vain. The guy was approaching him, so he had to defend himself. With a single lightning strike, Timothy cut off the hand that the Cyclops was using to cover his eye. This loss turned out to be very significant for the monster. It screamed in pain, holding the wounded arm with its surviving hand. Timothy wanted to finish the monster as soon as possible, because this story had dragged on for too long. The boy demanded that Cyclops kneel down in front of him, but the latter went completely crazy and began to emit energy beams in all directions. Saying that it was useless to resist, the boy ran up to the Cyclops and punched it in the body. The Cyclops fell to the ground. He saw his opponent running towards him to finish what he had started. The guy said that the monster had harmed many people. Saying that it was time to pay his bills, the guy stabbed the giant creature in its only eye. The next day, a large construction project began in the village, and all the locals helped each other. Leaders immediately emerged among them, telling others what to do and where to use their strength. One of the guys who was carrying wood tripped over something and started to fall. Suddenly, like a shadow, Timothy appeared from behind and picked up the boy with a heavy burden. The guy looked back and saw the corpse collector in front of him. He thanked him for his help, and Timothy said that he should be more careful. Some time later, Timothy stood under a tree at a distance from the village and pondered what level transformation meant. The system explained that with the level transformation skill, by absorbing levels, the guy can transform them into new, unique skills. Unique skills have a variety of useful effects, such as speed boost or fire resistance. This was a good bonus for adventurers, as they received experience points and increased their level. They can be obtained with a very low probability, and Timothy has now gained this ability. At first, he could not receive experience points, and therefore, unique skills were not available to him. This means that in exchange for levels, Timothy could now get very rare unique skills, which made me think. The main question for the boy was now, what was the armor of the Abyss really like? The system recommended that he first learn the skill of breaking the limit, which allowed him to get an unlimited number of levels. The price of this rare skill was 240 levels, and that was the price to pay for it. If he buys this skill now, Timothy will immediately lose almost all of his 250 levels. But if you look at it from another angle, this skill was simply necessary for Timothy. When he realized this, he no longer hesitated, but resolutely paid the necessary price for the new opportunities. The system told him that to buy a skill, he had to say a code phrase and the name of the desired skill, the phrase being purchase request, which he did. After the conditions were met, the system announced that it was performing a level transformation. The guy did not realize what was happening to him, but a second later, a powerful energy beam shot up into the sky. At the same time, an element on Timothy's armor was activated, and this skill was quite painful. As if from the heart, 240 levels began to fly out of the boy's talisman at the same time. A few minutes later, the system announced that the transformation was complete, and the Break the Limit skill was obtained. The guy suddenly had a new feeling, as if his consciousness had expanded. The system reported that the limit of the human level was exceeded. In other words, the guy is now a being that exceeds a human being. It was a long way. Meanwhile, a new traveler entered the village, and he was dissatisfied with the fact that he had traveled all this way. Despite all the adventures on the way, it turned out that the monster had already been destroyed, so the time was wasted. In addition, the man was interested in the adventurer who had defeated this demon and his current location. The system notified the owner that the maximum level had been exceeded, and 200 levels were waiting to be absorbed and were granted to the owner. The guy had completely forgotten that the last time he failed to absorb the Cyclops level. After a few seconds, Timothy watched the scale of his level change, and active absorption took place. Although he had spent almost all his levels on transformation before, he can now be calm and fight monsters. Timothy decided that he had to learn as many unique skills as possible. All these unique skills were very valuable if a guy could get a lot of them. Then he is likely to become the strongest adventurer in the world. He realized that first he needed to think through his plan of action. Timothy's thoughts were interrupted by Melissa, who attacked the adventurer from behind, and the guy fell to the ground in surprise. The girl said that she was looking for him. After yesterday's victory over the monster, chaos broke out in the village, and she could not find him anywhere. Timothy apologized and explained that yesterday he was helping the villagers put out the fires. Lindsay, who also suddenly appeared on the lawn, said that Melissa was very worried about the boy. When the boy and girl looked back, Lindsay added with a smile that of course she was worried too. Timothy said that he was very happy that the girls were okay. He was really worried about them. Melissa smiled and said that it was all thanks to her boyfriend, and she was very grateful to him. Saying that it was just a thank you, Melissa approached Timothy and kissed him on the cheek. After that, both the boy and the girl felt out of sorts, and finally Melissa, looking down, said that she had fallen in love with Timothy. Before the guy could recover from the news, the girl was already running away, blushing. Only Lindsay and Timothy remained on the lawn, staring at each other in silence, unable to fully comprehend what had happened. An old man suddenly appeared behind the boy and said with a laugh that it seemed that spring had finally come to him. Unable to take the girl and the old man's taunts any longer, Timothy began to shout and chase them away, and they ran away laughing. Left alone, the guy could no longer hide his joy. Someone had fallen in love with him, something he had never even dreamed of before. Timothy didn't know what to do about it, but the system told him that he had to act like a man. A few days later, a large group of adventurers appeared near the village. It seems they had reached their destination. It looked like a wasteland. Were they too late? One of the members of the squad said that this was probably not the case, and suggested that perhaps another monster had attacked the village. If it had been the work of a flaming dragon, there would have been nothing left of the village. The head of the squad replied that in any case, they needed to ask the locals about the attack. No matter what happens before they appear, the adventurers must prevent this dragon from attacking. Listening to the commands of the squad leader, the adventurers went to the village in a determined mood. Meanwhile, something was happening in the infamous Goblin Cave, and this something was quite dangerous. In the depths of darkness, a black dragon awoke and poured flames all around. Timothy decided to practice some of his new skills and have a little fun with some monsters. All of the daggers the guy fired at his targets hit their targets. The guy was back to level 1, and in the last few days he has acquired many unique skills. Running past the various inhabitants of the forest, the boy recalled that the first skill was Poisonous Coating. Although it cost 200 levels, this skill allowed you to apply deadly poison to any weapon. With such a tuning, Timothy could handle small monsters, which is what he was doing at the moment. His second skill was Knife Throwing, and with these two skills he lost all his levels. But thanks to them, Timothy can now defeat monsters by avoiding direct encounters with them. The only drawback of poison is that it takes some time before the monster dies. And even with his first level, Timothy could now regain his former strength with great speed. The boy stood in the clearing and saw the rays of the new levels he had gained rise above the forest. The system reported that Timothy's level had risen to 41, and he decided that he would spend the money on new skills. Timothy sent in a purchase request and announced that he wanted to trade levels for a poison boost. A few seconds later, the system complied with the request, and from now on, monsters should die faster. The guy decided that enough was enough for today. Now about 20 monsters are poisoned. In a couple of hours, he will be at the 200th level again. After he had done everything he had planned, Timothy decided to go back when he saw a large group of people on the road. Catching up with the last of the crowd, the guy asked what was going on. The head of the adventurers' squad was interested in the unexpected meeting and asked if the guy was also an adventurer. His name was Abe, and he was level 120. A representative of the Adventurers Guild wanted to offer the boy to join their group, but he looked at Timothy's data on the monitor. The guy's data indicated his current level, which was 1, which was not enough. All the adventurers who had gathered around them were discussing that Timothy must have been a beginner. It was an expected reaction for the guy. Abe said that he probably wanted to become an adventurer, but Timothy replied that he had been one for a long time. This answer stunned the representative of the Adventurers Guild, and he did not even know what to say. One of the squad members hugged Timothy's shoulders and, laughing, asked why. In that case, the guy still had the first level. It must be some kind of joke. Taking a closer look at Timothy's face, the man recoiled. He couldn't believe it. He had heard rumors about this eccentric. The boy was called the weakest adventurer in the history of the universe, the very collector of corpses. Timothy replied that this was true and asked what problems the man might have with it. Abe, realizing that the situation was escalating, said that they had received a guild assignment to hunt. Recently, eyewitnesses have seen many special demons on these lands. They are here for one reason. The Black Dragon, a powerful monster of the 150th level, is hiding here. Abe knew that it would be an impossible task to defeat this monster alone, That's why the guy has gathered a group of adventurers with unique skills. His squad will overcome this dragon, and the locals should not worry. Realizing that he hadn't even had time to officially introduce himself with all these explanations, the guy decided to officially meet. Timothy, while shaking hands with his interlocutor, made calculations according to which he could handle the dragon himself. However, one thought did not let him rest. Was it really the same black dragon who had given him the armor? The boy's conversation was interrupted by a member of the squad who was running to Abe with some news. The head of the unit intercepted the boy and asked him what was wrong. The guy couldn't catch his breath, so he made long pauses. He said that their scouts had found a dragon. The scouts had no doubt at all that it was definitely the same black dragon. After listening to the scouts' report, Abe said that the squad should immediately go to the cave. For each member of the squad to hear, the leader announced once again that the scouts had found the target of their mission, and everyone had to get ready. These words encouraged everyone present, but Timothy realized that the level of the group was about 120th. And although some of the players had unique skills, they would have a hard time against a dragon that was level 150. The guy knew very well that he could not leave these people to their fate. He decided to join Abe's group and asked him to do so. The boy hoped that the monsters he had poisoned would die soon, so he could level up to the 200th level. With a level like his, there shouldn't have been any problems, but Abe said no. Looking back at Timothy, Abe said that it was too dangerous for the boy. He did not realize the seriousness of the situation. The boy tried to argue with the leader of the group, but only heard the condemnation of other adventurers around him, who said that the weakest among them belonged. Suddenly, one of the adventurers came up to him and said that the leader had been too lenient with Timothy, and he would say it bluntly. He was a weakling. That was the end of the conversation between the adventurers and Timothy, and all the adventurers followed Abe. The guy was desperate. He realized that at this rate, all these people would die. But with the first level, Timothy really could not help them. He had nothing to do, so he decided to wait until his levels came to him and then catch up with these stubborn adventurers. Sometime later, Abe looked at the horrific picture in front of him, something they hadn't been warned about at all. It was a black dragon of the 150th level, probably just a joke. It couldn't be a black dragon because it was a catastrophe-ranked monster, a dragon that dominated all black dragons, and it was level 300. The Destroyer of Worlds killed all the scouts and greeted the newcomers with flames, ready to attack. Abe, seeing this terrible picture, shouted to his men to retreat immediately because none of them could cope with such an enemy. Help was needed. The guy tried to give an order to contact the guild, but the dragon knocked him down with its giant tail. At that moment, Timothy felt that the battle had begun, and he had to run to the cave immediately. He saw the dragon from afar and immediately recognized it as the same monster from the Goblin Cave. Timothy couldn't understand how it happened if he was just pretending in the oven, but the boy immediately stopped himself from thinking about it. Now was not the time to think about it. The Destroyer of Worlds raised its head and began to generate flames, preparing to strike. Timothy sped up when he saw that the flames had broken out and started killing the adventurers. When asked how long it could take to absorb monster levels, the system answered about 30 seconds. The guy said that the process should be faster because the dragon did not wait. There were not many survivors left. Finally, the system notified the guy that the monsters were confirmed dead from the poison. He was almost there. The level was absorbed and raised to 201, and the guy immediately shouted that he wanted to make a purchase request. A few seconds later, the dragon released flames in Timothy's direction, but he used flame resistance against it. Abe, who was lying on the ground behind Timothy, was shocked, and he asked the squad leader who else was still alive. Abe couldn't string two words together. The only thing he said was his surprise at stopping the attack of the World Destroyer. The same impudent adventurer asked why they were barely standing, and the corpse collector was not even wounded. Timothy looked in his direction and replied that it was because he was much stronger than them. But even with this power, he couldn't save everyone, so he apologized. But it was too late. The guy was lying on the ground, dead. Timothy knew that no matter how strong he was now, he still couldn't save people. But for the sake of the adventurers who died here, he must be decisive. The boy shouted in the dragon's face that he would defeat him here and now, and the dragon roared loudly in response. A second later, black flames flew in Timothy's direction, and Abe called out the boy's name in fright. Timothy half looked at Abe and told him not to worry, and with one hand he captured all the dragon's flames and destroyed them. The guy looked at his opponent and said that such a weak flame would never hurt him. Along with Abe's surprise, Timothy was also faced with the doubled anger of the Destroyer of Worlds. The guy remained as calm as he was during the monster's first attack. Timothy had to spend most of the levels to get the flame resistance, and now he has slipped to the 21st. The guy was invulnerable to the enemy's attacks, but now he didn't know how to win. He had to somehow raise his level. The dragon was not blind either, and saw that the flames could not hit the boy and decided to use physical force against him. Timothy did not appreciate this decision. He barely had the agility to avoid such attacks. The boy realized that he could not withstand the attacks of the Destroyer of Worlds at this level, but in a moment, the dragon's head separated from its body. Timothy stared at this incredible sight, and the adventurer who did it said that the boy had disappointed him. Impressed by the rapid development of events and the fact that the dragon was destroyed in one blow, Timothy asked who the stranger was. The adventurer introduced himself as Tyler and said that he was the only one of his kind on the entire continent. Radiating infinite self-confidence, the guy added that he was the only adventurer of the catastrophe rank on the entire continent. Timothy's jaw dropped at what this rank meant. Catastrophe. He had never heard of it. Abe, who got up from the ground and approached the boy, said that it was also the first time he had seen the boy. But the guy knew that this was an adventurer with extraordinary strength, which is legendary. This guy stood above all people. According to rumors, no one will ever reach the same level. This warrior is the one who is head and shoulders above all adventurers. 4 eyes were looking at Tyler, scrutinizing a man with the rank of catastrophe and realizing what it meant. Tyler laughed out loud and turned to Abe, flattered that the guy was well educated on the subject. Timothy, looking at the stranger's data, said that he was undoubtedly above all people. Tyler was at the 300th level. The system notified him that the target had the skill of breaking the limit from birth, and he realized that Tyler's skill was the exact opposite of his own. Finally, beginning to radiate real feelings of hatred, Tyler replied that the adventurer in black armor had disrupted all his plans. Timothy looked at the other man in surprise and asked what he meant. Tyler asked if Timothy hadn't heard what they were saying about him in the village. He is described as a hero in black armor who defeated a demon one-on-one. Because of all the praise for Tyler, he wondered if the rumors were true, but the guy just disappointed him. Suddenly, the Destroyer of Worlds opened his eyes and growled, and the adventurer didn't even flinch, even though he was sitting on his back. A second later, the boy plunged his sword into the dragon's head and ordered it to shut up. He noted that they were having an important conversation here, and therefore the dragon did not need to disrupt it. Tyler asked if the boys knew that the World Destroyer would continue to rebuild until its magical core was destroyed. The guy, looking ominously at his interlocutors, said that he had once killed a dragon in a cave with goblins. Timothy, although he knew in his heart that it was the same dragon, was surprised because his guesses turned out to be true. Tyler, meanwhile, said that he didn't destroy the core that time and just left the dragon to die in that cave. He watched as the monster eating a piece of dragon flesh evolved very quickly, became fiercer. The Destroyer of Worlds is too strong a dragon and would not leave even a single piece of the village. That's why Tyler needed a monster weaker than him, and that one-eyed man was perfect for the mission. The adventurer said that the guys were probably wondering why he did it. He needed to set a monster on the village and become a hero. The second step would be to kill that dead lizard again and become even stronger. As a result, Tyler would have gained unlimited power and would have become famous throughout the world. However, this lowlife in black armor ruined everything. The guy could no longer contain his emotions and just screamed. Timothy asked if all this was planned to achieve such petty goals. Tyler laughed and called him a fool, saying that an adventurer like him needed power, fame, money, and women. He sincerely believed that with such power he could live as he wished. Timothy called Tyler stupid, a real idiot, and the guy was very angry. Many residents and good adventurers died for the sake of the opponent's stupid desires. Scorching Tyler with his eyes, Timothy asked if he had ever thought about it. Without waiting for an answer, the boy turned to his armor and asked it to lend him its strength. He was eager to bring one arrogant bastard down to earth, and it was the right time for that. Tyler laughed arrogantly and asked if the boy really wanted to teach him a lesson. With a shout that Timothy should not overestimate himself because he is a nobody, the guy activated the power of his armor. Timothy looked at the enemy's actions with sadness, trying to come up with an alternative to the 300th level. The guy also realized that if they started a battle now, he wouldn't stand a chance with his 21st level. However, there was one detail that could help him, and that was the dragon's core. If the boy destroys it now, the armor will be able to absorb the level of a dragon, and the monster had the level of 300. Timothy asked the armor if it had a skill for ranged attacks that he could get right now. The system started searching, and it took a few seconds, but Tyler wasn't going to wait. He was already on the attack. Shouting that it was too late to beg for mercy, he ran right into the middle of the guys who were trying to jump away. The force was so strong that Abe and Timothy were thrown a long distance away, unable to keep their balance and avoid the shockwave. In the end, Timothy fell to the ground, and smoke was pouring out of him in all directions, and he couldn't get to his feet. He experienced Tyler's power on his own and realized what the disaster rank meant. Tyler wasn't going to stop. He said that Timothy must have gone crazy because it was his end. But Timothy himself realized that if this beating continued, he would be in trouble. Unexpectedly, the system informed him that the search was complete and recommended purchasing the small grenade skill, but Timothy didn't understand how it would help. Timothy believed that he could not destroy the kernel if he tried, but the system said that he did not need to. In fact, the armor recommended using poisoned knives to increase their level. The guy got to his feet, and Tyler was disappointed to see that he could still stand. It all pissed him off, so he started shouting that his opponent couldn't even stand up properly, let alone fight him. Timothy decided to finally rely on the armor system and made a request for small grenades. Tyler watched the guy's actions, but didn't understand what he was doing. His opponent's actions caused him to hesitate. Having acquired a new skill, the guy replied that everything was about to change and threw the knives in the adventurer's direction. This attack did not surprise or frighten Tyler at all. He laughed at his opponent. He thought it was child's play. What was the point of knives if they didn't reach the target? But Timothy replied that the enemy was not the target. The former corpse collector shouted that this time he was not aiming at his opponent, but at the dragon. A second later, Timothy shouted the command to explode, and Tyler didn't have time to do anything about it. With this new skill that Timothy has just acquired, the Destroyer of Worlds is finally finished. Tyler twisted his head in all directions as the dragon levels began to emigrate to Timothy's armor. The system reported that the level had been absorbed and upgraded, and Timothy immediately ran to attack the enemy. The two men faced off in a powerful confrontation, neither willing to give in to the other. To top it all off, Tyler was very surprised that his opponent was only level 21. Timothy replied that at first it was true, but now the situation has changed a bit, and he is now at level 301. Tyler finally understood. He had been wondering from the very beginning how the guy was able to overcome that monster. And when he struck Timothy again, he shouted that it was all because of the boy's damned ability. The enemy attacked again and again, forcing Timothy to fly across the clearing. Pausing for a moment, Tyler told the boy not to even think about joking with him. Is it possible that, being one level superior to him, the guy thinks he can handle a catastrophe adventurer with vast combat experience? Tyler himself did not think so at all, and he told his opponent about it. He threw himself into another fight, but this time Timothy skillfully avoided his blow. In a moment, the guy was behind Tyler's back and struck him with a lightning punch. Stunned, the catastrophe-ranked adventurer barely repelled this swift attack. This crossing of the blades of the two enemies caused a huge vortex of shockwaves. Timothy didn't understand what kind of experience Tyler was talking about. Such a greedy and arrogant bastard didn't need to mention it. Because in no universe was Timothy ever going to lose to this miserable lowlife. Suddenly, Tyler's armor sent up a blue wave of energy around him, and the guy pulled away from the enemy, just in case. Tyler said that Timothy's armor was pretty good, but the guy was still talking complete nonsense, so he told him to keep quiet. After a moment, Tyler activated his unique skill, Manifestation of the Crooked God. This sight was truly incredible. When the skill was activated, Tyler immediately attacked Timothy, screaming that this was his power. The corpse collector clearly understood that if he did not avoid this energy wave right now, he would die on the spot. Timothy rushed to the side, thinking that perhaps right now, seeing a bloody god, this is the same skill. He saw it on the list, a unique skill that could be used only once. Timothy managed to jump away and save his life, but it was a temporary prevention of harm. The guy needed to come up with something and made a purchase request, and in Tyler's opinion, there was nothing he could do. Tyler struck again, but Abe covered Timothy with his shield, saving his life. Since the boy was not as strong as Timothy, the shockwave carried him a long distance, and he fell to the ground, suffering from pain. Pushing through the pain, the boy said that if Tyler had dealt with the destroyer of worlds right away, his friends would have survived. Dripping with tears, Abe shouted to Timothy to avenge his friends and do it right now. Timothy said that of course he would, and acquired the curse of the black armor. Tyler decided to be proactive and attacked Timothy again until he activated the power of his armor. The system notified him that the skill could be used only once and asked for confirmation of the purchase, and he fulfilled the conditions. At the same time, the request was agreed upon. The cost ranged from 1 to infinity, and there was an option to pay extra for any number of levels. Timothy immediately announced that he wanted to add more levels because he was not satisfied with 1. The next second, the guy announced that he wanted to pay 299 levels, which should result in a total of 100. The system accepted the purchase request, and at the same second, a beam of powerful golden energy shot up into the sky through Timothy. When it was over, with Timothy's level equal to 1, Tyler asked what the boy had just done. When he saw that Timothy was back to the first level, he laughed and said that the guy was definitely dead. Tyler could not hold back any longer, and in his excitement, rushed at Timothy, shouting that he was a complete idiot. The corpse collector stood calmly in place, only saying that Tyler could not defeat him. The guy activated the curse of the black armor he had just acquired, and at the same moment, darkness spread in all directions. Tyler, who was running toward the boy, suddenly realized that he could not move and was rapidly losing his strength. Timothy replied with a smile that it was a black armor curse that absorbs the opponent's level in proportion to the levels spent. He also explained that he had spent 299 levels on this skill, which means that Tyler would lose the same amount. Looking carefully at his opponent, Timothy asked what he thought his level would be. Tyler was beside himself with anger. He thought that Timothy must be joking. The guy demanded his immediate release. For Timothy and Tyler, everything was quite simple, but from this moment on, everything would change dramatically. From now on, both of them will have the first level, no matter how much the adventurer with the rank of disaster would like it. Sometime later, Tyler fell to the ground, exhausted from the stress he had experienced. He thought what had happened was impossible. Looking at the monitor with his readings, the guy shouted that this was complete idiocy. No matter how much he screamed, everything remained the same. He had the first level, 299 others were lost. Tyler called Timothy a bastard, but even with the first level of adventurer of the disaster rank, he can still crush the enemy. But before he could reach his potential, Timothy struck him with a swift blow. Timothy said that recently in the village of Rakuru there was a guy who was called the Corpse Collector. Because of his skill, he could not gain experience and improve his level. Unable to take the blows any longer, Tyler shouted at him to shut up and try to counterattack, but it was useless. Timothy jumped back to a safe distance and continued to talk about how the guy had always had level 1. However, now he is invincible. After everything he has been through, Timothy knew best how to win. He cut off Tyler's arm. Tyler was still on his feet. He called Timothy a bastard, but said that nothing was over yet. But Timothy disagreed with this statement. He believed that it was over, and it was clear who had won. Tyler was only more outraged by these words, and he rushed to attack his enemy's back. Timothy calmly replied that it seemed that the guy had completely stopped soberly assessing the situation. Abruptly turning 180 degrees, Timothy knocked the sword out of Tyler's hand. And to seal the enemy's defeat, he dealt him a few more blows in addition. After such a swift counterattack, Tyler fell to the ground, unable to move and bleeding. A few minutes later, Abe came up to Timothy and thanked him for making the promised revenge come true. Timothy replied that he didn't need thanks. He would never forgive him, so he would have defeated Tyler without Abe's request. In addition, Tyler was still reluctant to accept his defeat. The guy was calling out to Timothy and shouting that he had cut off his right arm, thus driving himself into a dead end. The guy said he didn't want to do it, but soon other adventurers with the catastrophe class would find out. Gritting his teeth with the last of his strength, Tyler said that if his activity stopped, it would seem suspicious, and they would start searching. The guy was struggling to get to his feet. He said that these annoying adventurers were always inquisitive. Of course, they will be very interested in who defeated him and will start hunting for Timothy, so the Black Knight is dead. Timothy calmly replied that if anyone else challenged him, he would definitely fight them. Tyler said that the boy should pray that he would not waste all his strength peacefully. Having stopped his threats, the guy suddenly noticed that he had lost a lot of blood. Activating one of his skills, Tyler said that they would soon meet the Black Knight again. Abe, seeing this, immediately shouted that Tyler had activated the teleporter. Timothy rushed to the enemy while Abe shouted that Tyler had to be stopped. Tyler concluded by saying that he would make Timothy regret not killing him right away. Timothy looked at the column of red energy that rose to the sky and promised that next time he would be sure to finish it off. Abe didn't know what to do now. Tyler would definitely come back for them with reinforcements. But Timothy replied that everything would be fine, that they themselves needed to leave. Even if Tyler gets in his way again, Timothy will definitely overcome him. Abe was relieved to say that he was relying on Timothy in this matter. In addition, they lost a lot of good adventurers in this battle, and we had to inform them about the victims. But finally, Timothy had a request for Abe and wanted him to listen to it. The boys were standing in the middle of the market, ready to go, and Abe asked Timothy again if he was sure, but he didn't change his mind. Abe said that when Timothy asked him for a favor, he expected something incredible from such a strong adventurer. But instead, the guy asked Abe to take him to another city, because Timothy was a man who could surprise. The guy said that he would actually like to continue to help the residents of this village and remain its defender. But for now, Timothy had attracted the attention of disaster-class adventurers, and something had to be done about it. Sooner or later, if the boy stays here, adventurers like Tyler will find him. But Timothy would like to protect the villagers from such a threat. After listening to the boy, Abe said that he understood Timothy well, which is why he decided to listen to his request to the end. To date, they have dealt with the destroyer of worlds, and it was a worthy cause for pride. Abe said that he had already informed the guild about the losses and about Timothy himself, showing the boy the magic communicator. If Timothy is going to leave the village, Abe asked to send a couple of adventurers to protect him. It will be safe here for a while. The guys continued to walk through the market, talking, and they didn't notice that Lindsay was watching them. She was panicking. They approached the old man's store, but it was closed. Probably it was a day off, so Abe asked if the guy wanted to say goodbye to anyone. He would have asked them what they should do. He could have negotiated and changed the day of departure. But Timothy said it was okay. They could go. If the guy saw them, it would be a painful goodbye. And it wasn't just his grandfather. Timothy also didn't want to say goodbye to Lindsay and Melissa. The guy will never forgive himself if his loved ones suffered just because they got involved with someone like him. Abe, as he approached the exit of the village, looked back and said that if Timothy left the village now, he would not be able to return here soon. The guy asked again if Timothy would regret this decision, but he firmly replied that he would not, and left the village. Suddenly, the boy heard someone calling him, an old man with a package standing behind him. With a smile, the old man asked why the boy had such a sad expression on his face if he was going to leave the village. The grandfather added that he had accidentally learned about Timothy's trip and handed him a package. It was for this reason that he decided to bake the boy some bread for the road and does not take no for an answer. Timothy apologized for his decision to leave the village on a whim, but his grandfather told him to smile, that if he decided to leave the village, he must have a good reason. Timothy was an adventurer, and his grandfather was always watching over him from the first day, from the beginning of his journey. At least in parting, the old man asked to be allowed to see Timothy off with a smile on his face. Timothy decided to make his grandfather happy, and with a smile said goodbye to him and left the village. Abe said that his grandfather was a good man and asked how the farewell bread tasted, and the boy replied that it was incredibly delicious. Abe said that they could go now, but first they had to visit the city where the guild he worked for was located. This is the southern headquarters of the Adventurers Guild, which was called Durham. That's how Timothy left the village of Rakura behind, and new adventures awaited him. After walking a bit down the road, the boys saw a group of armed goblins attacking a cart. Abe realized that the goblins had attacked a caravan of traveling traders, but Timothy calmed him down by asking him to hold his things for a minute. The former corpse collector took out his weapon. It was time for him to raise his level before arriving in the city. He began to absorb the power of the goblins. These creatures did not pose a great threat to Timothy. They were level 1, and their leader was level 5. Abe looked at the picture and couldn't wait for the boy to finally show his true strength. When the job was done, the guys left behind a mountain of corpses, and their next stop was the southern city of Durham. Sometime later, Abe and Timothy entered a street in the southern city of Durham. This majestic city was located in the northeast of the village of Rakura, a large city in the southern part of the continent. As he walked through the front gate, Timothy was struck by the large number of people around him. The atmosphere of this city was radically different from the village, but it was not surprising. Still, Durham was one of the largest cities on the continent. In the center of this city is the headquarters of the southern branch of the Central Council of the Adventurers Guild. There were many guild headquarters on the continent, with many talented adventurers as members. Abe explained that there are many talented adventurers in this city, just like Timothy. Against the background of these warriors, the guy should not stand out much, unless, of course, he raises his level again. Timothy smiled when he heard this remark. Currently, his level was 110. If not necessary, he would not raise his level. The boy looked at Abe and thanked him for his timely guidance. On the way to the city of Durham, he actually raised his level a bit by absorbing the power of the goblins. Abe advised him to stop raising his level for now, and Timothy asked why. The guy replied that if Timothy's level was radically different from the others, it would attract too much attention. You can imagine a situation where Timothy walks around the city with level 300. People will say that he is a new adventurer of the disaster rank. Timothy replied that if that was the case, then it would really attract the attention of disaster-rated adventurers. Abe noted that if everyone saw that the guy was the same adventurer who had defeated Tyler, many would want to compete with him. He had heard that there were a lot of eccentrics among adventurers with the rank of catastrophe, so it would be better not to attract the attention of strange personalities. Adventurers need to stick together, not compete, was Abe's opinion when he saw a rabbit nearby. They, the adventurers, are obliged to protect and preserve the peace of civilians. Timothy listened to the guy like he was mesmerized. In his opinion, Abe was a very talented adventurer. Many adventurers cared only about money and fame, and Tyler was the same way. Timothy wanted to become an adventurer who would be kind and just like Abe. The fact that the guy has such a high level now means nothing. He has to match this power and use it wisely. They continued to walk down the street, and Timothy decided to ask where exactly they were going. Abe apologized and explained that they had gotten carried away, and he hadn't told Timothy. They need to report on the Destroyer of Worlds, so first they will go to the guild headquarters. The guys reached their destination and approached the counter with an employee who greeted them and asked what order they wanted to report. Abe replied that he had transmitted the entire mission report on the communicator, and the girl said that if so, she would give him an award right away. The employee asked him with a smile to tell her the name of the mission he had completed. Abe, after a short pause, said that this was the incident in the village of Rakura, the Destroyer of Worlds. The smile immediately disappeared from the girl's face. She turned around and walked away, muttering that she would bring Abe his reward right away. After a few minutes, she put several bags of gold coins on the counter and said that this was the reward for this mission. Since all the members of Abe's group are dead, the entire reward for the mission goes to the only surviving adventurer. That person was Abe, who at that moment was looking at the girl, unable to say a word. Timothy was amazed, wondering why Abe had been so depressed all the way here. It was clear that the boy felt guilty for being the only survivor of that massacre, and this guilt tormented him. Abe eventually took the money from the counter, and the employee folded her arms across her chest and expressed her sincere condolences. On his way out, Timothy asked his silent friend what the girl had said to him. Pausing, Abe replied that members of his squad had died, and he, as a leader, had to take responsibility for their lives. The guys went outside, and Abe stopped on the threshold. The guy sighed. The rumors had spread faster than he expected. He didn't want his problems to affect Timothy, but the crowd of adventurers who wanted him dead deprived him of that opportunity. People demanded that he meet with the families of those who died and give them the money he received for the mission. Abe decided to accept all the anger of others. He was in charge of the squad, and because of his mistake, all his comrades died. That is why, no matter what his desire was and no matter how much he regretted what he had done, he was ready to accept all the accusations on his side, because it did not change the fact of his guilt. The crowd demanded answers to their questions and accusations. In their eyes, he was an unworthy leader, and all this horror had happened because of him. After hearing the accusations against him, Abe replied that he took full responsibility for what had happened. He added that he was unable to save any member of his group from certain death. The guy, with tears in his eyes, continued to say that everyone who was with him died because of his mistakes. One guy in the crowd shouted that it didn't matter how much Abe was going to regret what he did. Suddenly, all his anger turned to tears, and he said that all those who died were the best adventurers. The guy looked up and shouted again, wondering how they could lose to a level 150th flame dragon. Timothy couldn't understand what was happening. Everyone around Abe was wrong. It was not like that at all. He knew that they were facing a world destroyer of the 300th level, and none of the adventurers were prepared to face such a destructive force. The guy couldn't stand this slander any longer. He shouted that everyone present was wrong and wanted to tell the truth. But Abe stopped him. Without turning around, the guy said that he was very grateful to Timothy for his concern, but he could not allow him to speak. It was his mistakes that killed the entire group of adventurers, and he really thought so. If he had ordered the evacuation of the villagers then, he could have avoided all these deaths. The boys' argument was interrupted by another adventurer from the crowd, who wanted to know what they were talking about. The adventurer shouted at Abe that he had decided to sacrifice his comrades for the sake of reward. As soon as the activist finished speaking, Timothy immediately ran up to him and shouted that Abe would never do that. But the burly man looked at the boy and ordered him to shut up. He did not want to hear excuses from strangers. Timothy did not remain silent. He replied that he was not an alien. The guy, along with Abe, fought a world destroyer of the 300th level. This news made a big splash around. If it was true, their return was a miracle. One had to go to the guild for details. The burly giant said that the guy was talking nonsense, and he revealed the data to Timothy. But a moment later, he was surprised that Timothy had the same level as him. This giant's name was Will, and he was at level 110. Now the man doubted that with this level, the boy could survive against a level 3 monster. But Timothy couldn't give any details, so he answered briefly that he had his reasons. This answer provoked a violent reaction and laughter from the interlocutor, who thought that the guy had made it all up. The giant told Timothy to go away, but he replied that he could only be forced to do so, both of them stubborn in their stubbornness. A moment later, the swords were drawn from their sheaths and crossed in the first attack. The first blow kicked up a lot of dust, and Abe, covering his face, asked Timothy to stop, saying that it was all his fault. He couldn't save his comrades and brothers in arms, and he considered himself a terrible leader. The fight didn't stop, no matter how much Abe wanted it to. Both opponents didn't want to retreat. Timothy shouted that it was all a lie, that all of the boy's friends had died, and that was a fact. But there were details. Continuing to attack the enemy, the guy said that no one could have foreseen such an end to these tragic events. Abe was with his comrades to the very end, even in the face of death. This guy didn't run away and abandon his comrades. Timothy knocked the sword out of the enemy's hands with a lightning strike, and it stuck in the cracks of the pavement. In conclusion, Timothy said that moreover, the one who arranged all these deaths for the sake of a reward would never mourn his friends like this. Abe was not a bad leader at all, and if he wants to take responsibility for the deaths of his comrades, Timothy will not object. Personally, he believed that it was wrong to take responsibility for everything that happened, as much of it was completely out of his control. That is why Timothy wanted to protect Abe from such thoughts. Timothy turned to his friend and called him a leader who, despite the situation, did not abandon his comrades and avenged their deaths. Abe, with tears in his eyes, looked at the guy and asked why he was helping him. Timothy extended his hand to the boy and told him that he was the ideal adventurer he aspired to, and that was the reason. But the burly giant did not want to be defeated, and pulling out a knife, attacked Timothy from behind. Abe, seeing this, tried to warn the boy. Timothy looked back, but the danger suddenly passed. Behind the boy, a dapper adventurer put his sword under Will's neck and stopped his dastardly throw. The unexpected appearance of the stranger made Timothy very tense. He felt a terrible aura around him, wondering who this person was. But Abe stopped the guy and told him he could put down his sword. He said it was his colleague. This man was called the Supreme Adventurer of the Sword of Salvation Guild. His name was Mr. Lyle, and he was level 200. The guy breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be Abe's friend. Lyle asked if it was the same Timothy. Lyle confirmed that Timothy had saved Abe in the battle against the Destroyer of Worlds, and not only did he save him, but they defeated him together. After a short pause, he added that this was not the end, and that the guys had also met that bastard Tyler on their way. Impressed, Timothy asked how the man knew him, and Abe said that he needed to tell him about everything that had happened in the village. He also added that because of this, he reported his adventures with Tyler to the central leadership and the guild master. It was because of Tyler that the Destroyer of Worlds was not killed in his time, which caused a lot of problems. But thanks to Timothy, They managed to kill the dragon, which would not have happened if Tyler had destroyed the core. He knew about it perfectly well. That's why, after these events, a bounty was placed on his head too, and Lyle said he had arrived in the city only recently. Lyle was on an expedition and could not come to the aid of their group, and Abe reported to him about everything that happened after the expedition was over. As soon as the head of the guild found out about the details, he immediately came to Durham. But now, a bunch of idiots are accusing the squad leader of the deaths of his comrades without even looking into the situation or learning all the details. Lyle was very familiar with the pain of the families and friends of the adventurers who died. No words or money will bring back the lost lives, but everyone here is an adventurer. They are obliged to keep the citizens calm. He clenched his fist and added that every time, adventurers risk their lives for the benefit of others. All the boys and girls who died knew what they were doing when they became adventurers. It was their destiny. And what everyone here is doing now is shifting responsibility to those who fought alongside their loved ones to the end. Having made all this passionate speech, Lyle wished to end the conversation about this trip on this note. Timothy, who had been listening to Lyle without saying a word, now decided to ask Abe if he was a good man. Abe told him not to have any doubts, but added that Lyle was a pretty tough chairman. Waiting for the crowd to disperse, Lyle turned sharply toward Abe and announced without preamble that he was kicking him out of the guild. The man explained that even though he had resolved the misunderstanding, the boy's incompetence could not be justified. He could not leave the leader who doomed the entire team to death in one of the strongest guilds in Durham, the Sword of Salvation. Timothy was amazed. Was the guy really a member of the strongest guild in this city? Was it really that first class? Lyle, meanwhile, apologized to Abe for not seeing any other choice, as he might have had some objections to this. But Abe said he didn't have any. He just wanted to ask Lyle for a favor in the end. Putting his hand on Timothy's shoulder, he asked if the candidate could be accepted into the Sword of Salvation Guild. If Timothy can find allies in the guild, he can achieve good results in the future, benefiting the city. Abe sincerely believed that even though he had been expelled, Timothy had every prospect of becoming a first-class adventurer. Just as Lyle was about to agree, Timothy interrupted the dialogue, saying he was against letting Abe be irrevocably expelled from the guild. But the guy would never agree to join a guild that abandons its own comrades. Abe tried to reassure Timothy, saying that if he joined the guild, he would be able to enlist the support of various people. Moreover, Abe knew that Timothy himself wanted to actively help others, so he just had to join the guild. After listening to his friend's arguments, the guy replied that, in that case, he would create a guild himself, with his own hands. Sometime later, the boys were walking alongside each other in the narrow streets of Durham, not carrying many things. Finally, the boys came to a dilapidated tower, and Timothy stopped, amazed. After looking at the questionable piece of architecture, the boy asked Abe if this was really the right place for them. Abe answered in the affirmative and added that this is where the story of Timothy's guild begins. This tower will be their direct base. Despite its appearance, it is possible. He decided to thank Timothy once again for inviting him to join his guild. He announced the creation of his own guild immediately after Abe's expulsion. And the very next moment, the boy became the first member of the new guild, right in front of Lyle. Timothy was well aware that he had a lot to learn from Abe, so he didn't want to hear him say thank you. The boy knew that in order to become a first-class adventurer like Abe, he would be happy to receive any advice on this matter. Timothy also realized that even though they had their own base, they would still have to rebuild it from scratch. They are still not officially considered a guild, and they didn't have much money. Abe said he had to give away most of the money to buy the building. Their reward for the destruction of the Destroyer of Worlds, although large, was mostly given to the families of those who died on this expedition. He thought his money would be enough for everything, but he miscalculated. He miscalculated just like Timothy when he opened the closet and kicked up a pile of dust over his head. With the money they had left over, they bought this building to open their own guild, but things were not going well. Armed, this time, with rags and buckets of water, the guys had to finally start the general cleaning. A few minutes passed, and Abe was already trying to warn Timothy of the danger again. While washing the floor, the guy slipped on the water he was pouring and fell face first into a puddle. This situation made both friends laugh. They laughed out loud, unable to stop. At that moment, Timothy realized that when he received this armor, his whole life turned into a battlefield. But he also missed those peaceful days. Suddenly, the boy's joy was interrupted by the sound of the door swiftly opening, and a woman's voice apologized. When Timothy got to his feet, he was surprised to see Lindsay and Melissa in the room, looking at him with concern. While Lindsay shouted that the guy just wanted to get rid of them, Melissa sadly said that Timothy had left without even saying goodbye. Without waiting for Timothy's response, both girls rushed at him without any conspiracy. Meanwhile, one of the adventurers was running rapidly to the city. He had an urgent message. If there were any free adventurers in Durham, they had to go to the western gate of the city immediately, and some volunteered immediately. Behind the western gate, the warriors were waiting for the rapidly advancing monsters. Running out of the gate, the first volunteers saw a giant monster with a victim in its mouth, begging for salvation, but it was all in vain. Stunned, the adventurers froze in place, as they had not expected to see so many enemies. The monster, having eaten the boy, turned its face toward the newcomers, squealing happily. Lindsay and Melissa pounced on Timothy with questions, wondering why the guy had just left the village. The guy was unable to tolerate such interrogation from two angry girls at once. The interrogation was interrupted by the cry of an adventurer who sounded the alarm, shouting that a crowd of monsters had appeared at the western gate. All the adventurers who heard him now had to immediately approach the western gate. Timothy breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Abe. It was time for them to move to the west gate. Turning to the girls, the boy announced that he would tell them the reason why he decided to leave the village later. For now, he would like Melissa and Lindsay to wait patiently for him here. Without waiting for an answer, Timothy headed for the exit, their first mission as the new Durham Guild was starting now. Meanwhile, the first adventurers who ran out of the city faced a horde of monsters, one of which was gigantic. A giant monster was stepping on people, making terrifying sounds. It was a desert curse of the 210th level. Will was the first to jump into the fray, the one who was level 110, the man who thought the monsters were impudent puppies. Simple cursed nomads of the 20th level were an unequal enemy for him. But there were many such skeletons, all of them with swords, pushing the adventurers back to the entrance to the city. Despite this, Will held on. He shouted that no matter what his opponents thought, they would never overwhelm him in numbers. Will rushed to the attack, and in a few minutes the skeletons were finished. The man wondered where old Lyle was. One of his comrades replied that he had sent for Lyle, but he was still not there, and Will said that if this continued, they would have to attack without him. The man was so engrossed in the conversation that he lost his vigilance and did not notice how the giant monster appeared behind him. When he looked back, he saw a large number of blue energy balls soaring into the sky above the crowd of adventurers. In a moment, each of the energy balls found its victim, and the adventurers' bodies went limp, and they could not move. Will realized that the attack hadn't done any damage, but that was for now. But the man knew that the spell added to the energy balls was a desert curse. Will realized that he could no longer move any part of his body, but he could see the skeletons coming at him. At this rate, one of them would kill him, especially since they were not that far away from him. Suddenly, the cursed nomad's attack was interrupted by Timothy, who ran at him and smashed him to pieces. A moment after the skeleton was destroyed, Timothy was notified by the system that the next level had been absorbed. The boy called out to Abe, who was also nearby and fighting a small group of damned nomads. Timothy said that it was time for them both to improve their skills, and there were many opportunities for that now. Abe replied that in the current environment, the guy could safely let himself go. From that moment on, the skeletons' heads fell like apples from trees, and the system did not have time to notify us about the levels being absorbed. Soon, Timothy had already reached the 250th level, and Abe shouted that the guy could leave skeletons on him. Timothy knew he could rely on Abe to always have his back, and now he had one goal left. His target is a love monster who has been sending curses, and it seems that he has already put one on several adventurers. Rushing at the monster, Timothy shouted that, this time, the curse would have to be borne by the desert cursed himself. With a smile on his face, the boy said that he would be very eager to find out how the monster would cope with his curse. Meanwhile, Lyle, whom no one could find, went outside the city through the eastern gate, and there was a horde of monsters at the western gate. He decided to check the eastern gate as well, but he could not have imagined that he would meet another army of monsters there. The eyes of the monster and Lyle crossed, and the adventurer was 10 levels behind the monster. A moment later, the desert curse activated the energy balls with the spell. But Lyle said that even if all the monsters fought against him alone, they shouldn't think they could easily defeat him. The head of the guild admitted that, as his opponent, the Desert Cursed deserved to be captured. But unfortunately, no matter what army the monster assembles, it will not be enough to defeat Lyle. A second later, Lyle activated the legendary demonic coming skill. He shouted that the lives of the monsters would end in exactly 5 seconds. At the western gate, Timothy was fighting with the Desert Cursed, saying that it was the monster's turn to feel the curse. The guy struck the first blow, cutting off a limb. He was very curious how the Desert Curse would cope with an opponent like him. The Desert Cursed one was level 210, compared to Timothy's level 250. Soon after the first limb, the second one fell to the ground, and the guy was not going to stop there. The Desert Nomads came to the aid of their alpha and attacked Timothy from behind. This speed would have been effective if the guy hadn't been so fast. He instantly jumped to the side and launched a counterattack. Timothy was even a little disappointed, as if this was all these monsters could offer him. The guy realized that his opponents had no chance against him. They would all die now. Another level was absorbed, and it was quite easy for the guy to reach the 290th level in this battle. But there was still an obstacle in the form of a giant monster who wanted him dead. The Desert Curse swung at Timothy with its remaining limbs, trying to grab him, but the boy deftly dodged the claws. Realizing that he would not be able to capture the enemy, the Desert Cursed fired energy balls with spells in his direction. Abe, who saw this picture, began to worry about Timothy. He warned the boy not to touch those bullets. But Timothy reassured his friend, activated the power of his sword, and said that everything was fine. A moment later, a protective sphere of energy formed around Timothy, and he knew that the Desert Curse would never hit him. The two friends were so engrossed in the battle that they did not notice the eyes of the other adventurers watching them, including Will. While the adventurers who were conscious were trying to figure out who he was, Will recognized the scumbag he had fought in the square. After a series of lightning attacks, the Desert Cursed fell to the ground, draining the liquid that had kept him alive. Timothy said that the monster had cursed many innocent people and asked if he was satisfied with himself. The guy's answer didn't matter. Regardless, the Desert Cursed would die right now. Suddenly, the monster released hundreds of energy balls with a spell into the sky, which hovered in place. Timothy did not understand what was happening. The Desert Cursed screeched loudly, and the energy balls flew rapidly toward the city of Durham. Timothy was angry with himself for letting his guard down, and with one blow he sliced open the skull of the Desert Curse. The boy realized that the curse of the monster was originally aimed at the city of Durham. Local residents saw unexplained objects in the sky above them that were rapidly approaching, and no one knew what they were. Timothy realized that the locals, innocent people, were the target of these monsters, and that the monster's plan had already begun to come to fruition. While the guy was recovering from the shock, the system informed him that the level of the Desert Curse had been absorbed, and Timothy's level was now 500. Abe, who had dealt with his opponents, approached the boy and said that things were bad. The monster was not as dangerous as his curse. The curse of the Desert Cursed is not so easy to get rid of. The victim faces a slow and painful death. Because of the monster's last attack, most of the townspeople must have suffered from the curse. Timothy asked if there were anyone in town who could break the curse, but Abe said that only high-level magicians could do it. However, there was a caveat. In the strongest guild in Durham, the Sword of Salvation, there were only 3 mages with this level. Timothy was surprised by this news, as if there were only 3 powerful wizards in the entire city. Abe assured me that he knew only 3 mages who could cope with the curse of such a monster. The guy's conversation was interrupted by newcomers who ran up to the cursed adventurers and asked how they were feeling. They were the same magicians, and they asked the victims to be patient for a while, and soon they would help them. One of the magicians called Miss Helen and said that the curse was quite serious, and that they still had a chance to save the adventurers. Helen, who was also hurrying to the damned, shouted that it was good. Everyone should focus on supporting their injured comrades. She would never let anyone die today. Helen was a high-level sorceress from the Sword of Salvation Guild. Abe repeated what he had said earlier. He knew of only 3 mages who could deal with the curse, and they were the ones. But the problem is that the number of victims of this incident was growing every second, and at this rate, the magicians will not have time to save everyone. Suddenly, Helen shuddered and grabbed her hand. She didn't understand what kind of curse it was. Even though she could dispel it, it would take longer than she had thought. It was not only her friends who suffered, but this was the most outrageous thing for the girl. Most of the victims were local residents, and Helen wanted to save everyone and considered it her duty. Suddenly, the sorceress recoiled from the powerful energy beam that pierced the adventurer she was healing. Timothy knew that if he stood out too much, he would not be able to avoid meeting with the disaster-ranked adventurers. But even though he understood this, there was a reason why he could not leave the adventurers in trouble. The guy's level was transformed. Timothy received the unique skill, Heavenly Good. He asked Abe if he did the right thing. Abe broke into a smile and answered why the guy was asking him about it. It was a really good cause. Timothy, having reactivated the skill, aimed his hands at another adventurer. Soon, each of the cursed was touched by the miraculous energy of the adventurer Timothy. The amazed Helen looked at this picture and could not believe that the boy had removed the curse from every injured adventurer. She looked back at the guy and asked who he was, but Timothy didn't have time to discuss such nonsense. He promised to talk to Helen about it later, for now there was a curse raging in Durham. Walking to the western gate, Timothy said they had to save the locals and asked if the girl was coming with them. Helen immediately agreed, and she hurried to join her new friends. The girl said that she was one of the strongest wizards in the guild, and it was her duty to help the victims. Meanwhile, in the city, the curse of the desert curse has already consumed all the inhabitants. Timothy activated his skill. They had very little time to save the locals from death. Some time later, Timothy was looking at the monitor. Many people had suffered from his mistake, and he wanted to save everyone. He decided to use the special skill, Heavenly Blessing, and the system informed him that the request was completed and the skill was ready to use. At the eastern gate, Lyle finished the battle with his alpha monster and sheathed his sword. Looking up, the man saw that while he was defending the eastern borders, Timothy was not wasting time. The guy ran at maximum speed through the streets of Durham, dispersing the benefits of his skill on the victims. Helen couldn't keep up with his speed, and she approached each of the people who were bewitched and asked if they were okay. One by one, the victims regained consciousness and tried to answer something. Helen still couldn't believe what she was seeing. The stranger had completely erased all possible effects of the curse. In her opinion, it was brilliant, but Abe didn't think so. The number of victims was too high. He was afraid that no matter how hard Timothy tried, he would not be able to save every victim. Eventually, Timothy realized that casualties were unavoidable, despite his best efforts. He managed only a small part of the curse and decided to ask the armor if there was any way to increase the radius of the Heavenly Good skill. The system accepted the query and started searching for answers while the boy continued to run. Finally, she said that she recommends using the Territory Expansion skill, which can increase the effect of special skills. Timothy read that Wings of Seraphim is an improved Heavenly Good skill that casts holy magic on weapons to cleanse the area of a curse. The system was waiting for a request for a special skill, so Timothy decided not to delay and activated it. In a moment, everything around the boy was illuminated by a blue light. He was holding a winged sword in his hand, and the holy magic was activated. Timothy announced a request to use the skill to cleanse the entire city of the curse. A pillar of energy burst from the sword, which split into parts and found each victim, subsequently engulfing the entire city in its radiance. Finally, Timothy was caught up by Abe and Helen, both of whom were surprised by the sight. Helen could not believe it. She was seeing holy magic with her own eyes. The girl was very interested in whether Timothy was really a simple adventurer or a saint. The guy replied that he was no saint, but he would do everything possible to save the people of Durham. Unfortunately, he was just an ordinary adventurer. Timothy needed Abe's advice. He couldn't make an informed decision. The guy folded his arms shyly and said that he seemed to have gone a little overboard. He wanted to save the city's residents, but forgot that he was hiding his power, and now adventurers of the catastrophe rank will appear here. The boy needed rescuing again, and Abe looked at Helen with a smile, who did not understand what he was getting at. Abe's thought was simple. They could pin all of Timothy's exploits on this cute mage girl. When it was all over and all the residents were healed, they gathered outside the guild building waiting for their hero. Soon the door opened and Helen appeared in the opening. The girl seemed to be illuminated by divine light. People began to chant that she was the lady who had saved Durham from a terrible curse, their divine heroine to whom everyone was indebted. A little while later, at the central headquarters of the Adventurers Guild, the girl made a report on everything that had happened. She said that she had done everything as agreed. They defended the city from monsters, and she saved the inhabitants from cursing with holy magic. Timothy was sincerely grateful to the girl for her help, but he did not become a hero who single-handedly saved the people of Durham from the curse. Instead, Abe suggested to him in time the idea of attributing all the feats of the day to Helen, the strongest mage in the guild, and it didn't seem suspicious. Helen said that she still had to write a detailed report on what happened, and the guys assured her that they would help her with this. Timothy once again apologized to the girl for putting all these worries on her shoulders. But Helen said that everything was fine. The boy had saved all the residents from this unspeakable horror. She wanted him to respect this as a repayment for saving the victims, and from now on he could count on any help from her. The guys looked at each other and liked the idea. Abe said that the guild seemed to have gained more people because of the stories about the heroine who saved the city. But the girl told him to be quiet. She didn't like being called that. Abe thought it was natural. Helen is one of the best mages in the guild, so the title of Divine Heroine who saved the city fits her. The most important thing, in his opinion, was not to pretend and to believe this lie himself. The Divine Heroine gives residents the confidence that they will always be protected by someone like Helen. Timothy, in the opinion of both boys at once, was not suitable for this role at all. That's why Abe decided to summarize that Helen was destined to play such a responsible role. The girl blushed. The word role seemed rather pretentious to her. She did not consider herself an actress. Timothy decided to ask Abe if he was sure that the plan would work, and he once again answered in the affirmative. The guy was sure that thanks to Timothy's incredible abilities, they would make Helen a living legend in Durham. The girl magician simply could not stand all these Napoleonic plans of the boys. But no one listened to her. Abe grabbed Helen's hand and dragged her to a secluded spot, with Timothy trailing behind. The boy wanted Timothy to give the girl holy powers so that the townspeople would not be suspicious. If they wanted to maintain Helen's status as a divine heroine, she needed to be given that same divinity. Fear settled in the girl's eyes, and she asked how Timothy was going to give her the power if he was going to shoot holy light at her. Timothy simply apologized to Helen for his actions, and he won't harm her body, so everything will be fine. But finally, Timothy said that if Helen didn't want it, he would understand, and they would go their separate ways. After some thought, the girl replied that she had said earlier that she could be counted on. Timothy has saved lives in front of her, so she trusts his decisions. The guy came closer to her and thanked her once again for her service. If Helen allowed him, he could no longer hold back. A second later, the girl was illuminated by a golden divine light that almost knocked her down. The guy activated the wings of Seraphim and shared them with his accomplice. And now, people are already cradling Helen in their arms, calling her a divine heroine who illuminates them with warmth and light. Abe turned to Timothy and asked if Timothy could not spin Helen in the air. The guy replied that it was too hard to control. He still hadn't learned to use this skill. By the way, unexpectedly, the guy had just realized an important thing. Abe seems to actually enjoy this whole absurd situation. The guy said that no one knows about it. Still, Timothy stood out too much today, and in the future he should be more careful. The guy's dialogue was suddenly interrupted by Lyle, who had unnoticed them and asked if he would not interfere. Abe looked frightened at the head of his former clan, whom they had not expected to see now. Despite the boy's fright, Lyle asked Timothy to come with him for a few words. They had something to discuss. Timothy, holding the divine sword and unable to move, simply smiled shyly. Lyle said that the guy probably took him for an idiot. But he knew who the real hero was who saved Durham, and it was definitely not Helen. Timothy was amazed that Lyle seemed to know about everything. He had hoped for secrecy. Lyle watched as people threw Helen into the air and said that he was not going to condemn the boy's methods. He realized that the role of the hero needed a person who was familiar to most of the residents of Durham. However, the boys were seen by other adventurers fighting with them at the Western Gate. Not only the adventurers from the Sword of Salvation Guild took part in this great battle. Abe would never have thought that Lyle would care about such a circumstance, that the man would want to talk to them in person about such a trifle. But he denied it, saying that he didn't care how many adventurers had seen Timothy in action and wasn't going to scold the guy for it. Abe hung back a bit, in which case he didn't understand what exactly was the subject of the conversation. Lyle said that when the monsters attacked the Western Gate, the boys were unaware of what was happening at the Eastern Gate. It was a rhetorical question because the guys really didn't know what happened on the other side of Durham. They wanted more information. Lyle was not at all surprised that no one knew anything about the incident. What happened at the Eastern Gate was quickly hushed up because only the adventurers of the Sword of Salvation Guild were there. After some thought, Abe finally decided to ask a question. He was curious about what happened on the other side of Durham. Lyle looked sternly at the boys and said that a whole horde of cursed monsters had gathered at the Western Gate. But the same thing was happening at the Eastern Gate. The same army of monsters was there. According to the man, the whole attack was carefully planned. This news caused outrage and surprise in Timothy at the same time. He asked if there were any victims at the Eastern Gate. Lyle replied that no, the guy shouldn't worry. He was there and destroyed all the monsters in time. None of them managed to hurt anyone. He understood that this was to be expected from the supreme adventurer of one of the most famous guilds on the continent. Lyle checked another gate. Without his help, they would not have been able to deal with such an army, but he emphasized that there were more serious problems than the battle. The head of the Sword of Salvation Guild believed that the attack was organized from two sides simultaneously. The monsters were incapable of planning enough to organize such an attack on their own. A human-organized attack is highly likely. This information made the guys instantly shut up. They had never thought about the mechanics of monsters' thoughts, and it was a surprise. Abe thought about it for a while and replied that it was true that a lot of things about the attack didn't add up to the obvious facts. He had been living in Durham for a long time, but he had never seen such monsters. He also found the monsters' behavior strange and asked other adventurers if they had seen anything like this before, but no one had ever experienced it. Timothy asked if this was really unusual, and Abe replied that at least such monsters don't live in these parts. It's hard not to run into such a giant monster, given its abilities and hostility. It's a wonder it showed up next to Durham. After the guy's explanations, Lyle decided to summarize. He added that these monsters, in other words, were summoned by someone. If a person had a special skill or magic, he or she could easily summon such monsters into the army. Timothy was amazed. It turns out that someone really wanted to destroy the city of Durham. If someone is really up to such an insidious thing, all adventurers need to strengthen the defense of this city. This is exactly what Lyle wanted to talk about. He wanted Timothy to create his guild as soon as possible. The guy has to fight side by side with the Sword of Salvation Guild. Abe said that for the time being, they cannot officially register as a guild. There is a lot of paperwork and bureaucratic work to be done. Lyle replied that he was ready to help the guys by making arrangements with the central government. Instead, the man wanted two promises from Timothy right now. The first was a promise to support cooperation between their guilds as a direct founder. The second promise was that Lyle would personally evaluate Timothy's skills in a training match to make sure he was competent. Lyle was interested in whether the boy could cope with these conditions, and without hesitation, he immediately agreed. The head of the Salvation Sword Guild was very impressed with Timothy's commitment and good attitude. They were in the building of the Central Council of the Adventurers Guild at the training ground, and Lyle allowed Timothy to use any weapon he wanted. The man wanted to see the true power of the Dark Horse, Timothy, and finally show his own. The fight should be with real weapons and using your abilities, with the attitude of defeating the opponent. A blue aura shone around Lyle, and he wanted the boy to finally show him what he could do. Timothy also released his aura, and his side of the room turned red. He understood his opponent's desire. Abe, who was standing between Lyle and Timothy, announced that the match was to begin after his signal. As soon as he lowered his hands and gave the command, the boy and the man rushed toward each other. The head of the Sword of Salvation Guild sincerely wished Timothy to survive against his sword. The boy and the man began to attack and defend each other in turn, gradually approaching each other. At the moment, after all the skills he'd acquired, Timothy was down to the 100th level, and it was really hard for him. Because his opponent, Mr. Lyle, the head of the Sword of Salvation Guild, was level 200. The guy realized that his victory in the sparring match was doomed to failure from the very beginning. With such a difference in levels, he would not be able to defeat Lyle. Timothy also realized that Lyle himself knew this very well, but the cards were laid out on the table. In this case, the former corpse collector decided that his task in this fight was not to defeat his opponent, but to show his best. If Lyle wanted to see Timothy's true abilities, the boy would definitely demonstrate them now. The boy managed to break through Lyle's counterattack, and as he approached, crossed his swords with the man. In a moment, his sword was knocked out of his hands, and Timothy gritted his teeth. He had never been disarmed so quickly. But Timothy had a trick up his sleeve. He called on the sword of Seraphim and attacked Lyle again, and he barely managed to avoid being wounded. For the third time, the guy rushed toward the enemy, moving in an indirect trajectory. But he knocked another sword out of Timothy's hands with a lightning-fast swing of his weapon. Lyle really liked the boy's persistence. He didn't waste a single second, and taking out a dagger, tried to wound the head of the guild for the fourth time. Unable to get to the enemy the first time, the guy continued to deliver swift blows in the hope that he would succeed. When Lyle flew away to a safe distance, preserving the integrity of his body, Timothy threw one of the daggers in his direction. Lyle had no trouble repelling this naive, in his opinion, attack by the boy. But while the head of the Sword of Salvation Guild was busy with such trifles, Timothy managed to pick up Seraphim's sword and fly over his head. The boy reasoned that even if the difference in their levels was too great, he hoped that the man would enjoy their fight to the fullest. The guy pointed his sword at the enemy and made his move. Lyle disappeared in a powerful energy beam that scattered stones in all directions. Abe was delighted, despite the obvious difference in levels between the two. Timothy's fighting skills as an adventurer had definitely improved. He was looking at the guy who landed on the ground in front of the fire, which he had lit himself. Meanwhile, Timothy himself was looking at the traces of his punch and realizing that this was the maximum he was capable of at the moment, wondering what Lyle thought. A few seconds passed, and Mr. Lyle finally appeared in the smoke, bloody and shaken by what had just happened to him. Staring at Timothy, he said that if it weren't for their level difference, he would have died from such a direct blow. In his opinion, their entire fight and Timothy's persistence was not bad, and there was no doubt about the guy's fighting skills. Lyle announced that they would now move on to the next part of their match. This time, Timothy would have to defend himself. The guy couldn't understand why his opponent's mood suddenly changed so much, and Lyle had a killer attitude. Abe also noticed the sudden change and realized that Lyle wanted to use a legendary skill against Timothy. At that moment, a shockwave rose around Lyle from the activation of the legendary demonic coming skill. The man was laughing, shouting that this was a fight to the death, and if Timothy didn't stop him, the guy's life would end in exactly 15 seconds. Timothy could also see that Lyle had decided to use the legendary skill, but the boy hadn't yet realized how powerful it would make him. Abe was very worried about his friend. He shouted to Timothy to be careful. The guy informed me that this skill of Lila's doubles the level of the owner within 15 seconds. Timothy was amazed. Did Abe mean to say that Mr. Lyle's level was now 400? But unfortunately for the guy, Abe was right. It will be very difficult for him now. Lyle, meanwhile, was becoming more and more filled with indescribable anger and power. He thundered throughout the room that his blood was boiling in his veins. He hadn't fought an adventurer of his own strength for a long time, and initially this fight was to test Timothy's abilities. But still, now Lyle was offering to have a lot of fun in those 15 seconds. He was delighted with this boy, who met all the expectations of the head of the Salvation Sword Guild, and even more. A demon has been sleeping inside Lyle all this time, waiting for a worthy opponent, and now no one can stop him. While Lyle was making his speech, the guy let his guard down and he didn't deliver his first kick to the body. Timothy, suffering from indescribable pain, flew rapidly across the room, unable to resist. In front of Abe's amazed eyes, the guy pushed himself through the wall and flew out of the fight hall. The crowd cheering their heroine was still in the square in front of the building, and Helen, looking at Timothy's fall, did not understand what was happening. Meanwhile, Lyle wasn't going to let the guy go so easily. He had 10 seconds left and wondered if he could withstand such a strong attack. The countdown continued, and at the 9th second, Timothy began to descend to the ground, his strength almost gone, as was his consciousness. The guy felt his mind leaving him. He was falling and thinking about how it could happen that he lost. Suddenly, Timothy heard a scream from downstairs. He was called by name. It turned out to be Melissa and Lindsay. The girls' faces were very worried. These two suddenly showed up at his guild and pounced on him with a ton of questions, and suddenly Timothy realized that he had a guild. He saw Helen in the crowd and said goodbye to her after he met Mr. Lyle. The guy also mentioned that it was to protect this city and the people he loves that he decided to found his own guild. While Timothy was thinking about it, Lyle almost caught up with him in the fall, still holding the sword. With the last of his strength, the former corpse collector tried to resist, swinging his sword several times in the direction of the enemy. detaining him. Lyle rejoiced. His demon had fought for real, only with strong opponents. He hadn't shown his true face to another person for a long time. But unfortunately for both the boy and Lyle himself, the whole story will soon end. The man used a demonic black flash. This attack knocked the sword of Seraphim out of Timothy's hands, and he was almost in despair. In the end, he admitted out loud that he was still far from Lyle's skill, and that he had lost this battle. But despite this, Timothy promised that he would survive, and the system informed him that the explosion of the sacred weapon would protect him from the opponent's attack. Within a second of this announcement, Timothy shouted for the holy sword of the Seraphim's wings to explode. The weapon immediately followed its owner's order and exploded between him and Lyle, forming a shield against the latter's attack. Despite this, Timothy was hit by the shockwave and began to fly more rapidly toward the ground. But at least Lyle was a little slower now. The guy fell from a height at high speed and hit the pavement, which flew in different directions. With the last of his strength, the boy begged the armor to restore Seraphim's sword and find a skill that would help him get another weapon in his hands. The system emphasized that Timothy needed to retreat immediately, but the guy knew this already, without prompting. He couldn't run away. Timothy wanted to fight. He needed new swords, and the system informed him that there were 2 epic skills that fit this request. They were weapon restoration and quick weapon repair. They cost 90 levels, and Timothy bought them immediately. The system accepted the guy's request and confirmed it, and a few seconds later, swords returned to both of his hands. Timothy crossed them and called Lyle to the offensive, promising to cool his temper with his deadly blades. Timothy realized that if he could hold out a little longer, he would definitely defeat his opponent. But the world was already turning in a continuous wave. Falling to the ground, the guy was still talking himself into fighting. But it was no use. He was lying face down at Lyle's feet. Lyle calmly walked up to Timothy and looked at him, and after a few seconds the man said that the boy needed to rest properly. Sometime later, Timothy woke up from a nightmare, jumped up in bed and shouted that he could still fight. Looking around, he realized that he was at his guild base, surrounded by his comrades. Melissa took Timothy's hand. The girl was worried about him. She said that she and Lindsay had decided to go shopping for dinner. It was then that they saw the guy falling from the top tower, looking into Timothy's face, and she asked him how he was feeling. The guy looked at her carefully and finally realized how the girls had ended up on the square at that moment. The conversation was interrupted by Lindsay, who suddenly ran up to them, saying that everyone was worried about Timothy and noting that he had been hit hard. Helen said that their duel with Mr. Lyle had damaged the tower of the guild's headquarters and asked if they had thought about what they were doing. After listening to all the excited monologues of his friends, Timothy humbly responded with an apology for making them worry. Still, the main question for the guy was whether he passed the test. The answer to this was given to him personally by Mr. Lyle, who appeared on the doorstep of the room and said that the boy had passed the exam. Timothy was very excited by the man's appearance, and Lyle said that 15 seconds had already passed before the guy lost consciousness. The head of the Sword of Salvation Guild said that he had put all his skill and determination into those 15 seconds. He noted that Timothy was the first adventurer to survive those 15 seconds and was only slightly injured. This news made Timothy very happy. He almost lost his mind with happiness. The condition was fulfilled. Abe asked if he had anything else he wanted to share with his friend. Lyle said that he acted very immaturely by using a legendary skill in sparring. It was because the man's emotions got the better of his mind that the guy got hurt, and Lyle sincerely regretted how things turned out. Abe added that they both wanted to protect the city, but instead he almost killed the guy. Lyle's remorse was not enough in his opinion. The guy insisted that the head of the Salvation Sword Guild apologized to Timothy properly. Lyle cackled a little and apologized to the boy again, adding that he had passed the first part of the test. As soon as Timothy has rested and gained strength, he will start the second part of the challenge. They need to clear one of the dungeons together, and Timothy has already guessed it. Lyle confirmed his guesses and added that there are underground ruins to the east of Durham in the desert. Adventurers who knew about them called this place the Old Witch's Workshop. Helen's jaw dropped in surprise, wondering if it was the Old Witch's Workshop she was talking about. Lyle explained that a very powerful witch used to live in these ruins, but after her death, the place was overrun by monsters. Timothy, fascinated by the story, asked what kind of monsters lived there. But Lyle, looking at the boy, said that the rating and type of monsters was unknown to anyone. Helen said that over the past few years, unusual magical anomalies have been born through this workshop. It was because of these anomalies that the monsters became stronger and more aggressive, and many merchants traveling to Durham were attacked. Lyle added that no one has ever found out the source of these anomalies. They only realized one thing. The anomalies come from a monster that has taken up residence in these ruins. The guild wizards came to the conclusion that the level of this monster was around 300. Timothy thought about it. The 300th level was much higher than the Desert Cursed. Lyle said that the ruins themselves are not dangerous. No adventurer has ever reached the depths. However, the man believed that the boy would be able to cope with this task because he had already passed the first part of the test. Lyle wanted Timothy to investigate the old witch's workshop and destroy the monster that caused the magical anomalies. The head of the Sword of Salvation Guild clenched his fist and asked if the boy accepted his challenge. Meanwhile, somewhere in the ruins, a giant pendulum began to swing from side to side. This mechanism illuminated a figure sitting in the center of a giant library. Suddenly, the figure moved. It was an old witch, and she began to wake up. The monster opened its eyes. When she looked up, she felt that some snot-nosed kids had tried to break into her room again. The witch's anger grew along with the lightning she emitted around her, and the magical creature wanted to kill the uninvited guests. After recovering, Timothy immediately set off for the desert east of Durham, wanting to fulfill his mission as quickly as possible. After moving through the desert for some time, the group of adventurers finally came to the entrance to the old witch's workshop. When the friends looked inside, they saw the remains of the adventurers scattered on the floor, which had long since turned into skeletons. Timothy was the first to go down into the dungeon. He asked if Lindsay was really sure she wanted to go with them. The girl smiled sweetly at him and winked. She was 100% confident in her decision, even though she was a 10th level novice adventurer. The girl wanted to help Timothy on his adventures and received a license for a beginner adventurer from the central office. Lindsay knew why the boy decided to leave their village and decided to let him know. When Timothy was unconscious, Abe told them everything, and the girl believes the boy was an incredibly kind person. In order not to harm the villagers, he decided to simply leave the village. Now, Lindsay's biggest dream was to become as strong as Timothy. That's why she wanted to travel with their band of adventurers. Timothy noticed that the old witch's workshop was a very dangerous place to start a journey, and the girl was only level 10. But Lindsay, waving her arms hysterically, shouted that Timothy himself was also a 10th level and was leaving. The guy tried to explain to her, but she beat him to it, saying that she had found out about his epic skill in the department. Unlike the boyfriend, Lindsay will not gain levels unless she gets into difficult battles. And it was for the sake of power and raising her rating that she was willing to take such crazy risks, while Timothy thought it was something unreasonable. To finally tip the scales in her favor, Lindsay said she knew he would always protect her in case of danger. Timothy scratched the back of his head. He was too tired to argue, so he let the girl go with them. These ardent persuasions were finally interrupted by Abe, who asked if they were finally ready to go inside. Timothy decided that there was no point in lingering any longer and ordered everyone to go down to the workshop. Sometime later, the group of adventurers got to the first floor of the old witch's workshop. Helen felt a lot of magical energy in this dungeon. It was definitely an unusual ruin. Abe agreed, which is why, before the source of magical energy appeared, they needed to pump Timothy to the maximum. If Timothy encounters an opponent with a level 300, he won't be able to defeat him easily with his level 10. Abe reasoned that it would have been much easier to raise the guy's level on the way here rather than inside. But because of the battle with the Desert Curse, all the local monsters simply hid in their lairs. Unexpectedly, the conversation was interrupted by the first monster, an Iron Warrior of level 50. Timothy looked at the strange creature. It turns out that the local monsters were like this. This specimen would be good for his leveling. Abe decided that they should weaken the warrior, and Timothy would deliver the final blow. While the guy was thinking about his tactics, the Iron Warrior rushed to attack, and his friends barely managed to jump to a safe distance. Timothy remained at a distance, not joining the fight. He trusted his friend's plan. Abe told Timothy not to worry. They were some of the best adventurers in Durham and would not be trifled with. Helen began to attack the Iron Warrior at the same time as Abe, but was on the other side of him. Saying that they would never allow the monster to harm Timothy, the girl attacked him, tearing off one of his limbs. Abe, at the same second, informed Timothy that his moment of glory had arrived. The guy did not waste time waiting to be invited a second time. He immediately ran to the attack. Suddenly, when he was almost at his target, Timothy saw that the Iron Warrior had transformed and that the monster would crush him. Lindsay, who was watching the battle, realized that Timothy was in trouble. Not worried about her safety, the girl decided that she would certainly protect him with her epic lightning strike skill, a thunderbolt. Lindsay rushed past Timothy like lightning, knocking him down, running straight for the Iron Warrior. When the boy saw that it was Lindsay, he began to worry about her, but the girl was very brave and still lacked strength. The girl's counterattack did not last long. The monster was stronger than she was, which was expected, and Lindsay flew back. Timothy was able to catch her and prevent a painful fall, and he sincerely thanked Lindsay for saving his life. At the last moment, this Iron Warrior decided to transform, and the guy did not expect anything less than a mechanical witch doll. The Iron Warrior seemed to be waiting for these words from Timothy, because he immediately attacked him. Timothy dodged to avoid death. He laughed at the warrior because with such a giant head, he thought he could hit him. But his own attacks did not cause any damage to the enemy at all because of the difference in their levels. The guy did not know how to defeat the monster. Helen shouted that if it was just a mechanical doll, there must be a core under its body. Timothy asked how, in that case, they should proceed to get to him. Abe replied that it was simple. They had to destroy the body of the Iron Warrior by force. Not expecting support, the guy shouted at the magic robot to attack him. The Iron Warrior turned in his direction, but was immediately shot in the other arm, which was blown apart. Meanwhile, Abe wasted no time in jumping up to him, tearing at the iron plating with his hands. He didn't need cover, because he wasn't as weak as he seemed, and in a moment the guy exposed his core. Turning to his friends, Abe said that while the Iron Warrior was disoriented, they should attack him. Timothy immediately ran at the enemy, clutching his sword. This time he had to do everything to win. A few seconds later, it hit the core of the Iron Warrior and it shattered into pieces. A second later, the Iron Warrior fell to the ground and turned into a pile of scrap metal. Timothy finally got what he wanted so badly. 50 levels of the defeated monster were in his possession. If the boy defeats a couple more mechanical dolls in the same way, he will quickly be able to regain his previous level. Helen said that the most important thing was to remember that these are just magical golems. Their weak point is their magical core. Abe added that it is thanks to this core that they can function. On their own, they are mindless puppets that obey the will of the master. This master breathed life into them with the help of magic. This enemy is very simple. The friends were so busy talking again that they didn't notice that 2 more Iron Warriors had approached them, as Lindsay had informed them. The enemies were also level 50. And now, with Timothy's level 60, he could handle them alone. The guy desperately ran towards the enemies, pulling his sword out of its sheath once again. On his way to the Iron Warriors, Timothy swung his fist and hit the first of them, who fell on the second. At the first blow of the boy's hand, the magical robot's core immediately opened. Timothy pulled out one of his daggers and quickly devoured the enemy's level. Timothy's level was now 110, and the second Iron Warrior was no problem for him at all. Timothy activated the wings of Seraphim. He realized that the enemy was transforming, but this trick would not work on him the second time. The guy had 2 swords in his hands at once, and the Iron Warrior was a bit confused. With a lightning leap, Timothy struck twice, chopped off both robot arms, and pierced the magic core. The system notified me that the level of the enemies had been absorbed, and the level of the owner was raised to 160. The guy managed to improve his level a little, but a new danger was approaching his friends. Helen jumped in front of Timothy and created a protective dome. She shouted for her friends to be careful. It was too early to relax because a whole army of Iron Warriors was moving in on them, who noticed the offenders and wanted to kill them. The friends urgently needed to find a way out of the situation because there were too many enemies. Helen's protective dome protected the adventurers very well, but it did not keep them from being confused about their future actions. The girl realized that although the level of the magical robots was quite low, due to the anomaly in this place, they were stronger than they should be. Meanwhile, the robots sent a request for reinforcements to immediately eliminate the threat. An army of iron puppets lined up in several rows, determined not to let their uninvited guests leave alive. Abe, seeing that things were bad, shouted to his friends to run to the tunnels. None of the adventurers argued with him, and Timothy was the last one to leave the room. For a while they ran without looking back, but the boy noticed that he didn't see Lindsay anywhere and looked back. The girl stopped in the middle of the road in awe. The boy also saw the Iron Warriors approaching the girl and covered her with himself, ordering her to run immediately. Lindsay did not need much persuasion. Constantly looking back at Timothy, the girl quickly ran after her friends. Meanwhile, the guy once again activated the Seraphim's Wings skill and prepared for battle. The Iron Warrior, who was walking first, started shooting, and the guy first deflected his bullets with his swords. When the magical puppet lost her patience, she began to pour iron on everything, and Timothy accelerated his fencing skills to defend himself. The car, powered by a giant battery, did not retreat, and Timothy realized that it was time to do something drastic. When the shooting stopped, the guy shouted for the cans to come to him, as they would not be able to overwhelm him with their numbers anyway. Suddenly, the boy saw one of the Iron Warriors activate a large cannon from his body, and it began to accumulate energy for a shot. In a moment, the energy of the shot, which illuminated the entire tunnel, was already reaching out to Timothy. It was an unexpected twist, and the guy had to quickly run away from the flames of hell. Timothy managed to hide around the corner while the first of the Iron Warriors broke the granite slabs with his shot, and the others activated their guns. The next collective shot destroyed the wall behind which Timothy was hiding, so he had to run away again while everything was exploding behind him. Meanwhile, Abe, Helen, and Lindsay ran to another entrance to a room and stopped at the threshold. Timothy, who ran up to them a few minutes later, asked what they were doing here, and they needed to run as fast as possible. Robot shooters who also canned cans were no longer an option, and we had to hurry. Abe replied that they would have loved to do so, but they simply had nowhere to run. The room was a dead end. When he went inside, the guy could not contain his cry of despair. He did not understand why they were so unlucky. The Iron Warriors were already behind them, and Helen managed to create a protective dome in time to prevent the bullets from hitting anyone from the squad. The friends gradually retreated from the entrance, and finally found themselves in the center of the hall, while the enemies began to enter and surround them from different sides. When the shooting started, Helen needed all her strength to hold back the gunfire that was pouring down on them. The girl held on with all her strength, but the pressure was too strong, and the cans did not allow her to catch her breath. Helen began to feel that she was being pushed back, and something had to be done urgently. The girl shouted to her friends that she was no longer able to protect them and deter their enemies. Timothy immediately reacted and said that in that case she should let him go ahead. Abe objected and said that even if the boy had a high level, there were too many enemies, and they were strengthened by a magical anomaly. He would not be able to defeat them. Timothy knew that his friend was right, but he just didn't know what they needed to do to survive. Suddenly, the gunshots stopped, and the friends found themselves in a kind of energy beam. They looked up at the mountain and saw the runes of some kind of spell, which were gradually activating. Helen was the only person who knew what was happening. It was teleportation. A few seconds later, the floor began to cave in under their feet, and they fell into the abyss. The friends found themselves in a dark abyss, and as they fell, Timothy reasoned that the floor could not have collapsed on its own. This situation was set up by someone. In addition to falling, the guy heard the shouts of the Iron Warriors that it was necessary to pursue the offenders, and he had to defend himself in the air. The first Iron Warrior who encountered Timothy flew off against the wall, and the tin can was defeated. Timothy looked up to see 3 more robot puppets pointing all their lasers directly at his squad. The guy realized that no one in his group would be able to dodge the enemy's attack in time, but at the same moment he heard Abe's voice. Abe wanted Timothy to give him his hand immediately, but he was at a good distance, and no matter how hard he reached out, he couldn't reach the guy. After a moment, Abe looked back at Helen, who was even lower, and asked her to use wind magic and push him toward Timothy. Helen said that if Abe really wanted to, she would use wind magic, but he had asked for it and shouldn't blame her later. Abe, like a feather, flew at high speed in the direction of Timothy, who was already prepared to catch him. A moment later, there was a successful collision of the sides, and Abe, without stopping his flight, spun Timothy around and threw him forward at the Steel Warriors. A few seconds later, the first of the Steel Warriors was cut in half by Seraphim's sword, while the other 2 remained far below. The cut metal can exploded in mid-air, creating a blast wave and fire that moved toward the other 2 robots. When the fire dissipated, Timothy saw that the 2 were still alive and even shooting in his direction. The guy tried his best to fight off the avalanche of bullets and struck back, and the tin cans were wounded. There was a powerful explosion that illuminated the entire tunnel through which the adventurers were traveling. As the guy flew past the fire, he was pierced by the absorbed levels of the 3 enemies he killed. His current level was now 360, and if he continued to increase his level, he would be able to defeat the one who had cursed Durham. Realizing that everyone was now looking at Timothy and not paying attention to anything else, Lindsay shouted that they were still falling. Helen looked at the girl and told her not to worry. They would get out of here now. A few seconds later, all the members of Timothy's squad found themselves back in the hall they had never seen before, and the magic could have saved their lives. As soon as Helen, Lindsay, and Abe got to the floor, a powerful explosion sounded behind them, throwing them back into the air. When they looked back, they saw the silhouette of Timothy in the smoke, who apologized to his friends for being too high. The guy, so far, did not know how to control his strength to the fullest. Abe replied that nothing terrible had happened. At least for now, he didn't have to worry about Timothy anymore. Meanwhile, Lindsay was looking around, wondering what kind of place this was. The room was dark and she couldn't see anything. Helen activated her skill and lit all the candles in the round hall so that the friends could finally see the environment in peace. As soon as the adventurers' feet hit the floor, the powerful witch woke up and she sensed the intruders on her territory. The woman's first inclination was to kill them, but she did not know how best to do so. Whichever way she chose, the witch could not allow the perpetrators to survive, and the woman gradually came out in front of the adventurers. Timothy could see some kind of mechanism under her clothes. Was this witch a mechanical doll too? He looked back at his friends and warned them to be careful, as they were facing a difficult doll. The witch activated the self-destruct protocol and turned on the catastrophe mode. After a moment, the witch straightened her shoulders and threw off the robe that hid her essence. Abe said that there was no doubt that it was the reason for the magical anomalies. After examining his opponent, the guy realized that this monster with too high a level, this broken wisdom, was of the 400th level. 30 years ago, a witch was sitting on the bank of a river when suddenly she saw a wicker basket in the water and pulled it out. What she saw inside made the woman wonder if she, an old hermit witch, would be able to raise this child. After some thought, she realized that no, the woman had devoted her entire life to the search for truth and had already lived 80 years. During her lifetime, she managed to become a powerful witch who knew everything possible about magic, but did not learn to live like an ordinary person. Rejecting everything worldly, she began to follow only one path like an old fool. She couldn't understand why the child's parents left her alone. If she left the baby too, it might die because of hungry wild animals. Pausing, she said that this was probably the fate of this child, but in response, she heard please. She was touched by the fact that such a small child could say something, and it turned out that the child was polite. And yet she could not imagine what a child would grow up to be, whose mother would be an old hermit witch. The baby's will to live was strong, and the woman decided to look after her, introducing herself to the child as Nellie. Taking the child in her arms, she named him Merim, the name of a spell that makes a person absolutely happy. Meanwhile, a fight broke out in the dungeon hall. The witch shouted that the adventurers should die and rushed forward, but Timothy was able to jump away. The boy saw that the robot witch's hands were glowing in different colors, which meant that she would use different energy against them. To prevent the woman's first strike, Timothy decided to rush into the attack first. But he didn't even have time to approach the enemy because she sent pillars of flame at him up to the ceiling. The flames were followed by a swift stream of wind, and Timothy tried to dodge the blow. But the witch was relentless, attacking wave after wave, hoping that one of the blows would hit its target. In addition, the monstrous creature activated the power in its other hand, so now 3 elements were opposing the adventurers. Jumping into the air, the witch launched about 100 daggers at her friends at the same time. Helen stepped forward and formed a protective dome over the adventurers, hoping that this would delay the attack. While his friends were trying to cope with the previous one, a toothy monster formed from his hand and also rushed to the ground. This giant toothy snake destroyed the protective dome that Helen was building, and the friends had to duck to the ground. The witch was just waiting for this, and at the same moment rushed at the adventurers with a giant sword. Timothy turned to Abe and said that they needed to cut off the witch's hands so that she would not be able to do magic. But in a second, the guys were forced to defend themselves against the attack of a giant monster. The witch shouted that they would die, but then asked why they should be killed, and Timothy did not understand why these questions were asked, because she was the one who attacked first. The girls, who were kneeling in fear a little further away from the boys, also could not understand what was wrong with this woman. Not only did she have an abnormally high level, but the witch could also use various types of magic, something Helen had never seen before. Abe had a thought about this and was quick to share it with his friends. 10 years ago, a powerful witch lived in this workshop, and she knew how to use various types of magic. Abe knew the woman was long dead, but what if she had found a way to live in these ruins forever? Timothy shouted that if this theory was correct, it might turn out that they were not looking at a doll at all. It could have been the soul of an old witch imprisoned in a new mechanical body. In the process of thinking, the boys managed to deal a significant blow to the witch, and she flew away for some distance. Landing opposite Timothy and Abe at the other end of the hall, the mechanical monstrosity prepared for a new fight. Timothy asked his friend if the old witch had always been so inhospitable, and he replied that the old men from the city of Durham said that although the woman was a hermit, she never harmed anyone. Now the witch looked like a completely insane creature, ready to kill all living things that came before her. They were looking at the witch's snags, who could not find a place for herself, and shouted to the whole hall that the uninvited guests must die. Abe said that it seems that the soul of the old witch in question is trying to fight the body of the mechanical doll. In any case, it was now absolutely impossible to know who the enemy was. Suddenly, dozens of giant mirrors began to form under the ceiling of the room they were in. The witch made an energy shot upwards, and the beam began to ricochet off each mirror. The mechanical doll was very dangerous. 18 years ago, in an old witch's workshop, a little girl was trying to assemble her first robot. The witch was unhappy that the child was fiddling with these dolls again. Apparently, the girl was attracted to strange things. Merrim replied that she did not have the same strength as the master, but she wanted to achieve her mastery. The witch replied that she certainly understood that the girl could not match her, but if she continued to study hard, she would gain the same power. The girl believed that she had no talent for magic, which is why she decided to become an inventor. Merrim dreamed that one day her dolls would definitely be able to defeat the Witchmaster. The witch said that the girl could do as she pleased, because it was only her life, and she was able to live it as she wished. 8 years later, the girl was standing by the bed where his master witch said goodbye to her life. "The woman asked me not to scream in vain. Very soon her life will come to an end, that's all." Merrim shouted that she could not die so soon. She had not yet created a creation that could match the master in power. She added that she was just a little bit away from creating her most important masterpiece. She begged me not to leave her halfway through, large, abundant tears rolling down her eyes, but the girl did not pay any attention to it. The witch asked her not to cry and assured her that Merrim would finish her work, because she had devoted her entire life to studying dolls. Even though she died, the girl's life was just beginning, and she hoped that she would have a wonderful future because she was a good girl. The witch turned her belly up and began to attack the boys again. She quickly ran right at them. Turning at the last second, she found herself face to face across from Lindsay. Timothy, seeing this, called out to the girl in warning, but it was too late. One of the witch's arms flew up, generating another stream of energy to attack. Timothy had never run so fast in his life, and the entire impact of the doll fell on the boy, who covered the girl with his body. Without letting go of Lindsay, he flew away from the witch, breaking the magic mirrors. When the movement stopped, Timothy was left lying on the floor, unable to move from the pain. When Helen and Abe saw this picture, they became very excited, and the girl immediately rushed to help, despite the fact that the boy stopped her. Helen quickly ran up to one of the magic mirrors and pierced it with her hand. At the same second, the girl's body flew into the air and was carried away from the epicenter of the fight by a blast wave. Abe watched with indescribable horror as Helen flew unconscious across the room, losing her hat. While he was distracted, the witch took advantage of this and approached the boy, about to attack. For Abe, what happened next was like ping pong, only he was the ball, and the witch was running around the room, knocking the wind out of him. The boy felt firsthand how fast this witch was. Her hands never stopped for a second. When Abe saw the doll attacking again, he wondered how much longer he could dodge the blows. The TV immediately hit the guy with a powerful energy beam that knocked him down. Abe flew across the room and crashed into a bookshelf, causing a powerful explosion. Timothy looked at this picture from a distance, thinking that if things continue like this, they will all be killed here at this rate. Something had to be done urgently, and Timothy had no choice but to activate his skills again. As soon as the boy did, the witch immediately felt the change and, looking back, flew in his direction, attacking him. During the fierce fight, Timothy realized that he had managed to wound her, and this motivated him greatly. But it turned out to be completely in vain, because the attack did not seem to have any effect on the witch. Instead, the witch became even more enraged and attacked the boy with renewed vigor, which left Timothy unable to stand. Falling to the ground, the boy tried to understand what this old doll was up to. He saw the witch standing in front of him in the center of a solid pillar of fire. Timothy realized that it seemed that nothing could stop this witch. No matter what was happening to her body, it would not stop her from fighting. Timothy decided that he shouldn't prolong the fight, because he simply couldn't withstand the pressure. This powerful witch was, after all, an ordinary mechanical doll, and therefore must be powered by a magic core. The only problem was to get to this magical core and stay alive. Screaming about death, the witch attacked the boy, and he began to dodge the swift attacks at top speed. Timothy realized that if he kept going, he would be able to get close to her, but the second he saw the Iron Warriors, A squad of 4 robotic puppets landed on the floor and immediately found their target in the boy's face. Timothy was excited. These cans had never been so useful, and he would be able to improve his level. The boy killed all 4 Iron Warriors one by one, and the witch did not interfere in this fight. The system announced that the levels were absorbed, and the current level of the owner reached 560. The guy told the armor that he needed a legendary skill that would limit the enemy's movement. The request was received, and the search was started, and sometime later, the system reported that it recommended purchasing the Royal Command skill. The skill bound a target with a lower level than the owner with countless black spears and cost 150 levels. The guy requested the legendary skill King's Order and prepared for the test. It was wonderful that the monster was at level 400 and Timothy was at level 410. The guy shouted that the witch should kneel before the Royal Majesty and activated the Royal Command skill. At the same moment, the witch, who was running towards the boy with all her limbs, was pinned down by a large number of spears, unable to move. 10 years ago, Merrim, proud of herself, rolled something bulky into the bookstore, and she succeeded. Although she tried to transplant the soul of the Witchmaster into the doll, she failed. The man told her about a forbidden technique that would help her bring the master back to life. If you put the soul of a Witchmaster into a doll, the woman will live as long as Merrim is alive. Although she would never be able to be with her mentor again, she considered it a small price to pay for her life. The doll will have to turn on automatically, and the master's soul will remain inside forever as soon as the girl leaves the room. Looking back to say goodbye, Merrim lingered, although she was consumed by evil. The girl hoped that the witch in the doll's body would live a happy life for both of them. Now, this half-crazed witch doll was pinned down by the spears that were formed with Timothy's skill, and she was resisting. The floundering continued for several minutes, and finally the doll broke free of its captivity and started running in the boy's direction again. Timothy was amazed that his plan didn't work, but he decided to keep going. Timothy pointed his hand toward the doll and activated his Royal Command skill once more. Dozens of spears again caught the witch, piercing her limbs through. The crazy creature wanted Timothy to die. She had to kill the intruder, but she didn't remember why. The boy took up his sword. He did not understand why the witch was still asking this question. She said that killing people was her goal, and then denied it herself. A crazy, powerful witch doll escaped from the spear's captivity again, tearing off part of her limbs. She rushed toward Timothy, but he activated the Royal Command skill for the 3rd time and stopped her with his spear. The witch screamed in pain. Timothy, seizing the moment, began to strike the creature blow after blow, while she repeated that her desire was to protect her child. Unable to withstand such torture, the witch finally fell to her knees, unable to resist any longer. A moment later, Timothy was standing in front of the wreckage of the former doll of the powerful witch. The guy couldn't even realize at first whether he had defeated her until he saw the blue light that came out of the wreckage. It was the soul of a powerful witch, and it was trying to get to some door that appeared behind a bookcase that had moved aside. Timothy was surprised to see a secret door, and he immediately had a desire to explore what was behind it. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by the system's voice announcing the level's absorption, a powerful energy beam bursting from the doll's remains. Timothy was overjoyed. It was the first time he had defeated such a high-level opponent, and it was supposed to raise his level to the heavens. The system did indeed announce a few seconds later that the current level of the owner had already reached 810. At the very moment the announcement ended, Timothy was surrounded by darkness, which was so heavy that he fell to the floor. It was incredibly painful for the guy, but was it because the armor absorbed such a high level? The dark energy was increasing, and the system issued a warning. It informed that due to the absorption of a huge number of levels, the owner will suffer enormous physical and mental damage, and this process has already begun. To save the owner's life, it was recommended to acquire the Vault skill. The system waited for confirmation of this action, but Timothy did not hear it. The system eventually made a second request, but did not wait for a response, and this time, Timothy turned into a complete pain. Realizing that the boy could not give orders, the armor took over temporary authority and acquired and activated the Vault skill on its own. When the Vault was activated, the system notified that 400 levels of the owner had been transferred to it, and the darkness was gradually replaced by light. Soon, the light dissipated, and Timothy began to sink to the floor. The guy would have been conscious. He woke up and groaned in pain, but only when he fell to the ground did Timothy's whole body tremble. A few minutes later, the guy raised his head and asked the armor of the abyss if they had really saved his life. The system responded that it simply confirmed the owner's intention and acquired a new armor function: storage. Timothy admitted that it was a complete surprise for him because, to be honest, he doesn't remember much because of the enormous pain. The guy asked what kind of capabilities this storage facility had. The system replied that the storage skill allows you to add or remove your levels at the owner's discretion. Previously, the ruler had the 810th level, but the system took over and took away 400 levels. Finally, Timothy understood everything, which is why his level did not increase, all thanks to the storage skill. Timothy realized that this was quite convenient. As soon as he got to the city, he could lower his level to avoid attracting too much attention. And yet, Timothy must not absorb too high levels, otherwise he will simply lose his mind. The system said that it was the first time he had absorbed such a high level. It would not happen again. And Timothy replied that he would deal with the storage. He heard his friends running toward him, and Abe, Lindsay, and Helen were very worried. They started asking if he was okay because they heard Timothy screaming, and the guy said not to worry, that everything was fine now. The most important thing for him was that they remained safe and sound. The friends smiled at each other and clashed fists, and the mission was accomplished. Suddenly, Timothy remembered that after he overcame the old doll, a ball of light flew out of its body. Abe wondered if it could be the soul of an old witch, and the boy asked what happened next. Timothy replied that this so-called soul of the old witch had opened a secret door behind the bookcase. Lindsay looked at this door with admiration. She asked if they would go there. Helen replied that of course, but if the old witch's soul was still there, behind this door, their band of adventurers may be in serious danger. A group of friends, led by Timothy, began to approach the mysterious door. Taking hold of the handle, Timothy announced that he would open the door in the next second, and everyone had to get ready. Amazed, the friends saw an incredibly beautiful lawn with a neat little house in the middle of it. Timothy didn't understand what kind of place it was because they were, like, deep underground, and here was some kind of Eden. Abe replied that it seems that this space was created with the help of an old witch's magic. Helen was also amazed. She had never seen anything like it in her life. The old witch was actually a powerful sorceress. Lindsay alone was turning her head, trying to find the place where the ball of light Timothy had mentioned had gone. The only place to hide was that house in front of us. Suddenly, something very fast rushed outside through the roof of the house, breaking it. 2 seconds later, a robot with a sword for a hand landed on the ground right in front of them. Timothy got ready. He believed that he had a new opponent. But the robot told the guy to immediately put away his weapon. Showing his sword instead of his hand, the robot said that it was not a toy at all, and it was better not to swing it. Timothy noticed that the robot also has a sword and walks around with it, but the robot replied that it would lose part of its arm if it could. In the end, the newcomer threw the jokes aside and said that she actually had to thank them. The robot called itself Nellie, and officially, on behalf of the old witch who had settled in these ruins, thanked him once again for saving her soul. She added that she would never have thought that a witch like her would be able to live so long. The witch said that this terrible mechanical doll, which her friends had defeated, had held her soul for many years. As soon as the boy and his team destroyed the doll, she woke up in this new body, and finally, her will was not being oppressed. Abe admitted that he thought so. The witch's mind was clouded by negative energy, and Lindsay asked why the witch's soul had not found peace. The witch replied that after the destruction of her old body, her soul found refuge in this old doll. Logically, she really should have found peace and finally left this world. But this immature boy used a forbidden magic technique on her. Helen, disbelieving, even asked what kind of forbidden magic technique they were talking about. Timothy was also very curious to find out what the powerful witch meant, and it was more pleasant to talk to her now than the previous time. The witch replied that it was a list of spells that had been rejected by the wise men and were forbidden to be used by anyone. In the wizarding community, the use of these techniques is a real taboo because of their dangerous consequences. Timothy asked what this unknown guy had done to her soul. The witch replied that a forbidden technique number 95 was used on her. A soul seeking rest in another's body. Because of this technique, no matter what efforts the adventurers make to destroy her body, its soul will always find another shell to continue its existence. Helen, after hearing the witch's story, said that if she wanted to die, they could always cast a spell on her, but she said that was impossible. The witch said that her soul could only be freed by the one who had put this forbidden technique on her. Helen wondered if even a powerful witch like her could not free herself from this technique, but it was a sad truth. She replied that the person who had cast the spell on her knew that she would try to free herself and did everything to make sure that no one but him could do it. Helen did not back down. She was curious to know who had used such a powerful forbidden technique against the powerful witch. The robot witch, with her hand over her face, said that this person was her student Merim. Merim could not accept her death and decided to take this desperate step. That's why she used this forbidden technique. No one dares to disturb the natural course of things. The dead cannot be brought back to life. The witch thought this act was surprisingly stupid. She wanted the girl to live her life in happiness, but she chose a different path. In any case, she wanted to deal with this girl herself and teach her a lesson in her new body. For now, the problem was different, and Timothy asked what exactly the woman meant. Merim was not smart enough to master such a complex magic technique, and she never taught her such things. The girl made a deal with a wizard who helped imprison her soul, and Merim enslaved her and forced her to create the strongest war dolls for him. As far as she remembered, the sorcerer's name was Damon Fortin, and as soon as the name was spoken, a stranger teleported to the clearing. Damon said that the Wizard's Lodge expels strong magicians who use such techniques, but he thought it was nonsense. The forbidden techniques are wonderful. They have helped many people live happily. In the hands of such magicians is the power of God himself. Damon waved his staff and looked haughtily at everyone present. He said that this is why he teaches forbidden magical techniques to anyone who needs them. The powerful witch rushed to the sorcerer, trying to shut him up. She said that Damon is a very power-hungry person. He broke into her monastery. He took everything from her. Her student and her soul. She will make him go through the same hell. Turning to the mechanical dolls, the witch ordered them to kill the intruder in the person of Damon Fortin. But her spell was powerless against the sorcerer, and with a single wave of his staff, the boy bound all the metal cans that appeared on the lawn. The guy saw the reaction of others, and therefore he began to boast of his strength even more, laughing out loud. In a moment, all the Iron Warriors were scattered into pieces around Damon. The boy looked at his friends and the robot witch and said that the jokes were over for now. Closing his eyes and smiling, Damon Fortin turned to the witch Nellie and asked for permission to kill her. The powerful witch Nellie asked if Damon had really decided to kill her, if he didn't realize that it was impossible to do so because of the forbidden magic. Damon laughed and said that of course he knew, but that was why he helped Merim put the spell on her. The robot witch lit up everything with lightning and anger, and only a spellcaster could remove the forbidden equipment from the victim. Simply put, the only person who can kill her is Damon. The sorcerer laughed out loud. He was enjoying this moment. The witch was right. Only he could free her soul from this tin can. The boy was torn apart by the realization of his greatness and cunning, and it was he who showed the witch all the charm of the forbidden technique. Damon pointed his staff at the witch. He was going to destroy the body of her mechanical doll. As soon as he does, the soul of the powerful witch Nellie will leave this world forever. Nellie couldn't understand why the guy would do this. He could have broken into her home at any time, but why he came now? Damon replied that this was indeed a very good question. In fact, he did not want to kill her, but the situation had changed in 10 years. That's because right now the guy was on the verge of fulfilling his cherished dream. To get the desired result, Damon must make a very big sacrifice. And this victim was to be the entire southern capital of Durham. Damon stuck out his long tongue, laughing. He could already imagine all these buildings, each with people living in them, who would become the backbone of his goal. The guy said that people still remembered Nellie, and only a powerful witch like her could stop him. He wouldn't want people who remembered her kindness to come to the workshop and beg for help. It would be easier to just kill her. Timothy, just in case, asked if Damon had really sent those monsters to the city, and the guy answered in the affirmative. At the same second, Timothy activated his powers and, saying that he had finally found the bastard, rushed to attack. Damon met the boy's blow with a smile, and the boy was able to defend himself with a staff. Timothy's pressure was very strong, so Damon had to jump to a safe distance. Timothy said he didn't know all the reasons, but he didn't really care, and he wouldn't allow Durham to be destroyed for selfish reasons. The boy was going to personally kill the arrogant sorcerer and promised him to do so. Timothy was at level 410, and Damon was at level 500, and the latter was very curious how the guy would manage to do it. Until that moment, Damon believed that only Nellie could stop him. But he hadn't seen adventurers of such a high level in these parts for a long time. Timothy rushed to the attack, but Damon said that killing the boy was not part of his plans. Although, at the same time, the arrogant sorcerer considered it a great fortune that this particular boy was here. Because now he had a chance to deal with the two elements that irritated him the most, he struck his first blow. The blow was so strong that Timothy lost his balance, flew backwards, and fell helplessly on the lawn. Damon looked at the boy, who was trying to relieve the pain in his chest, and said that he should be happy. He would give the boy a quick death. Suddenly, the figures of Helen and Abe appeared behind Damon, and when the boy looked back in surprise, Abe said that he shouldn't forget about them. Looking at his friends, Damon admitted that he was not ready to fight so many enemies, and having created a teleporter, said goodbye to everyone. Nellie ran up to him and asked if he was running away, and Damon replied that he wasn't running away from her. He simply did not want to be late for the bloody feast, so the sorcerer stepped into the teleporter. Looking back at Timothy's squad, Damon said that if they really wanted to defend the city, he advised them to speed up. The teleporter had already gone out, but the friends continued to hear words that at that very moment, Damon's subordinates had already begun killing the people of Durham. Meanwhile, Durham was as crowded as ever, and the city was bustling with life. Damon watched the residents from the highest point in the city, and he knew that everything would change soon. This idyllic world will end today, and the process has just begun. The bloody feast had begun. And Damon had helpers for this, the first of whom had just teleported to the city. The appearance of the first subordinate caused the sorcerer to laugh sinisterly. He liked to dare to do what others were not capable of. The city was flooded with teleporters of Damon's people, and the sorcerer wished death to all the inhabitants, wishing them to become food for the new god of this world. The moment the senseless bloodshed began in Durham, the magical core inside the witch, Nellie, cracked. Feeling some changes inside her, the robot witch leaned on one knee, and Timothy asked what was wrong. The witch replied that the friends need not worry. It seems that before leaving, Damon had modified the forbidden magic technique. Timothy tried to continue her thought, which meant that in the event of a situation where the witch's body broke down, Nellie replied that if her body was damaged, she would simply die in this world forever. But to be honest, she didn't care about that. She had already died once, so death didn't scare her, but a scary doll was different. When she was imprisoned in this terrible doll, she could not leave the confines of her studio, and her mind was clouded. Now everything was different. She was free and could finally leave this place, because this body was not subject to the old restrictions. What Damon said was important, and the woman drew her friend's attention to these words, asking if they remembered them. Lindsay said that this sorcerer was going to kill all the inhabitants of Durham to achieve his dream. Timothy asked the witch if it was true, and the woman replied that she didn't think Damon was lying at all. Abe said that they had better get back to Durham as soon as possible and stop Damon from harming the townspeople. Helen replied that they would not be able to reach the city on time on their own. Timothy agreed that even if they tried, by the time they reached Durham, it would be in ruins. The witch Nellie said that the boys and girls had probably forgotten who they had met today. Even Damon was afraid of her as the only equal opponent, and she asked him to leave the way to her, the powerful old witch. Meanwhile, a bloody harvest began in Durham, with Damon's henchmen executing people right on the streets. Another victim was a local man who begged for help, but Damon's subordinates were not impressed. Looking at the sorcerers standing over him, the man begged them not to do it, swearing that he would do anything to survive. Melissa was in the Timothy's Guild building at the time, and she heard the man's terrible dying cry and looked out the window. She left her work and went out into the yard, and was surprised to see that the sky over Durham was purple. One of Damon's henchmen, who was on the other side of the street, saw a new victim. The sorcerer said that she should cry and beg, tremble with fear in anticipation of the inevitable. The girl's suffering was to become food for their new god, and the sorcerer sent a deadly energy beam towards Melissa. At the last second, Timothy managed to rush in front of the girl and eliminate the attacker. He struck the enemy with a blow of such power that he was thrown against a building standing opposite. Looking at Melissa, the man told her not to worry, that all the people of Durham were safe now. Helen, who appeared the next moment, said that those who use forbidden techniques are real weaklings. These are people who have not been able to master the magical arts in their entire miserable lives. Melissa looked at her friends around her and sincerely thanked them for saving her, saying that they had arrived just in time. Nellie, the robot witch, said that Damon had managed to change the nature of this body of hers. The witch was standing in a teleporter that didn't work, and now she couldn't get back to her workshop, while her friends risked their lives to save others. Timothy thanked the powerful robot witch for teleporting them in time. The witch Nellie told the boy to stop calling her that, because it was a relic of the past. In response to her friend's mute questions, the witch said that she didn't even mind if they called her their friend. Several of Damon's henchmen have already received their punishment for killing innocents. Lyle said that doing such things was a great sin, and that he would punish everyone for it. The head of the Salvation Sword Guild told the rescued man to run to the headquarters, where all the survivors were hiding, and promised to protect them. The man obediently did what Lyle said, and he also reasoned that the enemies he met were approximately from the 80th to the 100th level. Until now, Lyle had never met anyone in Durham who looked like them. Suddenly, the man heard the clapping of hands behind him, and a stranger's voice said that he was a good warrior and the head of the Sword of Salvation Guild. Lyle turned around and looked at the stranger, asking if he was to blame for the chaos that was happening in the city. Damon laughed. He said that human anger, in his opinion, was very beautiful. At that moment, Lyle, in his eyes, looked irresistible. When asked, the guy answered in the affirmative, admitting that he had organized a bloody celebration that spread throughout the city. The head of the Sword of Salvation Guild looked at the interlocutor carefully and asked what kind of bloody celebration he was talking about. Damon replied that only humans can experience this sweet cocktail of sensations. It is always possible for people to cry out of suffering, anger, or incredible rage, and these feelings make the blood boil in their veins. These angry feelings of people will be useful to the new god whom the boy wanted to awaken. This is exactly what Damon meant when he called everything happening in Durham a bloody celebration. After listening to the narcissistic boy, Lyle asked if it was he who had sent the desert cursed on Durham. Damon pretended to remember, but eventually admitted that he had summoned a couple of bugs to test the strength of her guild, and the results did not impress him. The impudent sorcerer smiled ominously and admitted that he had to thank them. Because they defended the city that day, he can make all the locals pray to the new god. It is only through the protection of the Sword of Salvation Guild that the new god of this world will be able to enjoy human suffering to the fullest. Lyle thoughtfully summarized that it was Damon's fault and told the boy that he would not allow his dirty plan to come to fruition. The head of the Sword of Salvation Guild activated the legendary skill, Demonic Coming. Damon said that even after using the legendary skill, the enemy's level only reaches 400. The arrogant, irrepressible bastard laughed in Lyle's face, saying that he was no match for him. Damon was level 500. Lyle didn't care what the enemy said. He repeated that he would make them lay down their arms, no matter what level they had, in 15 seconds. Timothy watched this scene from a distance and informed the system that he wanted to activate the vault and add another 190 levels to its status. The system informed us that the guy was currently at level 600, but Lyle had already run to attack Damon. Timothy silently attacked Damon from the other side, but the latter noticed the guy in time. Abe was destroying his part of the enemies, and he suddenly realized that they were feeding on anger. Damon's henchmen forced innocent people to suffer and beg for mercy. All this bloodshed and massive sacrifices were only for the sake of feeding them to God. According to Abe, such actions and such behavior in general were very disgusting. The warrior fighting next to Abe said that if it pissed him off so much, he shouldn't be standing as a pillar. If someone pisses you off, to solve this problem, you just need to punch them in the face. Who would doubt that Abe Will gave this advice? In the end, both adventurers found themselves back to back, surrounded by enemies. When the fight started, Abe agreed with Will, who asked where the kid in black armor was. Abe replied that right now the boy, like everyone else, is fighting the evil that has come to Durham on his own. Timothy, just as Abe said, fought. He fought against Damon, who did not expect him to show up at all. When he attacked the sorcerer for the second time, he called for help from Lyle, who was still on the other side of the enemy. Lyle activated the demonic black flash skill, almost getting Damon with his sword. Realizing that things were about to get ugly, the sorcerer used the forbidden technique number 74, sacrifice for the common good. A second later, Damon was surrounded by his henchmen, both living and dead, and the sorcerer said that they would protect him by risking their lives. He looked at some of them and said that he would certainly be very sad if the enemy killed everyone. But he doesn't need followers who can't handle lousy adventurers. The sorcerer was most interested in how Timothy had raised his level so quickly, which, in his opinion, was abnormal. Still, he probably should have killed the guy in the workshop when he had the chance. Lyle, realizing that Damon was distracted by talking to the boy, decided to attack him, but all of the man's attempts were in vain. After a series of attacks, the guild leader realized that Damon's forbidden technique was undoubtedly strong. However, it seems that the technique consumes a lot of the sorcerer's energy, and that is why he cannot use it all the time. Timothy, hearing the words of the head of the Sword of Salvation Guild, rushed to attack Damon. He believed that if this was true, they both had to get rid of the sorcerer before he could activate his forbidden technique. At the last moment, Damon managed to jump to a safe distance from the guy before Timothy touched the spot where he was standing. Timothy shouted that they should hit together, and then the guy would definitely not be able to dodge, and Lyle called it a good idea. The sorcerer looked around and saw two enemies flying at him simultaneously. Lyle and Timothy simultaneously activated the demonic black flash skill. Dark energy enveloped both adventurers, and the sorcerer realized that he had been caught off guard. At the last second, the guy managed to activate the protective shield, relying entirely on its strength. In this battle, the persistence of the adventurers and the self-confidence of the sorcerer crossed paths, and in the end, persistence won out, and the protective shield crumbled. A second later, the head of the Sword of Salvation Guild and Timothy surrounded Damon on both sides. The sorcerer was no longer able to resist. His clothes were completely bloody. Damon said that the taste of blood was still beautiful, and Lyle and Timothy put a sword to Damon's head and said that he had lost. The adventurers added that as long as they both stand guard, the boy is not destined to destroy Durham under any circumstances. Damon's reaction was incomprehensible. The sorcerer covered his face with his hand and laughed sarcastically. Looking at his opponents, he finally admitted that he had indeed underestimated them. He was especially reproachful for underestimating Timothy's strength and power and not taking advantage of his advantage earlier. The street where the fight took place was completely empty with damaged buildings, and the echoes of the words of confession of defeat echoed off the walls. The sorcerer began to cry out that he had not offered enough sacrifices to awaken the new god, but it was far from over. A second later, servants appeared between him and the adventurers. Damon said that the new god does not care who is sacrificed for him. With the last of his strength, the sorcerer bent back and activated the forbidden technique number 76. This technique was called the death cry of the crowd, and the guy used it against his men. Finally, Damon said that they should taste this divine taste of their own blood. The sorcerer's henchmen were in incredible pain, burning as if on fire. Eventually, the guy magically pulled a dagger out of each of them and stabbed them. Lyle and Timothy didn't know how to react to this. The guy was bleeding all over himself, and it was the blood of his own people. Damon said that his followers should not worry, their sacrifice would not be in vain. Although this is not enough, the sorcerer is unlikely to be able to get new victims. Timothy could not stand it. He rushed at the sorcerer, saying that he would not allow him to do whatever he wanted. Damon got to his feet and said that the guy was really fast, but it was too late for him. From that moment on, Timothy responded to any attack by laughing, not even intending to engage in a fight. The demon was in anticipation of something extremely beautiful for himself. He said that the time had come. Lyle and Timothy must suffer and beg for mercy, merging into one for the sake of their new god. At the same second, blood began to rise to the sky from the bodies of murdered civilians all over the city. All the blood flowed through the air to Damon and his staff, and the sorcerer said that God could taste his blood as well. If the new god needed Damon's flesh and blood, the sorcerer was ready to give him anything he wanted. Finally, the staff Damon was holding began to gradually open, revealing that there was a red stone inside the petals at the tip. The sorcerer was delighted, for here was the ripe fruit of suffering and human sorrow. The name of this stone was Blood Crystal, and the sorcerer stuck his tongue out of his mouth with a smile. Damon raised his hand with the crystal and shouted that no one in this city could stop him now. With this blood crystal, the sorcerer could now perform his ritual and fundamentally change their worldview. Damon laughed an ominous laugh that the world would finally meet its new god. Timothy was very angry at this behavior and words, and he asked how the hell Damon was going to bring someone into this world. The sorcerer replied that the forbidden techniques were imperfect and that he would not be able to fully resurrect God. But Damon wanted to let the new god take his body as a shell. The sorcerer said that very soon, the boy and everyone present would finally see the new god. But Timothy would have to wait a little longer, as Damon teleported off in an unknown direction a second later. Lyle, who was standing next to Timothy, said that the sorcerer was not going to perform the resurrection ceremony here, but he could guess where he went. Timothy asked hopefully if this was true, and Lyle replied that there was a place west of Durham with an abnormal amount of dark magical energy. This anomalous place was called the Mausoleum of the Palm Tree, and adventurers usually did not go there. Lyle said that he wanted to stop this dark sorcerer, but he let him escape. Right now, they need to assemble a squad of experienced and strong fighters to stop Damon. Unfortunately, there are no one in the Sword of Salvation Guild who can resist the sorcerer. Lyle knew that Damon's level was 500. The maximum level a person can reach is 250. The head of the Sword of Salvation Guild looked at Timothy and said that these rules did not apply to the boy at all. Timothy was the only one capable of defeating the sorcerer, and he didn't know anyone who had the same level of skill as the boy. Lyle looked at Timothy carefully and asked if he was willing to accept the new assignment from him personally. He promised that if Timothy succeeded in this mission, he would allow the boys' guild to exist in Durham. Lyle personally promised to negotiate with the central administration to provide financial support for the boys' guild. Timothy can also rely on Lyle personally, as he was the head of the Sword of Salvation Guild and swore to keep his promise. The man said that he would fight side by side with Timothy against the forces of evil and would do everything in his power. But Lyle still emphasized that it was the boy who had to defeat Damon. After listening to the man's proposal, Timothy understood what was required of him, and he agreed to the terms. Lyle folded his arms across his chest and asked what name Timothy had come up with for his guild. Timothy was stumped by the question. He hadn't thought about it until then, and Lyle said it was important to come up with a name for your creation. Timothy was thinking, nothing came to mind, and the man, realizing that there was a delay, wanted to give him some advice. Lyle said that the name of a guild usually reflects the essence of its creator. According to the man, the boy became a support for everyone he met during his adventures. Many people were so influenced by Timothy's personality that they decided to follow his example, considering him their hero. He was also ready to sacrifice his life to save others, and his friends responded in kind. So in Lyle's opinion, the name Black Star of Hope was appropriate. The city of Durham has gradually begun to recover from the horror experienced by local residents. Outside the city, the girl was waiting for her boss with a flashlight in her hand. In front of her stood a new creature she'd been working on for a long time, the most perfect being. The creature said that a group of adventurers was on its way, and the girl, having listened to the report, thanked him for the information. The girl thought that in this case, it was time to prepare for the newcomers. She should not let them go further than this hall. Sometime later, Damon joined the girl. Today was finally going to happen what he had been waiting for a long time. A new god would arrive on Earth. The sorcerer has carefully prepared for this moment. He has created a blood crystal, prepared a forbidden technique that will call a new god into their world. But there was one caveat to this ideal plan. The sorcerer needed some time to perform the ritual. The girl replied that Damon didn't have to worry about that. She promised to personally kill anyone who dared to enter. The sorcerer replied that this was fine. He had not made a mistake in the girl when he made the same deal with her. After discussing all the details, Damon said that it was time to begin their ritual. The new god would radically change this world, which was rotten. Meanwhile, several groups of adventurers, carefully assembled by Lyle, were traveling across the desert on wagons west of Durham. Among the many wagons was one in which all the members of the Black Star of Hope Guild gathered. Lindsay suddenly said that she wondered where the boy had gotten the money for such a fancy cart and horses. Timothy replied that their application for a guild was approved, and now the central government will support the guild financially. Abe added that their guild is now called the Black Star of Hope, and Lindsay said that it sounds good. Timothy decided to apologize for not being able to think of anything better at that moment, and Helen said that they didn't expect anything more. The girl added that from now on, Timothy can be safely called a guild master. The guy looked back at his friends with a smile, and after a short pause, said yes. Abe said that Helen couldn't call the guy that. She was a member of the Sword of Salvation Guild, and she shouted that she could leave. The argument between the members of the squad was interrupted by the carriage driver, who called out to everyone to look forward, and the friends opened their mouths in shock. Ahead of them, they could clearly see the place where Damon was supposed to be now, the Palm Trees Mausoleum. The witch Nellie said that the mausoleum would probably be protected by a barrier, but she could teleport them there without much difficulty. Nellie was sure that they had been carefully prepared for their arrival, but her friends had no choice, and suddenly Lindsay shouted that there was someone ahead. The friends looked ahead of them and saw Damon's henchmen lined up in front of the carts. Timothy tensed. The appearance of the sorcerer's subordinates was no accident. The faceless henchmen simultaneously raised their hands and sent a spell at the newly arrived adventurers. One of the carts, hit by the energy flow, flew into the air and fell sideways, the wheels coming off. Timothy shouted that there were adventurers from the Sword of Salvation Guild in that cart. The guy shouted that they needed to urgently help their comrades in arms. But Abe strongly stopped Timothy. He told him not to rush into the fight before the allotted time. A second later, when the members of the Salvation Sword Guild flew out of the overturned cart, the guy said that they would do just fine on their own. Other units arrived at the entrance to the Palm Tree Mausoleum, and the adventurers began to approach the stairs. Lyle, along with his men, watched Timothy and his squad approach him. The man looked sternly at the boy and asked if everyone was ready for what awaited them. Timothy answered in the affirmative and said that, in that case, he was announcing the start of an operation to capture the criminal Damon. After the announcement of the start, all the adventurers ran to the mausoleum, friends in a hurry, realizing that there was very little time left. When Timothy reached the first hall through the dark corridors, he stopped, not even realizing that this building could be like this. The Palm Tree Mausoleum was very spacious and well lit inside, with stained glass windows inserted into the window openings. Lyle told the boy not to let his guard down. The enemy could attack them at any moment. A second after he said that, one of Damon's henchmen, armed with daggers, ran out of the side passage at the boy, and he managed to dodge. The first cloaked sorcerer's soldier was followed by others, who quickly surrounded the adventurers. Lyle shouted that everyone should listen to him. The first squad of the Sword of Salvation will stay in this hall and fight the enemies. The second will follow. When he approached Timothy, the man said that this information also applied to him. Lyle added that this was an order. They had to catch Damon, and there was no time for arguments. Other related goals and problems can be handled by people from his guild. A second later, the comrades were already running further, deeper into the mausoleum, ready to attack again at any moment. Abe said that they needed to hurry up if Damon was telling the truth. Right now, he was calling an evil god into their world. The adventurers have no time to deal with the sorcerer's henchmen, so Abe believed that when the time came, Timothy would have to deal with Damon while they covered for him. Without objecting to Timothy, the guy asked him if he really thought Abe couldn't handle a bunch of sorcerers. Timothy replied that Abe had misunderstood him. He hadn't said that, and that's where the guys agreed. Finally, Abe said that he counts on Timothy as his guildmaster. A second later, the adventurers saw 4 more of Damon's minions advancing on them. Lindsay looked back and shouted that there were enemies behind her too, and there was no end to them. Without looking back and without stopping his run, Lyle shouted that he was leaving these candidates for death at the mercy of Will. The adventurer was even happy about this decision. Seeing a delay among the enemies, he said that they would not overcome him alone with their numbers. A few of Damon's henchmen nevertheless dared to confront Timothy, who was rushing at them like a speeding train. Damon scattered his opponents like pins on opposite sides of him. The system informed me that the level of the henchman was impossible to absorb, all because of the dark magic that the sorcerer had cast on these people. Timothy shouted that it didn't matter at all, that his level was enough to overcome Damon. Looking back, the boy shouted to Lyle that the path was clear for him. The head of the Sword of Salvation Guild rushed forward, but at the same second, the wall next to him shattered, and the man saw the claws of a monster in front of him. Lyle stopped. The desert-cursed man was looking at him, and the man said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. After examining the size of the monster, the head of the Salvation Sword Guild said that he had previously met smaller monster counterparts. A moment later, in a few places nearby, a couple more monsters broke the wall and came out into the light. It turns out there were many of them. Looking back, Timothy saw that Lyle was surrounded by freaks, and he was about to return to help. Lyle, looking around, shouted that there was no time for that. He promised to detain the freaks. The guy had more important things to do. With the fate of the world now resting on the shoulders of Timothy's guild, the friends hurried to the main hall. In the next room, Helen felt as if the air was saturated with dark magic, and she could hardly breathe with every passing second. The witch Nellie replied that it was not surprising at all, and the group saw a door opposite them that probably led directly to Damon. Timothy rushed to the opposite side of the hall, shouting to his friends that they had to hurry. Suddenly, a giant blue monster that resembled a dog jumped out in front of the friends, blocking the passage. A girl quietly appeared next to the monster, and she told him that the wolf cub's name was Barish, and that she was Merim. Merim said that a new god would be born soon, and she stroked her wolf cub's face. After a short pause, the girl said that no one had invited adventurers to this celebration, and at the same second, Barish opened his fiery mouth. Timothy realized that this was the same Merim that the powerful witch Nellie had told everyone about. Timothy shouted that he didn't care who she was. He was ready to kill anyone who tried to stop him. Merim looked defiantly at Timothy and said that he could try. The Iron Wolf Barish was level 450. The girl had heard before that the boy's level was abnormally high for an average person, and Timothy's level was currently 600. Merim said that she was just an ordinary engineer, and in a fair fight she would never beat Timothy. She had prepared something special for this occasion, just in time for his appearance in this room. The girl stretched her hand forward and activated the protective field of her beast. Helen asked if it could be some kind of magical technique, but Abe was sure that no, the guy didn't feel anything special. Timothy had a strong feeling that his body had become much heavier after these manipulations. The girl left her wolf cub in the middle of the hall and went to a safe distance behind one of the columns, telling the monster that she was leaving the rest to him. She considered Barish her ideal creation and encouraged the wolf to show the uninvited guests how strong he was as an android doll. The wolf rushed at Timothy, but the boy was ready for it and was not going to back down. He realized that his opponent, whose level was 150% lower than his, he would never be able to overcome it, so after repelling the wolf's attack, the boy decided to counterattack. The guy struck Barish with a series of quick but very painful blows with both swords at once. Despite this, the wolf didn't seem to be hurt at all, and although it must have been badly wounded, the robot attacked Timothy again. Barish was flying around the hall like a madman, and Timothy couldn't catch him. Eventually, after running up to a sufficient distance for his purposes, Barish opened his mouth and fired an energy beam in the boy's direction. In the end, no matter how hard the guy held his ground, a powerful explosion rang out in the hall. Lindsay screamed his name in fear. She was very worried about Timothy's fate, whether a rabid wolf had hurt him. When the flames dissipated, his friend saw Timothy on the floor with a broken weapon in front of him, and he said he had managed to block the blow in time. The main thing for the guy was why it happened. He knew that he had hit the wolf and wounded it. Given their level difference, Timothy was definitely going to beat him. But right now, the guy was looking at Barish, who didn't look like a wounded monster, and wondering why he was still alive. Merim asked from afar if it wasn't strange that the boy was unable to defeat an opponent with a lower level. The girl, with a smile, said that the answer lies in Barisha himself. She did not call him her creation for nothing. Barish's skill reduces the levels of all his opponents within the radius of the energy field, and now Timothy's level is the same as the wolf's. The same applies to the skeleton of Barish. It is made of strong steel that absorbs magical damage. The guy would likely run out of breath rather than overcome this deadly machine. And while the adventurer will spend time here, Damon will have time to finish his ritual. Timothy, hearing these daring words of the cunning girl, rushed at Barish with renewed vigor and powerful rage. The boy tried to get to the android wolf, but it deftly dodged his blows. Timothy knew that Barish's level was 450, and he could use all his skills to defeat him. But in that case, the guy would lose all his precious time, and that's exactly what Damon was counting on. While the guy was thinking about his strategy, Barish got closer and opened his mouth again, trying to attack. Timothy ran up to him. The guy was holding the wolf back with his swords. He didn't know what he should do. Unexpectedly, help came to Timothy from a place he did not expect. The witch Nellie kicked the wolf in the face. The robot witch rapidly delivered blow after blow, leaving Timothy out of work. Looking back at the boy, Nellie said that she would deal with Barish and Merrim herself. This caused great indignation among Merrim, who heard their conversation perfectly. The witch said that the boy had more important things to do than babysit this unbearable child. Timothy was looking at the witch's body. He did not understand what was happening to her. The witch replied that it was all about the body she was in. This body worked in the same way as the body of the wolf Timothy fought against. The witch even felt an unusual surge of strength and energy when she was in this energy field. Suddenly, the rest of his friends appeared behind him, led by Abe. The boy looked at the guildmaster seriously and said briefly that it was time for Timothy to leave. Timothy held his gaze on each of his friends and told them not to die while he was gone. Abe immediately laughed. He was pleased that the guildmaster was concerned about him. The guy watched Timothy run to the door of the main hall, and at that moment, probably in his eyes, the boy actually became the main one. Merrim also saw Timothy running toward the exit of the room and ordered Barish to immediately run after the boy. The wolf immediately turned around and left the fight with the witch and tried to catch up with Timothy halfway. The guy accelerated as much as he could with his level and managed to break away from the chase a little bit. Nellie was not satisfied with this state of affairs, and she once again stood in Barish's way, demanding that he fight her on equal terms in the tin can. The other adventurers were also on the alert, in case the friends had to replace the witch. Merrim was also focused on this scene, and did not see what was happening around her, which Abe took advantage of. The guy appeared in front of her with lightning speed, drawing his sword. The guy attacked Merrim, but the girl managed to jump away at the last second. Abe said that Merrim created the perfect conditions to detain Timothy and prevent him from interfering with Damon. But the girl must forgive them because their task is to keep Merrim here. Timothy ran to the main hall, relying entirely on his friends, although he was very worried about them. Barish fought fiercely with the witch Nellie, and they managed to exchange several powerful attacks. Suddenly, the wolf calmed down, and Merrim reappeared next to him, saying that she couldn't understand who had created such an ugly doll. Merrim noted that she had created such flimsy dolls in her previous life. The girl was burning with anger. She said that the mere sight of her opponent irritated her. Nellie, the robot witch, replied that the girl was right. She had created this doll. Merrim didn't understand what her opponent was saying. She could create dolls like Nellie, up to the level of 150, and they had no intelligence. Her opponent could talk and fight calmly, and Nellie replied that the girl was quite right. But she added that if the soul of an old witch were to move into such a useless doll someday... After these words, Merrim was speechless, and Nellie said that it was because her soul was imprisoned in this world, thanks to the forbidden arts. Merrim stared at her opponent with all her eyes. She could not believe that she was seeing a master witch in this hall. Nellie said that her level had increased the doll's powers many times over, and now it was 450. Finally, the witch said that Merrim had imprisoned her soul, and that the girl would now have to pay for it. Finally, the girl managed to squeeze out a few words, stammering, and asked if it was really a master witch. Nellie told Merrim that the reason she was in the room was obvious. One stupid girl needed to be taught something. Merrim asked why Nellie was trying to teach her a lesson. The girl just wanted to save the master, that's all. She was not a witch, so she had to make a deal with someone who could save the witch Nellie from death. The witch replied that the girl had done all this for her, and that she understood her wishes. But when Merrim was doing all this, she did not take into account the witch's wishes, and did not ask her to do so. Death is the natural end of every living being's life. Sorcerers accept the laws of creation, but Merim deprived Nellie of this privilege. Now the favorite disciple and daughter of the witch has become a follower of a new god. Nellie asked if Merim remembered what she had said to her before she died. She said she wanted the girl to live a happy life and not dwell on the past. Merim lowered her head. She remembered those words very well, but it was painful for her to recall those events. The girl admitted that she was unable to fulfill the will of the Witchmaster. The witch said that as the girl's master, she was obliged to return Merim to the true path. And the witch was not going to give up this time, even if she had to die. Nellie quickly rushed to attack Barish, and the hall was illuminated by a bright light from which Merim had to cover her face. The attack was so strong that the wolf flew away for a long distance and disappeared in a powerful explosion. Despite this, within seconds, Barish reappeared in Nellie's view, spitting saliva in all directions and attacking. Realizing that conventional physical attacks did not have the same effect on the enemy, Nellie decided to use magic. She generated fire. The first blow made Barish jump to the side, but the witch was not going to stop there. The witch attacked the monster again and again, but the wolf was nimble enough to avoid each successive blow. At some point, Barish's paws came to the witch's face, and she saw the mechanisms there. Nellie decided to waste no time and quickly rushed at the wolf and stabbed it in the paw with her sword, which gave way easily and cracked. Barish growled very loudly in pain, which stunned everyone present. For the first time, the wolf was wounded. Nellie jumped up to the group of adventurers and landed in front of them with ease. Barish turned toward the witch and opened his mouth, generating hellish flames. The witch managed to generate a protective shield, behind which the whole team of friends hid. The fire scorched half the hall, but Nellie's protective shield continued to stand in place. Abe thought it was incredible. The robot witch, in his opinion, was an unrivaled warrior. But the boy stopped talking in mid-sentence, because he saw that the shell in which Nellie's soul was kept began to crack. The witch said that this was the #1 forbidden technique, which was called I am the family of destruction. This technique was once the last to be invented, but its essence remained quite simple. Now the witch's level will rise until she dies. At the moment, the witch has damaged the mechanism of this wolf cub, and its ability will not work in this case. It is difficult to resist an enemy who is constantly raising his level in exchange for his life. Now finally, Nellie's life will come to its logical conclusion. The witch said that in the last moments of her life she was going to teach the girl a lesson, and that Merim would remember this lesson forever. Nellie says she'll deal with the wolf cub herself, and Abe and Helen have to stop Merim. The guy shouted that he understood and ran forward, Helen hurrying after him. Both adventurers attack the girl, leaving her no room for maneuver. Merim's attention was focused on her Witchmaster, and she had never worried about anyone in her life as much as she did about Nellie. The witch said that every masterpiece has its flaws, which means that they will definitely be able to defeat this wolf. The witch saw Lindsay running towards Barish from the other side, and she was of the same opinion as Nellie, so she was not going to sit idly by. Lindsay activated her lightning strike skill, Thunderbolt, and slashed her sword at Barish's paw. The wolf howled in pain. This wound was even worse than the previous one. The whole hall was illuminated by lightning. The impact was so strong that Lindsay herself was unable to stand on her feet, and the girl was thrown back by the blast wave. She fell to the ground, but still could not take her eyes off her opponent. The witch praised Lindsay for her work, and now it was time for Nellie to deliver her final blow. Barish was preparing for the enemy's attack, but he could barely catch his breath, and his mouth was dripping with saliva. Abe and Helen blocked Merim, and the boy ordered the girl to stand still and watch. The powerful witch also added that the girl should watch how she would destroy this wolf, and Timothy would save the whole world. Merim was seriously scared, but she didn't know what she could say to stop this madness. After this blow, the witch will finally be able to become truly free, which is what she had wanted for many years. Nellie's last words were the catalyst for Merim to finally move, and she screamed, begging the witch to stop. Merim shouted that if the Witchmaster died now, she would have no reason to live at all. The witch told the girl not to talk nonsense. She had saved her as a baby. The witch gave the rescued child a beautiful name so that he could live a happy life. Now, as a master witch, she is obliged to save Merim from the evil that has taken up residence in her soul. The witch was going to finally deal with the wolf cub Barish with her fist alone. Nellie rushed into the attack and generated a powerful energy blast, and Barish disappeared in its epicenter. The shockwave rapidly spread in concentric circles throughout the hall. Soon, the remains of the columns and the hall's decoration began to fly around the room. Finally, Nellie looked back at Merim and said that she sincerely asked the girl to give this world another chance. Merim's eyes flashed back to her childhood with the Witchmaster, a woman who made the girl's life truly happy. The powerful explosion drowned out all the girl's screams, but the tears that appeared in her eyes did not. When Timothy ran up to the door to the main hall, he felt his level recover again, as if he had left the energy field. Gritting his teeth, Timothy vowed that for the sake of all his friends, he would stop Damon and his wicked plan. The guy abruptly opened the door and shouted Damon's name, ready for a fight. In the main hall, Damon was sitting on the edge of a giant torch, and he said that it was a shame the guy was late. Smiling a predatory smile, the sorcerer said that the preparations for the birth of the new god were already complete. Finally, the new god of this world will be here. Damon was very proud of his work and did not hide it. The sorcerer jumped down from the torch to the ground. He was very curious to know something. Although his friend's attempt was unsuccessful, did Timothy still want to challenge him? A second later, he raised his right hand up and called on his god, asking him to let sinful people know suffering. A giant cocoon began to form over Damon's head, and the sorcerer shouted for Timothy to tremble before the greatness of the new god. When the cocoon with the newborn was finally generated, the sorcerer lowered his hand and laughed. A couple of seconds later, giant arms burst out from different sides of the cocoon, and Timothy was terrified by the size of the monster. Damon shouted for the boy to look carefully. Before him was the true god of their sinful world, the god of pain and suffering, the abyss of evil. The sorcerer said that what he had been preparing for years had finally come to pass. A new god had been born in the world. He was shouting that he was the most important loyal subject and was ready to obey any wish of the deity. The boy was glorifying God. The cocoon collapsed even more, and parts of the new god's body began to fall to the ground, and the sorcerer fell silent. Timothy was also disgusted by this sight, and he did not understand why God had become so shapeless. Damon shouted that he was doing everything right and did not understand why the result was so bad. The only reason could be that he did not have enough blood. The guy mentioned that the formation of the crystal was a problematic job. Was it because of the lack of blood to heal the crystal that his ritual failed? Before Timothy could even blink, a powerful explosion occurred right in front of him. When the fire and smoke dissipated, he saw giant hands that began to move. Gradually, the amorphous mass lying on the ground began to rise and acquire clear outlines. The god of pain and suffering, the abyss of evil, was born. I looked at the screen and couldn't believe it because I saw that this giant creature was at the 1500th level. The god of pain and suffering said that due to an imperfect forbidden technique, his body became like this. It was shapeless, rotten, full of flaws and ugly, but it was not catastrophic. Even with this body, the abyss of evil could plunge this world into the abyss of despair. Unexpectedly, Damon responded to this remark, shouting that everything was correct. The ritual did not go according to plan, but he had a solution. He invited the god of pain and suffering to take advantage of him and use him as a shell. If God merges with him into one, then together they will be able to overcome all these miserable people. But Damon was not destined to enjoy his triumph, as one of the giant hands suddenly pushed him into a concrete wall. The god of pain and suffering replied that he could handle everything without the help of a miserable worm. He did not need Damon. The sorcerer could barely catch his breath, but he was still alive, and he slowly got to his feet. Suddenly, as if he had lost his mind, Damon shouted at God, insisting that he did not dare to say such things to him. He insisted that he was the most loyal subject of the abyss of evil, and did not understand what his role in the destruction of the world was. God replied that he had been honored to revive him in this world, and should be proud of it, and he called the sorcerer a miserable creature. These words made Damon very angry. He activated several forbidden techniques at once, and the energy that escaped from him was very powerful. Damon shouted that in that case, he himself would show the god of pain and suffering his imperfection before people. The guy rushed to attack, but God said that no mortal is worthy to touch the face of God and activated the purification. Instantly, Damon found himself in one of the giant hands of the abyss of evil, and the sorcerer did not even realize how it happened. The abyss of evil said that he was, after all, the god of pain and suffering, and as his faithful follower, he would grant the sorcerer his mercy. Damon shouted that he disagreed. His plan was to sow pain with the deity. He believed he did not deserve such a punishment. God replied that all mortals are equal before him, and that is why he gives him something extremely beautiful. After he said that, Damon began to scream very loudly, as if thousands of spears were stabbed into his body at the same time. When God did everything he had promised, he let Damon's body fall to the ground, and the boy became significantly changed. Bloody crystals began to sprout through the sorcerer's body, and Damon screamed that he was in excruciating pain. He begged God to stop this torture, but he did not respond, and in the end the sorcerer simply shouted that he should be killed. The god of the pain of 100 sufferings answered that he does not give his followers death, but only suffering. One of the crystals sprouted through Damon's eye, and he screamed in pain even louder. It was impossible to watch the sorcerer's torment. Timothy, who was standing next to the boy, reasoned that Damon Fortin, an adherent of the forbidden techniques, was not suffering in vain. Considering all the atrocities that this sorcerer had committed, he got what he deserved 100-fold. But the guy still decided to show him his mercy. He pulled out his sword and stabbed Damon in the back. The sorcerer fell to the floor and didn't move anymore, and the system notified him that the leveling ban was lifted. Damon Fortin was the creator of the banned technique, and therefore, after his death, this technique disappeared. The guy ordered the system to raise his level to the maximum value, and he needed everything he had to kill God. According to the Abyss of Evil, these actions were in vain, and no human being can defeat the deity. Suddenly, several of the hands of the god of pain and suffering fell off and fell to the floor. Timothy felt disgusted. In his opinion, such a miserable trash did not deserve to be called God. The main hall of the mausoleum was illuminated by a bright light. The system said that Damon's level was absorbed. The vault was at 500. The total level was 710. The system also recommended a skill and a weapon to defeat God, the skill costing nothing and the sword costing 400 levels. After reading the descriptions, Timothy realized that Divine Ascension and Divine Eclipse were what he needed. The boy was confused that the skill was worthless. Meanwhile, God said that in his perfect likeness, he was a horror who brought pain and suffering to people. Timothy rushed into the abyss of evil. He decided to deal with what was bothering him later, while he had things to do. But the god of pain and suffering was not asleep either, and decided to counterattack the guy, who barely managed to dodge the giant hand. The system notified me that the request for the Divine Ascension was not mandatory, and the request for the Divine Eclipse had to be approved. The guy coordinated all the nuances with the system and received a sword that could kill God himself. Timothy hit the god of pain and suffering on one of his arms, and it seems that his attack, this time, was successful. Despite the significant difference in their levels, the guy managed to deprive the abyss of evil of a little bit of arrogance. With this sword, the boy can cut the flesh of the god of pain and suffering into small pieces. If the abyss of evil likes pain and suffering so much, the boy was willing to give it to him in its original state. The abyss of evil replied that this was a waste of time. A person would never attain the power that would be sufficient to kill a deity. People are created to glorify the gods, and the gods in turn give them their mercy or cruelty, and the opposite is not true. Timothy, standing in front of the bloodthirsty monster, calmly replied that they could check it out now. The abyss of evil said that the wretched stinker who dared to seduce the body of God should be severely punished. The god of pain and suffering added that the boy was not his follower, but only an ordinary sinner, and people like him must be destroyed by the god of pain and suffering in this world. This time Timothy had a hard time, barely managing to dodge the deity's attacks. He understood well that although God's body was rotten to the point where it would be easy to overcome him, his power was too great. The abyss of evil has only to hit a guy, and he will immediately become dead. Unexpectedly, the system informed Timothy that the enemy's level had dropped, and the current level of the god of pain and suffering was 1,450. Continuing to run away, Timothy asked the system why the level of the abyss of evil had suddenly dropped. The system answered that the hand the guy had cut off contained fragments of a bloody crystal. It turns out that it is the blood crystal that gives the god of pain and suffering such enormous power. Fragments of the crystal are located throughout his body. If Timothy cuts off the parts where the fragments are located, the level of the enemy will decrease significantly. The guy looked at his enemy, and finally he had a plan on how to defeat this disgusting creature. Timothy asked if he needed to cut off the parts of his body where the crystals were visible to lower the enemy's level, and the system answered in the affirmative. Timothy flew at top speed to one of the monster's arms and swung his sword at it. After a moment, the arm separated from the body, and the system reported a decrease in the enemy's level. The guy was not going to stop. After performing several combinations, Timothy managed to lower the deity's level even further, and he realized that he had just a little bit more to go. But the god of pain and suffering decided to be proactive and attacked Timothy with both hands, and the boy managed to dodge at the last second. The Abyss of Evil said that the boy seemed to have figured out how to weaken the divine power. However, the guy's efforts were in vain, and it was time to accept his punishment as a sinner. The god of pain and suffering promised to destroy the boy because sinful people like him had no right to live in his world. The Abyss of Evil activated its power and directed it directly at Timothy, and the boy realized that this time he would not be able to dodge. Timothy reasoned that, although he had weakened the enemy, it was not enough, so the adventurer would really die. Timothy realized that he had no choice. He laughed in the face of the Abyss of Evil. He could not destroy it. The guy turned to the system and ordered to open the vault and provide him with all the levels that were stored there. When the fire from the attack dissipated, the god of pain and suffering saw that the guy was still alive, and this surprised him greatly. Timothy absorbed the level. The system notified me that there were no more levels left in the vault, and the current owner level was 910. Timothy realized that he was running out of time, and that madness was just around the corner, so he immediately attacked the enemy on the spot. The adventurer simply radiated a dark force around him. He screamed in pain and rage. A second later, the system notified him that the enemy's level had dropped, and Timothy struck again. The god of pain and suffering said that the sinner was trying to reach the power of God, and for no reason fell into the fury of the beast. The Abyss of Evil considered such behavior disgusting, and it was not going to tolerate such treatment. The deity decided to attack the enemy, but no matter how hard the Abyss of Evil tried to grab the boy, he deftly escaped his grasp. On the way, Timothy still managed to strike after strike, reducing the enemy's level. The system notified me that the enemy's level had decreased, and the level of the Abyss of Evil was now 1,200. In a moment, the level of the god of pain and suffering dropped again and was already 1,040. Timothy systematically and methodically chopped off almost all of the vile deity's arms, and the Abyss of Evil roared with pain and rage. Not wanting to give the creature a chance to survive, Timothy quickly ran up to the enemy and stabbed him in the body with his sword. The system notified me of the enemy's level reduction. The current level of the god of pain and suffering was 950. Timothy managed to bounce back from the enemy's counterattack in time, but something was starting to go wrong. The guy felt his thoughts were confused, and his body was turning inside out from the pain. His consciousness was so clouded that Timothy could not understand what was happening to him and had little control over himself, and the enemy took advantage of this. The system issued a warning. The wielder had reached his physical limit, and if he continued the fight, he would cause irreparable damage to his body. Timothy felt as if he had been short-circuited. He could not see anything around him. His brain was focused on the superhuman suffering he was experiencing. The guy realized that he had to do something, but he couldn't remember what exactly. God said that the sinner had given in to his original desires, and only death could cleanse him of his filth. Meanwhile, the darkness around the adventurer grew darker and darker, and he tried to remember what he had to do. Suddenly, Timothy thought it might be the end of him, but he heard the voices of his friends calling his name. Abe shouted that the boy shouldn't let this force consume him. He should hear his friend's voice. Lindsay shouted at Timothy not to give up, only he could defeat this monster. Even Lyle was worried about him, and the man said that Timothy needed to remember who he was. Surprisingly, the words of his friends made him remember something. Timothy remembered their names, and then he remembered something else. The guy recalled that he had asked the abyssal armor to release all levels from the storage. This enormous force consumed his mind, but for now, the guy was able to rise above the pain he felt with enormous willpower. He had a purpose. Timothy bent down and picked up his sword. He ordered the armor to calculate how much time his body had left. The system replied that the guy could only make one shot, and Timothy liked this answer. Timothy was sure that one blow would be enough for him. The god of pain and suffering was surprised that he was able to regain consciousness. He said that in that case, the adventurer would have to prove to him which of them was stronger. He called the boy to him, saying that mortals have never been able to kill God. It is a taboo, and no one could break this rule. The god of pain and suffering wanted to resolve all these issues here and now as soon as possible. Timothy studied the properties of the sword, which concentrated divine energy that could be released with a powerful explosion. It takes a minute to recover the energy for a punch, and the boy wondered if he could use the wings of seraphim at that moment. You can't use another sword during recovery, but the guy had no other choice anyway, so he had to attack anyway. Timothy realized that he would have to end it all in one fell swoop, and he began to gather the energy of the Lord's punishment. God said that no matter how much power a mortal has, it will always be insufficient to kill him. He raised his remaining arms and made the stone blocks of the mausoleum fall from the ceiling to the floor. While the boy was dodging the debris, he asked him once again to think about how stupid his attempts were, because man cannot have the power to kill God. Gods cannot die, and no matter what the guy does to the body of the abyss of evil, his spirit will never disappear. But Timothy still wants to try to kill him. Timothy replied that he didn't care what his opponent thought. He might not even continue. The god of pain and suffering asked why Timothy should waste his energy on this, why the guy just couldn't accept the inevitable. The guy replied that this question was even stupider than the previous one, and that if he decided to surrender, people important to him would suffer at the hands of the abyss of evil. Timothy was going to fight for their well-being and a happy future. Finally, the guy decided to add something else. He said that every person is the owner of his or her own destiny. Therefore, no god in all existing worlds has the right to decide for people their future and destiny. The power of the sword was 30% generated, but the god of pain and suffering had already begun to attack. The abyss of evil said that in this case, the boy would only die. There was an explosion, the guy was nowhere to be seen, and his friends began to worry. The sword's energy was half generated. The god of pain and suffering said that it was time to say goodbye to life, that the sinner had no place on this earth, and stretched his tentacles in Timothy's direction. A second later, the guy flew out to meet his opponent, saying that he was right. It was time to say goodbye. The sword's energy was 82%, and there was still a little more time to go. Since the distance between the opponents was quite large, the energy of the sword managed to rise to 90% in flight. Saying that it was over, Timothy slapped the god of pain and suffering in the face as he announced that he had fully recovered his energy. Even as his head was falling apart, the abyss of evil still repeated that God cannot die by the hands of man. The sword of God's punishment did its job, and a powerful explosion eclipsed everything in the main hall of the mausoleum. When the fire and smoke dissipated, the adventurers saw the wreckage of the huge body of the former god. Sometime later, the group of adventurers was already hurrying back. Abe was carrying Timothy in his arms. The boy was unconscious. Helen, seeing how hard it was for her friend to carry Timothy, offered to help. Even though the mage girl cast a spell on the boy to reduce his body weight, it was still hard for Abe to carry him with such injuries. But the guy, not even looking at his girlfriend, focused only on his own path, firmly answered no to all her requests and suggestions. The guy noticed that although Damon was dead, they were still in the mausoleum, which was filled with monsters. All the adventurers who were not wounded had to be on guard, and the guy took charge of Timothy. A few seconds after he said that, one of the walls of the corridor broke, and another desert curse entered through it. Lyle came forward. He said that the monster probably thinks it can handle them. But as soon as the man finished his sentence, dozens of desert cursed like the first one began to slide through the ceiling into the tunnel. No matter how many times Lyle destroyed these monsters, he realized that there was no end to them, so he asked Helen for help. The girl immediately responded to the request and tore one desert curse in the air. All the adventurers realized that these monsters should not be allowed near Abe and Timothy. Soon, the friends realized that there were too many opponents, and that at this rate they would simply break through, so they had to come up with something else. A pair of desert cursed walked past Lyle and Helen and began to approach Abe and Timothy. Lindsay tensed and stepped forward. The girl said that she would never let the monsters go any further and pulled out her dagger. She said that Timothy alone destroyed God himself and saved all people from death. But now this guy's life hangs in the balance, and if we don't help him, he will never regain consciousness. It turns out that now it's her turn to defend Timothy, and lightning flashes from Lindsay's eyes. The girl ran to attack the monsters. Abe was amazed at what he saw. It was lightning strike thunderbolt. When Lindsay finished with her opponents, she looked at Abe and said that she hadn't wasted any time either, and had managed to rise from the 10th to the 100th level. The guy praised the girl for her diligence, although he was very surprised she was fighting strong opponents. Lindsay laughed and shyly remarked that this way she earned her level faster, all thanks to her epic skill. Abe reasoned that this little girl had improved her level with such ease. He had never seen anything like it before. The guy was sure that this girl would become a strong adventurer like Timothy in the future. Lyle was already finishing off the last of the monsters, and he realized that he had to move. When he was done, he shouted at Abe to hurry up, and the boy immediately ran after him with all his might. Some time later, the adventurers came out into the light. There were people from the Sword of Salvation Guild. Abe said that they would have to use an epic skill. Sharing life transfers life energy to another person, but only with the permission of the person who gives it. You need to help Timothy. He said that this skill would take so much energy from the adventurers that they would not even be able to fight for several days. But at the moment, it was the only way to save the guy. The guy got to his feet and bowed to the adventurers, asking for help. Abe didn't look up, afraid of being rejected, but suddenly he heard that it wouldn't be a problem. The guys were smiling. They said that Timothy had defeated God on his own, that he had saved everyone, that they could not have done it without him, and that they would not have spared anything for such a hero. Such words about his friend made Abe cry. He could not contain his emotions. The guy sincerely thanked everyone present and began to activate his epic skill on Timothy's body. Soon, Abe, Timothy, and all the adventurers who agreed to share their lives were illuminated by a powerful blue light, and the skill was activated. The guy reasoned that all these people standing around were some of the strongest adventurers, so he was getting a lot of vital energy. However, Abe also felt that this life potential was still not enough. The guy used this skill to heal the wounds of his allies, but never tried to bring someone back to life with it. He was not sure that this time the skill would work. He had lost many comrades, and now he could not afford to lose Timothy. He finally decided that he would do everything in his power to prevent this from happening. Abe decided to give most of his life energy for his friend. Timothy opened his eyes. He tried to understand where he was. He remembered that he was fighting with God. He did not immediately see Abe next to him. But when he looked back, he was very frightened. Abe was lying face down on the ground, unconscious. Having decided to give most of his life energy to Timothy, Abe suddenly found himself in a strange place. The boy was in the same position as he was standing over his friend. He realized that he could not move and could not feel his body. Suddenly, something started happening behind Abe's back, but he couldn't look back. He could feel some kind of energy. The spirit that appeared from the vortex of energy called the boy by name and asked why he was going to die. Abe replied that he didn't care about his life. He had already made his final decision. The spirit replied that even if the boy didn't care, in his opinion, it was pointless to sacrifice himself for someone else. Abe replied that he could think as he pleased. The guy didn't want to lose his friends anymore. The spirit put his hands to his sides and said that Abe was a very problematic person. Unlike the boy himself, he would not want Abe to die. The spirit touched the boy's back with its hand and said that it would give him a part of its vital energy. What you wouldn't do and what you wouldn't do for a prince jerk. Abe smiled and responded with gratitude for this act. He did not expect anything like this. The spirit replied that the prince was not obliged to apologize to him, and it was true. However, the spirit said that he would only help Abe in half, sharing some of his life energy. The guy would have only a few days left, but Abe said that it didn't matter, just like the fact that he was sacrificing himself right now. The spirit replied that this was not true. The boy's life could still be saved if efforts were made. But for this, Prince Abe will need the help of his loyal friends. Having done its job, the spirit said goodbye to the boy, saying that it would be waiting for him in the spiritual lands of Ripialum. Seeing that Abe was not moving, Timothy rushed to him, but Lindsay stopped him. The girl told the boy that Abe was trying to bring him back from the dead. Timothy was amazed that the guy would do such things for him. Timothy took him in his arms. He shouted for the boy to wake up immediately. Abe could not die like that. Suddenly, Timothy saw some blue spots on the guy's neck and cheek, and he asked what they were. He looked around at everyone present and shouted if anyone knew what it was, but the adventurers only scratched their heads. Realizing that he would not get an answer, Timothy called Helen over and asked her if she knew the nature of the stains. Helen paused as long as she could, but still had to tell Timothy that she knew nothing about it. Suddenly he heard a response. Someone said that it was a disease of the spirit. Merrim said that the strongest adventurers in Durham were here now, but none of them had heard of it before. It was very disappointing for her, because the disease of the spirit is a mystical disease, during which the body will be destroyed. The girl entered the circle, and everyone saw that it was not her who said it. Nellie said that it was because he had borrowed a lot of power from his guardian spirit. Finally, the head of the powerful witch said that the guy was not to be envied, of course. Timothy stared at Merrim and the robot witch's head in amazement, asking if it was really Nellie. Since the boy was not present with the others in the hall, he could not understand how only the head could be left of a powerful witch. But the witch did not appreciate Timothy's speech. She angrily began to jump out of Merrim's arms, shouting that they should forgive her. After calming down a bit, Nellie said that everyone present had better listen to her very carefully, because this disease can be cured. Timothy's whole being turned into an ear. He was ready to memorize every word. The powerful witch said that it was quite possible, but the friends had to act very quickly. This disease will destroy Abe's body until he is nothing but dust. The disease is spreading rapidly, so at best the guy has less than 1 week to live. Abe and his friends were at the Black Star of Hope Guild base, and everyone was thinking about what to do to save him. Timothy took the boy by the hand and asked him to be patient a little longer. He had to save Abe from this disease. Merrim and Nellie's head were sitting next to each other, and the witch said that only spirits could cure the spirit disease. The only thing is that the spirits no longer live among people, and the only place where they can be found is the land of Repialum. Spiritual decoration is located on the border of the continent, and talk of this country brought back good memories to the witch. The powerful witch had been there only once in her younger years. Timothy remarked that the witch Nellie's younger years were more than a century ago, a remark that made the witch's head explode with anger again. Anyway, the woman said that only in the spiritual lands of Repialum could they find a cure that would save Abe from death. The doors of the base opened, and Lyle appeared on the threshold with Melissa, who said that they had already prepared a cart. The head of the Sword of Salvation Guild came to the bed and took Abe in his arms, saying that he would carry the boy himself. The man was ready to hit the road as soon as his friends finished talking. Timothy didn't want to wait at all, so he ordered everyone to leave as soon as possible, and he went to the door. Merrim, who was sitting next to him at the patient's bedside, looked around half a turn. Timothy looked at the girl, not understanding what was happening. Maybe she wanted to go with them. Suddenly, Merrim stood up from her seat and, approaching Timothy and bowing low, handed him the witch's wand. She begged to take the witch with her, leaving her at the base, but Nellie shouted that Merrim was talking nonsense. Although, after a pause, she noted that it was up to Timothy to decide what to do with Merrim, because he was a guild master. Timothy asked what the problem was, and the guy saw no reason to resolve any conflicts. Merrim replied, after a bit of silence, that she had almost killed everyone, and that was the problem. The boy replied that the girl was doing all this for her master witch. In addition, during all her time on the side of evil, Merrim has never even harmed anyone. Or he's wrong, and she, as Damon's former subordinate, has taken many lives and feels guilty for what she's done. Merrim replied that this was not true, that she could not kill innocents on orders, and often lied to Damon that she was fulfilling his whims. She laughed and said that in fact she was a weakling by nature, unable to fulfill even simple errands. Timothy replied that in that case there was nothing to worry about. He didn't see any problems. The boy invited Merrim along, thinking that the witch Nellie would be happy to have such company. Looking at each other, all 3 participants in the conversation agreed with this statement, and the agreement was reached. Timothy asked when the last time the 2 of them fought against each other if it was Merrim who had stripped the witch of her body, leaving only her head. The witch replied that she had used a forbidden technique to overcome Merrim. As a result, her body simply exploded and only her head survived, and now everything became clear to Timothy. Melissa peered through the doorway again and asked if everyone was ready to go. Timothy replied that they were ready. It was time to explore the spiritual lands, and the friends set off on another journey. Lyle was in a great hurry, and the wagon, along with the members of the Black Star of Hope Guild, was heading to the country's border. Abe was lying on the floor. He was getting more and more sick. He was unconscious all the time. The witch said that she could teleport her friends only to the border with the territory of the spiritual lands, and that magic could not be used to get there. Timothy asked if Nellie was sure that she had teleported them to the border of the spiritual lands. The spiritual land of Repialum is a place where nature reigns and crystal-clear rivers flow. But where they were now, there was literally nothing, only bare stones. The witch replied that it was really very strange. She remembers that there used to be steppes here, and now there is a stone desert. Lyle warned all the expedition members to be on their guard, just in case. If the powerful witch was right, they were very close to the spiritual land. But no one seemed to be waiting for them here, and suddenly, lightning began to illuminate the sky above them. Timothy saw a strange fog ahead, and Lyle asked what they should do if they were going to go into the very center of it. The guy replied that they had to save Abe, but they didn't know what was in store for them, and there were some of them who didn't know how to fight at all. Lyle, having listened to the boy's thoughts, replied that in his opinion it was an unjustified risk. Melissa couldn't stand it any longer and decided to join the conversation, and she assured the audience that everything was fine. Everyone around realized that Abe didn't have much time left. His friends should use every opportunity to save him, and they should never deviate from their goal. In addition, the girl noted that she is now surrounded by the strongest people in Durham, and she is not afraid of anything at all. The guy was obviously very pleased to hear these words, and he sat down with Lyle and said that everyone who was here now was willing to take a risk. If the fog that lay ahead hid Repialum, the friends were ready to go all the way. Lyle said yes, but warned them to hold on tight as the ride was going to be hot. As soon as the pace at which the friends were moving picked up, the weather also deteriorated, with lightning and electric fog making them feel anxious. Suddenly, one of the lightning bolts struck the ground in front of the cart. The first one was followed by others, and friends barely managed to avoid this terrible phenomenon. Lyle was showing a high level of skill, and it was very difficult to maneuver in such conditions. Timothy shouted that they had now entered the thick of this strange electric fog. So far, the guy was happy with everything, and their expedition didn't have long to go. A few seconds later, one of the lightning bolts hit their cart. Everyone in the car flew in different directions, and Timothy couldn't stay in place either. The guy barely managed to regroup to avoid getting seriously injured. He opened his eyes and looked around, trying to understand what kind of place it was. Unexpectedly, Timothy heard someone say that they had managed to get here after all, and he asked what the person meant. But when he looked back, he saw a giant blue creature leaning toward his face. Reflexively, the guy immediately thought that he was facing another monster and drew his sword. The monster was already reaching for him. The next moment, a stranger who appeared out of nowhere cut the monster into small pieces, saying that he welcomed them to Repialum. Turning to Timothy and sheathing his sword, the stranger said that he was the first prince of the spiritual lands, Aiden Repialum. He also said that he had been waiting for Timothy to appear for a long time, and the boy looked at the newcomer in awe, not knowing what to say. Sometime later, members of the Black Star of Hope Guild, along with Lyle, went with Aiden to the entrance to the spiritual lands. The guy said that in any case, he would accompany the adventurers to a safe place where they could leave Abe. As he said earlier, this incredible fool will be rescued by his friends. Aiden said, laughing, that it was interesting to watch their journey through the storm clouds, but he was surprised that everyone made it safely. Timothy was confused. He didn't understand how Prince Aiden knew their names, and he was especially curious about how he knew Abe. The prince looked back at the boy and replied that long ago there was a kingdom of spirits and people. To maintain peaceful relations, people gave their technology to the spirits. The spirits, on the other hand, swore an oath to protect and preserve people, and this promise of peace lives on to this day. She is alive because of them too. Abe and Aiden, that's all. There was nothing else to tell. Abe was rewarded with an epic skill that was linked to Aiden's power. However, the boy did not personally give Abe this power. He just wished that a person with a good heart would receive his powers. It so happened that fate brought them together in this way, and now they were connected forever. When Abe used his skill for the last time, Aiden confessed it from his subconscious. Just like he found out what happened to them all, so he knows their names and who Timothy is. The adventurer was furious when he heard this, and he asked why, in that case, Aiden didn't stop Abe if he saw everything with his own eyes. Aiden waved away Timothy's screams, saying that he had tried to do so, but it was useless. Abe understood everything himself and was ready to risk his life, but the prince intervened and lent his spiritual power so that the boy at least survived. Timothy looked at this strange prince in silence and did not know what to say. Aiden asked me to tell him when the asshole woke up to thank him for saving him. Finally, the prince announced that they had arrived, but in fact, nothing had changed around them. Lindsay twisted her head, hoping to see something, but the girl's eyes were on an ordinary wasteland. Prince Aiden told my lady to watch carefully and snapped his fingers. A moment later, a door opened in front of the adventurers, which appeared as if from nowhere, and Aiden walked through it. When the friends crossed the threshold, their jaws dropped in surprise, as the adventurers had never expected to see such a thing. On the other side of the entrance, life was bustling. Children were running around, people were working, and Aiden welcomed them to the last stand. The prince added that this is the piece of Repialum land they have left today. Abe was allocated a room and began to examine the injuries. Realizing the stage, Aiden began treatment. The sickness of the spirit disappeared from the light that came from his hand, a process that surprisingly progressed very quickly. At the end of the session, Aiden destroyed the remnants of the disease by squeezing them in his fist. The prince said that the boy was very lucky that the disease had not completely spread throughout his body. So now Abe could only rest. His life was no longer in danger. This news made the friends very happy. Their efforts were not in vain. Aiden said he was giving his word. The adventurer had nothing to be nervous about anymore. But still, Abe needs to stay here for a while. He has cured him, but the disease still prevents him from regaining consciousness. The prince relied entirely on the power of the spiritual earth, which could remove this infection from Abe's body. The witch said that she remembered their kingdom of Repialum as a land where spirits and nature lived in harmony with each other, and she asked what had happened here. Aiden replied that 50 years ago a monster attacked their land, and that nature died from his touch. The monster's name was Galbadus. This monster was the most horrible monster, the embodiment of evil itself on Earth. Once inside Abe's subconscious, Aiden realized that the monsters the adventurers were fighting were, in fact, his followers. These bastards, all together, cursed their fertile land and the land that turned into a stone desert. To simplify, it turns out that the entire spiritual earth was affected by the disease from which he had just been able to save Abe. Timothy asked if there was any way to overcome this supreme monstrosity and restore his former life. Aiden said that it sounds like a joke now. This monster has a 4-digit level and it's just impossible. In the prince's opinion, there was no one in the world who could finish him off. But before he could finish the previous sentence, the prince realized he was wrong and asked if Timothy could help them survive. The adventurer replied that Prince Aiden had saved his friend's life, and that if the boy could repay him in any way, he would do everything to do so. The boy's conversation was interrupted by one of the inhabitants of the spiritual lands, who burst into the room like a whirlwind. After bowing in respect to the prince, the man reported that they had received a message from the outside. It turns out that their last refuge has been surrounded by Mr. Galbadus's army, and something has to be done urgently. Aiden put his hand to his head and said that if you remember the devil, he will appear immediately. The prince said that he did not want to ask the adventurers to do this, but the entire population needed their help to protect their home. Timothy replied that, as he had just said, he would help, but he needed answers to his questions. The boy asked why all the locals called this monster Mr. Aiden was thoughtfully silent, and then replied that it made no sense to hide it from the adventurers. The prince replied that the monster's name was indeed Galbadus, and it was he who had destroyed their kingdom. But this is not his full name at all. The monster's full name was Galbadis Repialum, and he was his father. Timothy was amazed. He couldn't believe his ears. Was it really true? The monster was the spirit emperor Repialum. Aiden replied that his father had suddenly changed and destroyed Repialum, and now Galbadus was nothing more than an enemy to him, so he didn't have to worry about the boy. After finishing this mini-confession, Aiden opened the door and asked if it was time for them to leave. The friends quickly ran to the border of the last stand. They had to get ahead of the monsters. Aiden shouted to Timothy that the entrance was close and that Galbadus's followers were on their way. The prince warned that as soon as the troops opened the gates, the battle would begin. Not everyone could fight in the last garden. Prince Aiden relied entirely on the help of adventurers. When Aiden opened the gate on Timothy, one of the monsters flew out and was immediately shredded. The guy consumed his level. The system reported that Timothy's current level was 960, and the boy's body was gradually adapting to the high level. Armor of the Abyss reported that the possibility of further level absorption was active for Timothy, and he was pleased to hear this. Now, looking at all the monsters standing in front of him, Timothy saw his rating rise. The monsters had to be destroyed. The monsters rushed to attack the boy with strange shouts. They believed that Timothy was not their opponent. Aiden also joined the fray and chose his first victim, although he was not Timothy. But it would take him only 10 minutes to kill these freaks. Now they were in the last garden, and this place would not go to the monsters in any case. Aiden was a member of the Repyalum royal family and was level 300, and he was sure that he would not lose to such monsters. Lyle was in the heat of the fight and said that unlike humans, spirits had no level limit. It was easier for them to raise it. He was a little jealous. The man believed that these old bones could use a new level of exercise. Aiden replied that the head of the Salvation Sword Guild was already doing a great job. Helen, meanwhile, asked Lindsay for help, and she gladly agreed. The sorceress activated a spell of fire and burned 3 monsters in it at once, before they could even set foot on the ground. Lindsay took on another batch of monsters that had been replaced, and she used the Thunder Shockwave skill. Having dealt with her opponents, Lindsay said that, unfortunately, she did not intend to die here today. The adventurers realized that the enemies were not going to end. The horde was still coming. Timothy said that somehow we need to destroy all the monsters at once. In the meantime, his friend should cover his back. The guy looked back in the direction of his comrades. They stood silently and looked at him, smiling, and the boy understood everything without words. Timothy sincerely thanked them and, drawing his sword, swiftly flew off to attack again. One swift blow from the boy destroyed several monsters at once, and Timothy ran around the garden like a madman. But before he could destroy the previous ones, a squad of the next monsters flew at him. Timothy was not at all afraid of this barrage. With the level he has now, it was impossible for the monsters to even touch him. Unexpectedly, another monster landed in front of the boy, which was larger than the previous ones. The guy made one clear and quick punch and the enemy was gone. Timothy gradually formed a list with a scale of various monsters he had already killed here. The guy stopped to rest, but they were not going to give him that opportunity. A new company of monsters lined up to attack. Timothy spun on the spot like a spinning top, cutting his opponents to pieces. Eventually, the system notified him that the levels had been absorbed and that Timothy's current level was already 2,960. Meanwhile, Galbadus Repyalum sat on his throne in his pallium, deep in thought. He nervously tapped his fingers on the armrest and was told that all his followers had been killed. As he was reported there, the Abyss Suppressor was not named for nothing. But very soon, not only would Repyalum submit to his will, but he planned to rule the entire world. And if someone gets in his way, the Spirit Emperor Galbadus Repyalum will personally get rid of the enemy. He pointed to the crystal hovering near the ceiling and asked if it was satisfied. Now the man was looking at the heart of the abyss. Eventually, the boy's battle with the monsters continued, and the system informed him that the media level was now 2,960. Suddenly, the armor turned to the boy and asked him to help them deal with what had plunged the spiritual land into darkness. The owner of the armor had to help the inhabitants get rid of the tyranny of Galbadus Repyalum. Timothy asked why the armor of the abyss had suddenly decided to ask him to do this. The system replied that while she was wearing this armor, there was no better chance to get rid of this tyrant. The system asked her to fulfill her request, and in return, promised to tell her who she was. Her real name was Abyss Suppressor. Since ancient times, he has ruled the kingdom of the abyssal wasteland, where true evil dwelt, and he alone restrained it. Aiden thought it was suspicious that they had entered the territory of Galbadus, but there was no one around. The armor reported that there was no time for meaningless conversations. The system was sure that the enemies were already aware of their presence. They need to deal with Galbadus, and as soon as they do, the system will tell the guy everything. Timothy thought about all this new information. The suppressor of the abyss, the kingdom of the abyssal wasteland, restrained evil. Since this conversation took place, the armor has not said a word. Timothy didn't understand a word of it, but Aiden called him out of his thoughts and called his name. The prince told the boy to gather his thoughts, because he was the only person he could rely on in this situation. Aiden told me that usually there is a crowd of monsters around this tree, protecting their master. This tree, according to the prince, was the palace where he used to live, but now only Galbadus lived here. Lyle said that if there were no soldiers here now, it was likely that they were being lured into a trap. Lindsay asked if it would be better to step back now. Helen was thinking about what would happen if they left, but it would be their only chance to attack the enemy. All forces could be directed at destroying the hideout, and if so, he would be left defenseless. Aiden told the girl that she was right. It could be the only way to kill Galbadas, and if they retreated, they would hardly be able to fight off the enemies and defend the last garden. That is why Prince Aiden wanted to take the risk now, because the stakes were too high. Timothy, having heard his point of view, said that in that case they needed to attack. Their friends needed to end it once and for all. A few minutes later, the squad entered the palace, which was also empty. Helen asked if it was a ballroom, and Aiden replied that their family used to hold events in the palace. Suddenly, the silhouette of a man appeared in one of the rooms, ready to attack the enemy. The adventurers and the prince immediately drew their swords, ready for a fight. The man asked what Timothy thought his possessions were. Surprised, the Spirit Emperor Galbadas Repialum recognized the Abyssal Suppressor. He turned to him and said that he had decided to bring his friends with him. Aiden, seeing his father with his own eyes, gnashed his teeth and could barely contain himself. The Emperor began to descend in the direction of the newcomers. He said that the Abyssal Suppressor and his friends were a threat to his plan. If they decide to go against Galbadas himself, he, the Spirit Emperor, will destroy them all. Timothy shouted at the man, asking why he had betrayed his people and what he wanted to achieve by doing so. These questions, in the Emperor's opinion, were very naive, and he could not stand it and laughed softly, covering his face with his hand. But a second later, his laughter could be heard in every corner of the palace, and Galbadas shouted in surprise that the miserable fool didn't even know that. Suddenly, vile tentacles began to poke out from under his clothes, tearing the fabric apart. Having finally turned into a monster, Galbadas said that the boy was going to die in miserable ignorance. In the end, the Spirit Emperor said that this, his death, was all he could do. Timothy decided to attack first, and rising into the air, swung his sword at his opponent. The guy flew as close as he could to the enemy and tried to cut off his arm. But Galbadas easily pushed him away, asking if that was all Timothy could do. The Spirit Emperor shouted that the boy would not be able to defeat him, and that he expected more from him, especially with the help of the Abyssal Suppressor. Galbadas Repialum was at level 3,200, while Timothy was at level 2,960. The giant monster stretched out his hand, promising to personally destroy the armor of the Abyss and its owner. A blue energy beam flew out of Galbadas' hand, but the guy managed to bounce back, the blow landing under his feet. The former emperor did not give up his attempts to get at his opponents, but Timothy managed to avoid the blow time and again. The final blow hit the palace building, but Lindsay was standing next to the palace and barely managed to dodge it. Timothy looked back at his friends in fright and asked if they were okay. Lindsay, choking on her cough, replied that she was fine. Aiden was very sorry to see his new friends suffer from Galbadas' attacks, and he began to apologize. Lyle came up to the guy from behind and put his hand on his shoulder. He said that everyone here had followed him. It seems that guests have appeared outside the palace, and the adventurers must not let them get inside. Lyle asked if Aiden would help them with this. Timothy turned to his friends and said that the level of Galbadas Repialum is 3,200. They really need to get away from the palace. Aiden was very excited by the strength of the boy's words, and his wish was that Timothy would go with them. The adventurer replied that the prince could not worry and could safely deal with his current problems. Timothy drew his sword and looked at Galbadas, and he said that he would destroy the very evil that had destroyed Repialum. The guy promised to fight to the end and assured his friends that they could not worry about him. Timothy turned to face his opponent and said that, by the way, they were now in the ballroom. Pointing his sword at the enemy, he asked if he would like to dance with him for a while. After these words, the boy quickly ran to the attack, avoiding Galbadas' blows indeed, as if dancing on the slabs of the hall. With a single lightning jump, Timothy suddenly found himself in dangerous proximity to the enemy. A series of swift but painful blows fell on Galbadas, and the monster had to dodge. While Timothy was looking up, the tentacles of the former Repialum pierced the slabs below. Galbadas said that the boy probably thought he could trick him and hit Timothy with one of his tentacles. While Timothy was floating like a rag in the air, the monster reached out to him. But he did it not to catch them, but to push them to fly even further. Timothy flew back against the wall, large drops of sweat streaming down his face. The guy leaned on one of his swords and realized that his situation was worse than ever. Timothy turned to the armor of the Abyss. He wanted to buy an epic skill that would help him defeat his opponent. But no matter how much the guy asked and begged, the armor was silent. He did not understand what was happening. Both of them are now facing the same enemy that the armor was supposed to defeat. But for now, Timothy seems to be alone. As he prepared for the next fight, he suddenly heard the system's voice informing him that the capture of the enemy was complete. Timothy didn't understand Galbatus, it turns out, was never the main threat. The system said it was asking to defeat him. However, despite all this, Galbatus Repialum was just an empty place that was given incredible power. The one who gave him these powers and was their target, the system, all along, wanted to find the roots of evil, and so it devoted all its forces to this. The Armor of the Abyss system apologized for not responding to the guy all this time, but the goal was achieved. She found the source of evil and offered the boy to look at it. A giant crystal suddenly appeared in front of Timothy, called the Core of the Abyss. Crystal said that he must have run out of jokes, so he decided to give Galbatus even more power. The monster looked at his hands. He felt as if something like God's grace was flowing through his body. This new gift of the Heart of the Abyss filled Galbatus's body with new strength. The crystal said that it had given the power of the Spirit Emperor with which he could crush this insect with one blow. At the same moment, Galbatus rushed at Timothy, trying to grab him. He was able to push the boy away, but when he did so, he miscalculated the blow, and Timothy flew so far that he pierced the outer wall of the palace. Timothy fell to the ground. Smoke was coming from his body, and this blow knocked him unconscious. A second later, another explosion was heard in the palace, but the boy did not react to it. A few seconds later, a huge Galbatus monster landed next to Timothy's body. The guy found himself in the middle of a smooth surface that looked like water. He could not understand where he was. A voice behind him replied that his body was currently out of commission, but there was nothing to worry about. As long as Timothy is wearing the Armor of the Abyss, he is not afraid of Galbatus's attacks. A strange creature standing behind Timothy said that he would soon come to his senses. Timothy couldn't pick up his jaw. He recognized the armor of the disaster in this stranger. However, he corrected himself in time and noted that it would probably be more correct to call it the Abyss Suppressor. The interlocutor said that the guy could call him whatever he wanted, but before he came to his senses and started fighting, he wanted to tell Timothy his story. The Abyssal Suppressor asked Timothy if he wanted to know the story of the birth of the Armor of the Abyss, and the boy, of course, answered in the affirmative. The Abyssal Suppressor said that in ancient times this world was ruled by beings called abysses. Timothy must have been familiar with this, because he had already defeated one such creature recently. These creatures wreaked havoc and destruction all over the world. They destroyed everything beautiful around them. The paths they traveled were always dotted with mountains of corpses of innocent people. And in order to seal this unspeakable evil, a heroic god came forward and decided to get rid of these creatures. By imprisoning the monsters in another dimension, the heroic god created the kingdom of the abyss of the wasteland. However, it wasn't that simple. Sending monsters to another dimension was not enough. The power of these monsters of the abyss was too great, and they fled from there, time after time. So, to ensure that this time no breed would leave this dimension, the hero god himself decided to go there. Thus, he began to rule the kingdom of the abyss of the wasteland and became the suppressor of the abyss. The deity began to gain new levels and because of this was able to create skills for himself according to his desires. Even the wasteland abyss kingdom itself was created with the help of one of his skills. But to reduce the abyss population, the hero god created a new skill, level absorption. The abyss monsters are immortal. And after their deaths, they always soon revived, no matter what was done to them. But with each kill, the god hero from now on, with the help of a new skill, could absorb their levels. That is why he became stronger and stronger, and thus the hero god lived for several centuries. Timothy stared at the other man in amazement, wondering if God himself was really standing in front of him. The god hero is the suppressor of the abyss, but this name was given to him by people. He is not so self-confident. No matter what people thought of him, he could not call himself God, but believed that the name Suppressor of the Abyss was more appropriate. But 500 years ago, a new creature appeared in the abyss, which was able to escape from the kingdom of the abyss of the wasteland, the Core of the Abyss. It was this creature that gave Galbatus his powers. The inhabitants of the abyss do not have bodies. That's why they can't survive in the human world. the heart of the abyss needed a shell to survive. As it has now become clear, it seems that the core of the abyss protected the spiritual lands and gave them strength by becoming their guardian. But gradually, this giant crystal drove the ruler of Galbatus Repialum crazy, promising him incredible power and authority. The abyssal oppressor had to leave the kingdom of the wasteland to bring the fugitive back to prison. However, he also no longer had a body, which is why he could not think of anything better than to put his soul in armor. God covered his face with his hand and said that he was thinking of quickly finding a master who would suit him. His plan was to start previewing the heart of the abyss as soon as possible. However, anyone who tried to put on the armor could not cope with this power, and all the wearers of the armor went crazy. As a result, whoever tried to wear it always died, and people eventually began to fear it. Later, the story of the cursed armor, which was called the Armor of Disaster, began to circulate around the world. That's how he lived all this time, hidden away like a dangerous artifact, and everyone was afraid to approach him, until one day, the World Destroyer attacked the storage facility where he was being held, and he knew him. A giant black dragon swallowed it along with part of the vault and flew away. Soon after, the black dragon settled down near the Rakura cave. But Tyler found him there and ended his life, but he couldn't or didn't want to finish him off. It was in this cave that Timothy and the Armor of the Abyss first met. Ironically, the guy with zero experience was the only one who was suitable for the hero god. The Abyssal Suppressor stood up and sincerely thanked the guy for everything he had done. Thanks to Timothy, they were able to cleanse this world of evil. Finally, fate smiled on him, and he found the person he had been looking for so long. Now they have only one monster left to kill Galbatus, and if they lose him, the creatures of the abyss will break out into this world again, and all those vile monsters can literally destroy it. The Abyssal Suppressor said he wanted Timothy's help as his sole master. The guy opened his eyes and saw that the situation was critical for him. He understood what the hero god told him well, and was in full solidarity with him. In addition, he will finally be able to repay him for giving him the opportunity to become an adventurer. Moreover, when it came to the fate of the world, he definitely had no right to fail.